So we are live with the new box. Let's go ahead and get started by opening 3 full runs of the mini box. We should have more than enough gems. But before we buy the box, we need to make sure we go to the bundles. This is the most important thing. Two to the Doomed is up first. So this card is pretty good for outing the maximum monsters, but I think I would rather be running Shield and Sword due to its ability to OTK decks like Dragons, Psychics, and Royal Rebels. Welcome, Engineer. First 2 packs, and we've gotten a copy of each side of the maximum. No copies of the middle, though. And we get the Harpy's Pet Dragon. So, the goal for today, I will be pulling all of the cards, and we will be playing whatever decks you all want to see. I'm going to have 3 of everything in the box, so feel free to leave your suggestions. Let's go ahead and get started. Box number 1, done. Bundle number 1. In the Grand Prix, I went 2 and 2. Did the stream like randomly end, or what do you mean? I don't think I was disqualified, but I might be missing what you're talking about. So, 3rd bundle, Barrel Dragon. Finally nice to be able to own this card. I didn't want to spend the gems on it when we had 3 copies of everything in the first box. I think we've actually been pulling really well here. If we go over to the box, you'll see we actually only have 1 UR left for the first run. And we pulled the Yggdrago. However, we still have 3 SRs, or 4. And in a mini box, we do not get the option, or we only get 1 copy of every SR, so we need to use that as well. Okay, I wanted to make sure it did not accidentally reset the box on me. So, Einzig. I've probably spent over 15,000 gems on random speed duel products because I had to wait for the rush box. And I'm never going to use any of those cards. Okay, so we just opened up 4 packs in a row with all 4 of the remaining SRs in the box. That is impressive. Run number 1 finishes early with 19 packs. All URs and SRs have been obtained, so we are going to go ahead and reset it. Engineer, so to dig in your heels, it literally could be used to, brace for something, but it also means to, like, be stubborn. Or to, like, not let something go. Where did you happen to see the phrasing? So we get the classic no connection detected. But here we go. This box run, much less generous with the URs so far. But as I say that, of course, we pulled 2 in the 10 pack. Just a few minutes. Oh, in Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay. That would make sense. 3 SRs left. We've pulled 2 of them here. So we'll do individual packs for the final 10 until we can get the Stormbolt Destroyer, the lone remaining SR. So I'll play anything viewers want to see. Or if nobody has suggestions, we'll just go ahead and start off probably with one of the Maximum decks. Oh, there should actually be a lot of new missions to unlock all of the skills. So we're gonna have to go and see what the unlock conditions for those are. Working our way through the third run of the box, so we actually managed to finish 2 full runs before even needing to get any of the gems from our inbox. Finding saddening how Nail is the only character with a mid-level 18 skill. If that's the Atron one, right? Like the one that sends the Femtoms to the grave, or no? Okay, out of gems, so let's go ahead and open or let's go fill up our gem pool one more time. Unsure if the alligator and sword and shield bundles are something I should go for. Realistically, I would say always get all of the bundles. You may not use the cards immediately, but you're only losing out on 2 or 3 extra packs compared to buying the 20 packs normally, or the 17. So it costs $9.50, which is the price of 19 packs, and you get 17. So 100 gems for the card is a steal. We are definitely more than prepared to clear out the box a 3rd time once we get our gems in order. We actually have a ton of gems, even not in the gift box. Not that it is looking like we are going to need them at all. As you can see, we're already back up to 4,500. And this is after I spent 2,000 gems a day or 2 ago to get Blue Eyes cards. Oh, right. Okay. It's time to see what our Prismatic will be. I saved it to open on stream. Obviously, some better options are cards like Dragius, and some worse ones would be Rice Terror Secure. Let's find out what we get. Dragonic Slayer is a very fitting one. I have probably played this deck more than any other. So I will absolutely take a free Prismatic version. We claim all of the bundle cards and an extra 500 gems. Then, we know that these missions are going to expire soon, so I am going to be claiming these gems as well. And we can see we go from 5,900 to 7,000. Dion Keto is not a bad card to have gotten. I know people were clowning on it back when the game first came out, but Mimi has been surprisingly meta. Alright, it is time to go ahead and finish opening the box so we can make our first deck. Which I think, we'll see what the easiest skill to get is. $20 packs and 2 URs, 2 SRs to go. Yeah, for me it doesn't matter since I do own 3 of all of the URs, but if you play both formats, I can definitely see it being a little bit rough. For some reason, I had 11 packs left. That was really odd. Shouldn't it be a multiple of 10 at all times? We are looking for the 3rd Magnum Overlord piece and also the Rising Light Esser. 9 packs to go. How many gems am I going to save on this box run? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I have gotten some Discord messages. Maybe if there's a queue time, I'll find a way to respond to that. Alright, 6 packs to go, and just one final SR. Will we be able to do it? And then there is also the all-important question. Did we manage to pull any glossy or prismatic SRs or URs in our runs? We will find out once we get the final copy. Virus says, Prismatic, Yggdrago, easy. Okay, so what I need to know... Oh, I guess we won't know because all of the pieces are rare, except for the head. I was gonna say, if the left side is a prismatic, will it make the entire maximum prismatic or not? But, we can only get prismatic middle pieces. So it is a null question. Alright, so for our 3rd box run, the SR is in the very last pack. Welcome, Prophecy Phrase. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, here is our glossy SR. A great final pull. Unfortunately, it looks like we have gotten no glossy maximums, but we did get a copy of Trigger Drago and Pet Dragon. I will take it. And then Esser appears to be no. Okay, we got 2 glossy stop defenses, 1 glossy invasion, and the Essel. Not bad. Let's go ahead and take a look over at the lifetime missions. And as you can see, way too many gems that we're not even claiming. Because I don't want to be back at 9999 right away. Okay, so I'm going to write them down so we don't have to keep referencing this. Win 3 duels with Harpy Lady Sisters in deck. Special summon 10 Thunder Monsters. How are we going to do that? How many special summon things are there? Maximum with Yuga. And tribute summon 3 level 7 or higher fiends. Okay. At least we know what we need to do. Harpy Lady Sisters in the deck. I think we are going to start with Yuga. We're going to go over to the Harpy deck. And then we're going to search for the high-level fiends. And we're just going to throw them in so we can make... Oh, wait. We can't. We are forced to run Invasion. Where is it? 2300. So it should be somewhere around here. Okay. And they want us to maximum summon. So if we want to maximum summon consistently, instead of the Harpies, we should be running the Overlord pieces. So let's go like this. Filter. Hopefully there is a maximum option somewhere. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add in 2 of these, 3 of these, and 3 of these. Then we need to just filter our deck as much as we can. So, card text, anything that's going to let us draw a card. Mystic Dealers and Cobalts. And then we run some Fiends and Spellcasters to round it out. Fiend Monster, Spellcasters. Just the 1500s. Or I guess a 1400 works as well. That is good enough for me. Let's get into a duel with the NPCs and maximum summon. Prophecy Phase says, the royal level skill sets up the effect and removes their main weaknesses. So, yeah, I have the Harpy Lady in here because there is one unlock mission that requires us to win 3 games with the sisters in the deck. So I'm running just 1 copy. And we're going to try to maximum summon if we can. Okay, so to beat the royal level deck, I think most of the time they should only be running, or they should only be able to get out 1 monster alongside the invasion. And it can attack. So you're going to take some damage. However, you should be able to beat back after the big Raigeki, use your shield and sword, your position changing effect, etc., and get in for more damage than they deal to you. Alright, so we start off with a Mystic Dealer to help us dig towards that maximum. Of course, playing against these NPCs should be fairly trivial. We can just inflict a little bit of damage as we go. And we will keep our filtering cards on standby until we are able to summon the maximum, and then we don't have to do it in any other game. We only need to do the maximum summon a single time, which should be good. And we actually find it super quickly. Let's go ahead, activate the effect, and end this game. Gain 600 and swing in for 4,100. Yuga has successfully maximum summoned. Next, we are going to be looking at Thunder Monsters. Presumably, it really does mean just normal summon, because I don't think we have a way to special summon 10 Thunder Monsters basically at all. So we're going to come in here, take out the maximum pieces since we have successfully done it, and we're going to add all of the Thunder Monsters that we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. And let's ditch, you, just the spellcasters. And we'll see how this one goes. Presumably summoning 10 Thunder Monsters is going to unlock the Thunder skill for us. So another couple of NPC duels before we can get into the ladder. Oh, Rafflesia, 69 cards to go is not much. Or, well, I guess if it's 69 packs, then maybe you do have a little bit to go. But it should be pretty quick to get those gems. Have you already leveled up now? Because if not, that's going to be thousands of gems for you. Welcome, Joey. Hope you're having a good day. We want to summon all of the Thunder Monsters we can get. And we are thinning, as we also need to summon the level 7 or higher Fiend Monsters. But we will just auto-battle for now. And then once they finish, we can turn it off so we can summon the cards we need. Our move. Multiple big boss. Oh, I apparently left in a maximum piece. Uh-oh. Not that it really matters too much. One, two, and auto duel. Doing this as quickly as we can so we have all of the resources available to us. Is now literally the only bad level 18 skill. At first, people didn't think Disco Fever was very good, but it ended up being playable. Similarly, Roman has never been good at any point. While Climax Speed is probably one of the top 4 or 5 psychic skills, I would say most people aren't using it. So, I'm not sure. And maybe the level 18 nail skill might be better when we actually get the rest of the Tron series. That was incorrect. I was trying to go over here. And we're going to put in the heavy metals so we can actually get some of the high level fiend monsters onto the board. Get rid of this and put in some heavy metals. And we will replace them again with the draw power of Mystic Dealer and the Kobold. And we'll see how this one goes. The Fiend skill unlock needed you to play as... Oh, does it? Let me check. We've done the maximum summon. We are running an archive skill, so we can run with whatever we need to. This is a character agnostic deck. Let's scroll all the way down. And then it says Thunder types, Harpy Lady Sisters. Oh, and you're right. It does say using Roa. So we switch over to Roa and we're going to copy the deck. And then we'll be good to go. I have not played Roa at all. I think since literally the collab with Tomato. Welcome, Shiny. I was actually thinking just the other day, it's been a while since I've seen you. What have you been up to? How have you been? Okay, so save this, and hopefully on the next duel, we'll be able to get the Thunder Monsters all squared away. Rathlesia, I agree, it is indeed a lot of gems, but I was hoping to spend them. We have been blessed and cursed by a mini box release. Summon out as many cards as we can. One of the 3 level 7 fiends complete. Pass turn. Oh, have I just been streaming at really inconvenient times? That would make sense. My schedule is indeed very inconsistent. Let's bring in the heavy metal. Get in for that extra 1100. And that is 2 of the 3 fiends we need out of the way. Off to a good start. Once we summon these monsters, we should be able to finish all 3 of the remaining skill unlocks all at once. Okay, here's the plan. we Stormbolt Lizard. And now we have 2 level 5 monsters on the field. Stormbolt Destroyer revives a Surge Bolt Lizard. Invasion. Invade their heart. We treated 2 level 5 or higher monsters, which means all of their monsters will be going away. However, Brutal Retribution activates and revives their monsters, ruining my plans to lethal them this turn. Bring in the Stormbolt Destroyer, and special summon one more time Angler Coilfish. We can clear the board, but I was hoping for these to be 2 direct attacks that would end the game. One more turn, and it will be good to go. And Shiny Lou has mentioned Yggdrago. I think I actually don't have the Ragnarok skill yet. Have I done the opening? Yes, I have. We have already gotten 3 full runs of the box. Just in case I haven't summoned enough Thunder monsters, we will go ahead and summon these ones too. Blast Jaws, return my monster into the deck, and buff the Trigger Drago. Return again, buff again, and Monster Reincarnation for one final Tribute Summon. And this should do it. Using the skill ticket from now. That is a good idea. I am just not sure if I have done that yet. What level do we get the ticket on? I did unlock 3 copies of Femtron, but I'm not sure if it was before or after that. Oh, this one's level 23. So assuming it is the same on now, maybe I do actually have one. Let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like I do. Okay. Wait, do I have it? No. I've unlocked all of like the random terrible skills that Nail comes with, but not this one. So we are going to be exchanging a skill ticket for Maximum Ragnarok, and we'll start off with it today. Which one would it be? Including Royal Cassidy. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Okay. Which one would have Nail? Did I get 2 skill tickets or something? I did. So I think Nail may have been lying to me. So if we scroll down here to the bottom, it says including Roa Cassidy, but this might be the Nail ticket. And it is, presumably. Here we go. Maximum Ragnarok obtained. So we are going to be starting off with Yggdrago. But also, let's claim all of those extra skills from the Lifetime Mission tab. And I hope you all are as excited to see a Maximum Summon as I am. Alright, grabbing the Thunder skill, and then of course, possibly the best individual skill in all of Duel Links here. The new Roa Hell Tuning Invasion. Dingo says, still at 9999 gems after 3 box clears. I would be right there with you if I cleared out the gems from my mission tab. Also, I spent 2,000 or 3,000 gems within the last couple of days just to avoid that happening. Let's go ahead and build. Um, First things first, setting the skill. Maximum Ragnarok. This is going to make us run all of the maximum monsters. And then we will be putting in only Cyberse cards. Okay, so easy filter onto Cyberse. And let's go. We're going to run this, this, and this, of course. Then Nail's signature monster, Femtron. And Atron to go with it. Might as well run a 1500. And the Dark Femtron is not bad either. We currently have 6 high-level monsters, but we do have 2 other choices. We can either run Bespectacle Mani to do a debuff, or we can use Sigurd State Soul. This one's Prismatic, so I'm going to go with it for now. The reason is that the other card makes us shuffle away our monsters, which means after Shoot Hydron, it's going to not be able to use this effect if we're running the other card instead. Legend Traps, of course we're going to go with Widespread Ruin, but we're also going to be running a copy of Recital. When you are in maximum mode, you are only 1 monster. So having the Recital means that we're going to be able to prevent the opponent from clearing it. Then, spell cards. You might think that we want to run the spell and trap removal. However, Yggdrago is going to be immune to Widespread Ruin, so we might be able to get better cards out of it. What should we run? Definitely Monster Reincarnation. Getting the pieces is very important, and this is the best consistency tool we have to do so. Then, 1 more card. We can either run the spell and trap removal, or we can just go for a second Recital. See if this works out. I'm excited to see how it works. Why no Reincarnation, as not a fan of the level 7 you are? So, Shiny Lou mentioned Pierce, which is very important in most maximum decks. However, Yggdrago the Sky Emperor has an ability where we can change a monster to attack mode, so we don't actually need to run the Pierce. Since apparently Ragnarok is censored. So instead we'll call it Legageddon. And it is finally time. Sorry for the wait. We will now be entering the ranked ladder. Silver rank 4. Can Yggdrago get there? Rush Duel. What will we be fighting against first? Would Talismanic be a good idea since I'm milling rapidly? That is a good question. So I think the 2 ways that you can run the deck are either to focus on loading up the graveyard as soon as possible in order to take advantage of Hydron, or you can run Talismanic and the Bespectacled Man in order to get those resources back into the deck. It seems our opponent is on the Femtron skill. I have actually played against Goblin Boy 2 times during my previous stream. This is my 3rd time fighting Goblin Boy in 2 days. And here comes our first battle. The Yggdrago Mirror Match. They open up with an Atron, drawing a card to replace itself. But is that all they have? Because that is not going to be good enough. Actually, it might indeed be good enough. Okay. The Spectacled Man comes out. But we have some pretty solid cards ourselves. We're going to summon the Connector Dog for sure. And Atron is going to be tributed off. Well, actually, it does have 1,000 attack. So, instead, we can summon the right piece. Then we activate the skill. Maximum Ragnarok will return the right piece to the top of the deck. Then we debuff their monster and allow our monster to be counted as 2 tributes. Sigurd State Soul does come out, and I did misplay. I could have gotten in with the burn damage using Segregate Stole by revealing these two monsters from my hand. That is my bad. If they have a recital, we are going to have to crash the connector dog in, but it's actually widespread ruin. That said, I don't think they are going to KO me. So let's see what they go for. The new Harpy skill seems reasonable. It forces monsters out of the defense so you can punch in for damage, but it doesn't help with the consistency. Okay, so I am really excited to try out Harpies. I think it'll be the one we do next. I'm pretty excited to see if the Harpy's pet dragon ends up being good or not. It's not any good in the physical rush format, but being able to give it a 700 attack point boost and use cards like Shield and Sword seems worthwhile. Okay, my opponent is doing what? Zetron. They get to dig for 2 cards, but how many Yggdrago pieces do they have? Picotron is going to return... No, it's just another 2 draw. Interesting. But they got rid of an Yggdrago piece to do so. I see. They're actually trying to attack with it. I wonder if the face down card is going to be the monster reincarnation. Okay. We do not have a Femtron in the graveyard. But let's start with Ragnarok. No. We need to summon a monster before we can Ragnarok. Tron requires us to have no monsters on field, so we need to tribute that one off. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. Once again, well, okay. Actually, I can return this to the deck. Because we're going to mill it with the Hydron. Okay. So this goes on top. Or, yeah. This seems good. And then we summon Attribute Hydron and Dark Femtron to go alongside it, while keeping the Yggdrago piece in hand. In order to play around a potential recital, we attack with our weaker monster first. And as expected, the opponent does not have a trap card. There is a very high chance my opponent is ready to monster reincarnation one of these Yggdrago pieces into their hand. We have a Femtron set up for later, but only one maximum piece, so we'll see how it goes. It is worth noting, if they summon out their Yggdrago at this point, we are actually in a pretty good spot, as drawing another Hydron is going to be enough to clear an Yggdrago. It'll boost itself so high, and we'll be good to go. Looks like they are simply setting and passing. That doesn't seem like it's going to be good enough. We draw 2 copies of Hydron. Let's go ahead and summon Yggdrago. Then, this just returns any card, right? Okay. Femtron. Activate the skill. Maximum Ragnarok. We return Recital to the bottom of our deck, and we weaken our 2 monsters. And now we are bringing out 2 more copies of this incredibly powerful boss monster. Not only is it going to significantly boost its own attack, but it's going to let us draw extra cards. And as you might know, drawing cards is one of the best things you can do in Yu-Gi-Oh! I would have wished these were reversed so that I could have the trap card to set, but it's fine. Any of these attacks connecting is indeed game over. Goblin Boy has fallen. Yeah, I agree with Hotaru. Having the Harpy sisters, being able to summon them individually, is a big benefit of the deck compared to something like Yggdrago, where the pieces are doing absolutely nothing unless you maximum summon. Hotaru says, finds it funny how Hydron is as strong of a UR boss monster as Arise and Seven's Road. It is, very good. I definitely do not disagree with you there. Being able to get up to 3,000 like Ancient Arise, and then also draw a card afterwards, is quite good. However, I believe it does come at the downside of lower defense, which is a real consideration in a format with Ancient Forces as a deck and Shield and Sword as a legend card. Yep, Einzig, that is a key play of the deck. Avoiding widespread with the left copy of the Harpy. How do I want to do this? Recital. Connector Dog. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. Maximum Ragnarok. We will return the left piece to the top of the deck so we can bring out the Hydron. Unfortunately, this play is going to lose incredibly hard to a heavy metal. As you can tell, them popping our monster is disastrous. Unfortunately, I think it is the right play. We just need them to not have it. Because if we are not getting hit by the heavy metal, we almost certainly are in this game in a big way. Okay. Back row is not that bad for us, as it does mean they are really unlikely to set up their combo. We see them setting a few cards here. Very well. We draw. Sideward State Soul. Definitely throwing this card down. They don't have any monsters, so we can't burn with the Sidra State. And also, we are fighting a Roa, and summoning a Yggdrago into a Roa is actually a legendarily terrible play. So we will not be doing so. Instead, we are simply going to get rid of our pieces and set up our board. By summoning out Atron as a weak monster, it can absorb the issues from a potential heavy metal. Let's mill and buff just to get cards in our graveyard to potentially draw cards later. We're going to swing here. See what they have. By attacking with this one first, I was trying to play around the barrier, as they had no monsters in the graveyard. Unfortunately, they instead had a Widespread Ruin. There's a note that Roa is getting the Royal Level Field, which seems good since it gives lights protection to Widespread. Yeah, so during the rerun, I do think players are going to start running a copy or two of the field spell. We have plenty of traps to protect us here. Here comes Hell Tuning Invasion. So they might be going for the good old Raigeki. Let's see it. Invasion coming in. And of course, it is here to wipe my board. I actually don't care. I will take this rather than using the widespread because I'd rather save it for a heavy metal push. We see 2 copies of Yggdrago middle. That is also fine. Do we have any Femtrons? No. Okay. In that case, I believe we will summon Atron. We will activate our skill. We will be returning this to the top of the deck. And we will weaken this and use the other Yggdrago piece as a 2 tribute monster. And then we fill out the board with our pretty powerful 1500 monsters. Let's see how they handle this. Swing in with Yggdrago's head. They have something, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They've already used their widespread ruin. So something like a barrier does not stop my push. Also, very much worth noting here, they are below 4,000. So now going for a maximum summon may not be a terrible plan. Let's see what Roa has in store for us. Will they go for another Hell Tuning Invasion? They're starting with a Talismanic Steel Array. That is a huge problem. Yggdrago loses 2,000 attack and is going to be all the way down to 0. So, how do we deal with this? Well, of course, this is why I kept my Widespread Ruin available for later. Shadowbuyer increasing its own level to serve as tribute for a heavy metal. I'm convinced. But it's actually just a Growl. Growl is not nearly as impactful here. They are going to need way more than a lone Growl to deal with me. And here's where we end the game. They invested all of these resources only to get hit by the Widespread Ruin. And that is why I held it for later. I think we've got this. Let's see how it goes. Swing in. We already know that Widespread Ruin is gone. And by using the Widespread Ruin on their, on the Royal Level Growl, we prevent them from using a Music Princess Recital to save themselves. And that is going to be game. Another win for the Yggdrago. So far, we are 2 for 2. But this is reminding me, I do need to go ahead and save some of these replays for an upcoming deck profile. So we'll go ahead and save 1 and save number 2. Another win for Kid Curious. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Gravity Sonic. Konami is saying, do not run the Royal Rebels. Oh, we have another cross-duel fan playing Roa. Interesting that we see 2 Roas in a row. I thought for sure we were going to be, going against more Nail players. Interesting opening hand. Might be going... Chat, tell me, do I do it? I think it is unfortunately too risky. They are a Rebel player, and if we get hit by a turn 1 heavy metal, the game just immediately ends. So instead, I think we are forced to simply set a couple of monsters and wait things out. Pass turn. But we do have Yggdrago ready to go. Orender says, do it at silver rank. No. See, I'm a little too scared about that. Even though it's silver, it is also right after the Sefty says, always correct to Yggdrago. It's about sending a message. It's the message, I want to be OTK'd. But this Essel is actually some pretty big value. They mill a heavy metal, and it's even glossy. But they choose not to use it. Because they want to monster reincarnation instead. But I don't have any face-up monsters. But what they're doing is proving that the maximum summon was certainly incorrect. Selena says, will ratio. Okay, Hotaru. Debating between Sword and Shield or the Barrel Dragon bundle. Could get Cybertech. The other 2 are first. Okay, so, I would say in general, Sword and Shield first, then Barrel Dragon, and then Alligator. Alright, it is our move. we can return a card from our hand to the bottom of the deck. And then we can weaken heavy metal. But we don't need to do that. It is time to maximum summon Yggdrago, the Sky Emperor, is here. Let's activate its effect. We send 3 cards to the graveyard and destroy heavy metal. Then, Yggdrago is protected by Music Princess's Recital. Attack directly for 4,000 damage. Will this be good enough to hold firm? No desperation for barrel for the machine deck. So, okay. If you are specifically maining Acebreaker, then yes, get the barrel dragon first. And I suppose aggro decks can do it. And here comes Growl. I'm actually fine with an invasion. The issue is the second heavy metal, because this one gets to absorb my attack points. Just kidding. Apparently they didn't use the skill. Let's read why. Send a card from the hand to the graveyard. They could have done that. Okay, so my opponent forgot that they're able to lower my level. They had game. They literally had it. And then chose to surrender instead. What happened was they summoned the heavy metal, and then the effect didn't pop up, so they forgot that they were able to lower the level. Because heavy metal is only able to destroy level 8 or lower monsters, but the skill will do it for them. It'll make my Yggdrago level 6. Wait, oh, so Riv is saying the skill requires you to flip a card. I see. So, I mean, they still obviously could have done that. They summoned 2 low levels. Einstein says, we win versus via anime girl mind control. Nell is definitely best girl. Sefty says, too afraid of Yggdrago. We did send a message. We opened the turn 1 Yggdrago. However, this is looking much, much worse. We have opened 3 level 7 monsters. And a trap. As long as we find a low-level monster, we are able to continue playing the game. But we'll see how it goes. I draw. Femtron is the ultimate card. We activate Maximum Ragnarok. Let's return a copy of Attribute to the deck. We'll put it on the bottom. I probably should have set the other one instead. But this is okay. Soul comes out, we set a card, and we can't run into a Widespread Ruin, so we pass. And we will see what Nail is up to. Then it looks like it might be some kind of aggro deck. As we know, Maximum Ragnarok does restrict them, and also Beyond Yggdrago would have already done this. Nail has access to Hammer Crush Deal, so it's almost certainly just a regular aggro deck with Yggdrago mixed in. We see them weakening Sigurd State, but what boss monster are they going to bring out? Acebreaker. Will they use the effect? I mean, if they used Thunder the Thunder, I guess they just wanted to thin their hand. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to do anything about it. Our protection does not come into play here. I was hoping they would just choose to attack. Of course, we are now pretty low. And we also can't really leave the Acebreaker there either. We did draw an Attron. So let's start with this. See what we get. We now have 2 of the pieces. But I think we do need to set one of them. So, we'll get rid of this one. Then we will summon Dark Femtron. Activate the skill. This goes back on top, and we will lower these two. Normal summon Sigurd State Soul. And we will try to beat over the Acebreaker. The issue is, Acebreaker is able to destroy the Sigurd State, so we can't pass. We have to play into the widespread. And yes, Acebreaker does need to send monsters. Hotaru, we will, once we hit gold, we are definitely going to be building Harpies. That'll be deck number 2 that we try out. It looks like my opponent actually did not have Widespread Ruin, so we messed up just a little bit by not doing it last turn. We see a Tiger and a Gazelle. They're definitely going to summon a Dragius here. Or Ancient Arise. I guess they are technically on Yggdrago, so they probably aren't running very many Dragius, I say, as they then do this. However, we managed to draw a Widespread Ruin. We are better at Yu-Gi-Oh! They unfortunately do get to clear the Yggdrago piece, but that's okay. Our move. We draw left, and Sky Emperor. I lost the 50-50. I think the best play here is to just use our skill. And bring as much stuff onto the board as we can. Connector Dog and Femtron. And then skill Ragnarok. We will return a left piece to the bottom of the deck. We debuff their monster and buff Femtron. And now we contribute for the middle piece. Treat it as 2 tributes, of course. And battle phase. Let's play around Music Princess's recital by attacking with our weakest monster first. Barrier, but that is not going to be enough to stop the attack. I didn't do the math. It might save them from lethal. 4,500. Yeah, just barely. They were able to survive with 300 life points. Will they be able to finish the game this turn? We have a full field of monsters plus recital. Okay, but Ghost Cyclone immediately removing our only form of protection. They could get here with a particularly strong board. Or, realistically, all they need is shield and sword. And then we die immediately. What will they do? They are drawing a ton of set cards. Do we get the maximum? No. We find yet another copy of the left piece. There is not much we can do here. I would like to return a card to the bottom of the deck. I guess I have to choose at least one, which is a bit of a mistake. I'm going to intentionally lower the attack of Sigurd State Soul so that it will not lose to a Widespread Ruin. Let's swing in. They do have the Widespread Ruin, so my plan worked perfectly. Recital. Alright, this is their chance to turn the game around. I only have 2 monsters on the board, my life points are a little bit low. A strong play finishes me. Or a shield and sword plus just about any monster. What will they do? More back row. And another set card. My move. Right piece obtained. We will be summoning Connector Dog. And do we have a Femtron engrave? Of course. So we activate the skill. Let's return Femtron to the bottom of the deck. And we will weaken one copy of Sigurd State Soul. We can't use the burn effect since my opponent does not have a level 5 or higher monster. Enter the battle phase and swing. Barrier. Do they have a 1400 defense monster? That's pretty rare for a beast deck. Okay, they do not. Another barrier. Interesting. But that's not enough. Unless it is. It is. Okay. Fair enough. Activating my skill wouldn't have changed anything. Or not activating it. How do I feel about Yggdrago? Is the skill enough to make it competent? Yeah, I think, well, okay, I'm about to die. But what I was saying, is I think the deck should be solid enough, for sure. Even if it's not winning via maximum summoning every game, you have enough good cards, and the skill is strong enough to make it good at bringing out boss monsters. We unfortunately are losing here. 2,500 is a little bit too much. I'll go ahead and send them the nice. Unfortunately, we're going to need... Why not use the level 1 that lowers attack? So, the reason I'm not running the Bespectacled Man is that Sunglasses effect shuffles your monsters away back into the deck. And that is an anti-synergy with Attribute, who needs 8 monsters in the graveyard. You could cut some copies of this and run cards like Talismanic Seal Array and the Sunglasses. But I'm aiming for having the 2,500 bodies on board being just a little bit better in the opponent's turn. We already have a pretty relevant debuff from our skill, so it doesn't really need to debuff even more. So when you're talking about the V-unions, are you saying that, like when you pull the head, it should have just given you the other 2 pieces? If so, I would probably agree with that implementation myself. I believe that's actually how they do it in booster packs. So over in Japan, if you get a copy of the maximum, I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed to pull all 3. Alright, we are not doing anything here. Let's just set our hand. Now, there is an issue in that the Thunder deck is really good at piercing. Oh, so you're talking about like the overrush, like removing the card borders. Okay. They do merge like the zones and stuff, but I do get what you mean. So they somehow weren't able to do the piercing boss monster. We will definitely take it. I don't think we need to recital here. we are safe to just draw some cards. Atron is going to filter itself for something else. And there you go. I am a Yu-Gi-Oh! Genius. The greatest player of all time. A Drago onto the board. Let's activate the effect and destroy one of their monsters. And then we can use Maximum Ragnarok. We return a card to the top of the deck. And we can weaken their monster. Battle and swing in for 3,300 damage. Widespread Ruin does not stop Yggdrago's wrath. Yeah, I agree. With plus minus, Femtron and Dark Femtron are pretty cool cards. I am a little bit disappointed that they never introduced the Earth, Wind, Fire, and then what's the other one? Trans and Water Femtrons. So we see a Surge Bolt Lizard. After a Talismanic Seal Ray, any boss monster they summon is able to deal with the Yggdrago. However, are they going to be able to summon 2 monsters capable of dealing with it? As we do have the Recital to save us from 1. Yeah, I would say the plus side to the V-Unions is that you're able to do it from the graveyard. Though, on the other hand, Pokemon does have prize card issues. I'd say both have been about the same level of viable. We have the Mewtwo V-Union deck that was able to do pretty well in a few events. And then there are some more recent Maximums that had competitive viability. Did we rank up? No. Okay. We're gonna have to do it again. Femtron is 3 by making him level 25. Yeah, I agree. I do think Femtron should have definitely been handled the same way that Mimi's cards were. When Mimi released, the starter deck had a copy of some of the level up cards. So you only needed to grind a little bit to get to those second and third copies. How did I get lucky on the Yggdrago skill? I am a superior player. Okay, do I summon the soul or not? My opponent is overwhelmingly likely to be able to debuff my monster if I summon it, so I will be keeping it in hand. Yeah, this is another Nail Mirror. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, and we are back. Here comes After Shoot Hydron in a clean and easy out to the Sigurd State Soul. Oh, but they're actually running Quantum Hole, so they wouldn't have been able to do it since they only have 2 monsters in grave. Very interesting. However, despite what my opponent may try, they are simply not as good at Yu-Gi-Oh! As I am. A single source of energy breathes life into all creation. This music is very good. And we are back. Yggdrago the Sky Emperor activates its effect. I send 3 cards to the graveyard to destroy my opponent's only monster. Then, I set a card face down and attack directly for 4,000 damage. My opponent can run, but they cannot hide. Yggdrago's right side effect will allow me to change any monster they set to defense mode. And should they try to out the Yggdrago, my trap card will protect it. My opponent brings in their own Yggdrago, but that is not enough. Set Quantum Hole is not able to deal with my plan. Yggdrago can only destroy monsters that are level 8 or lower. Trying to crash will not succeed. They end their turn, but my strategy is more complete. Maximum Ragnarok. I activate my skill by returning this left copy of Yggdrago to the bottom of the deck. Theirs loses 800 attack, and they know it is over. This game was over as soon as they chose to queue into me. I think Nails VA did a great job, for sure. And that is it for Silver Rank, which means it is time to shelve Yggdrago for now. But we're not done with the maximums just yet. Up next are the Harpy Lady Sisters, and I will be playing them on Luke, because I think it's funny. And more importantly, I need to unlock Dragon's Inferno. Let's get rid of Curse of the Dark. I think this one is fine to shelve. Alright, let's read the skill restrictions one more time. Hysteric Force. All monsters with 1400 or more attack must be wind. Seems easy enough. And also, we can flip cards if they have a set 3. Wonderful. Let's start by filtering in the wind monsters. Of course, our bosses are easy. 3 copies of Pet Dragon and the 5 maximum pieces makes 8, the perfect number. Of course, a Harpy deck is not complete without 3 copies of Harpy Lady. And we'll take the Faith Bird just to have a 1500. However, we will be passing on Pazuzu. Let's move this filter and think about what our spell trap lineup should look like. Of course, we're going to be running Widespread Ruin. And this is a controversial inclusion, but I'm going to choose Sword and Shield. Harpy's Pet Dragon is a 2500 defense monster. However, this card is not going to work well with these 0 defense Harpy Ladies, so this is a little bit of an experiment. We're going to see how it goes. Any other trap cards worth calling out? It might be worth running a King's Majesty if I want to put in those. But let's move on to the spell cards. I do think this deck could use some help dealing with my opponent. We're going to run 1 copy of Talismanic Seal Array in order to get these 2100 monsters cleanly over the opponent. Then, of course, it is a maximum deck, so let's go with Monster Reincarnation over Shield and Sword. However, if we run into a lot of Royal Rebel players, we'll give it a shot. Welcome, Showstopper. We are going to play Thunders after we hit Gold 2. We'll try to switch it up every rank. I'll go over building Thunders a little bit later on the stream, so make sure you stick around. Unfortunately, we don't have any spell or trap removal here. I don't think Winged Beast got a card. So, what I'm going to do is run 2 copies of Rage of the Beasts. And that means, of course, our other engine is going to be beast monsters. Paka Paka Chew, Silver Wolf, and a few all-seeing white tigers with a silver wolf on the side. Oh, right, I forgot about piercing entirely. And the winged beast cards. Okay, actually, we're gonna be changing up this build. We are going for, pigeon. Where is it? 1,000 attack. This can get our, maximum pieces back. And we want piercing as well in this deck. Having more spell and trap cards than usual is not a bad plan because of the pigeon. And that does mean, unfortunately, I think the beast engine is probably a little bit too much. So let's think about it a little bit more. We could fit in aquas. So let's go like this. 2 Ghost Cyclone. A small aqua package. 2 carriers. 3 Kanas. And we just need to cut 1 card. Oh, we still have 2 beasts in here. We're good to go. How about this? How do you all think about this? Spellcasters, I don't have the structure deck, so I don't own 3 copies of the Light Sorcerer, which would be the most important part. I could Crested Hawk and Volt Condor are not wind monsters, so they are not legal with the skill. I think the Egotist skill is actually quite bad. But I guess we'll see if this is able to put up results or not. This is a little bit of Ruin doesn't work against maximums. I am aware. I have seen a couple of opponents already flip it up. Yeah, so Tribute to the Doomed could be another good way to clear the maximum monsters. And it is actually pretty fair to say Harpies are less likely to actually want to maximum summon. So I might go for that. I think we'll go ahead and start things off. See how it does. And if we're having problems after a game or two, we'll try Tribute to the Doomed. So, interestingly, our monsters are mostly level 5, so a Yami Ruler is not a huge deal. We're able to just normal summon the Harpy Lady Sisters and buff them. Welcome, Monster Killer. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy. We've played a little bit of Yggdrago. We've switched over to the Harpies, and we are going to be playing with Thunders once we rank up. Let's set Seahorse Carrier, and then normal summon Harpy Lady Sisters. This should activate our skill. Harpy Lady Sisters gains 500 attack, and we get to flip a monster face up. Piercing Samurai unfortunately has a fair amount of attack, but that's okay. Let's see what the other option was. Oh, I was not paying attention. While I was reading chat, they tribute set. That is entirely my fault. Oh, congratulations on the Prismatic Yggdrago, Showstopper. Oh, speaking of, so Showstopper, your name reminded me, I'm actually currently working on programming a recreation of the old Battle Chip Challenge game. I don't know if you ever played it, but I wanted a little programming project to do. And that seemed like something that would be easy enough. Let's just go ahead and widespread everyone here. and they take 200 from the Kana. So we're both being a little bit silly today. So we can actually just use the skill again. Unfortunately, I really wish this was the left piece. So we'd be able to protect ourselves from an incoming widespread ruin. However, we'll do what we can. Boost up the Harpy Lady Sisters. And, let's play around Recital by swinging in with this. Battle Slash. Monster Killer. What do you mean by that's my playing? If you mean the background music, I do have the sound on, yeah. Plus minus, that is correct. It is the Auto Battler game. That's why I thought it would be easier than recreating the mainline games. My current progress is very, very rudimentary. But I don't have, for instance, I don't have, the slot in feature. But I have a very basic working prototype. It doesn't look pretty either. But I have a basic HTML page. You can choose from a few different chips to build your deck. And then it'll fight against, random opponents. Currently, I only have role programmed. And it's mostly text output. Yeah, so I played Battle Chip Challenge a lot. And then I played, I want to say, most of the Battle Network games, but I'm not sure if I actually beat all of them. As a kid, I was definitely a big Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh fan, but I played the Battle Chip Network stuff, and I did beat Star Force. Unfortunately, we did not open all 3 maximum pieces. I think we do want to get this one out of the hand. And we'll see how it goes. Okay, immediately starting with the Overlord. What are they possibly setting? Oh, and a huge debuff. I forget about that part. Sons of Magician coming out for just 1 tribute. Pretty strong start. Do they have a way to clear my Harpy Lady, though? A lone Sons of Magician this early into the game is not super threatening. Alright, and of course, the maximum piece is back on top of the deck. And there we have it. However, do we even do it though? We could maximum summon. However, I am going to take a different road. I am going to minimum summon. I bring out Seahorse Carrier and Harpy Lady. Then, I tribute summon Harpy Lady Sisters. Then, I tribute summon Harpy Lady Sisters R. And then, I tribute summon Harpy Lady Sisters L. We have done it. I activate Hysteric Force and boost up the middle piece. And then we will do it again. Harpy Lady Sisters, return these cards into the deck. That's an extra 500 points. And we battle. And we get in for 2100 direct. Pass turn. Welcome, Redfire. Uploaded the Harpy stack. I will definitely try checking it out. How will they deal with the minimum summon? Overlord. But it looks like they probably don't have the full max. This could be another 7-zone Magician. And indeed it is. Setting a monster. and clearing out the Harpy Lady Sisters. However, my left piece is immune to destruction by Widespread Ruin. I draw. Here comes Trick Pigeon, but I don't have any spell or trap cards, so I can't recur the boss. Incredibly unfortunate. What I can do, though, is activate Hysteric Force. Harpy Lady Sisters, L, gains attack. I summon Harpy Lady. Let's battle. I'm worried about a Doriado, so we're going to swing in with this one. It's actually a Recital. Well, no point not attacking. Mystic Dealer? Sure. Septi said there's a decently sized online battle network versus community. That is true. Back when I was working for a tournament company, we tried looking into doing it, but it never ended up coming to fruition. I think it's because it was unofficial, mostly formats, so we didn't want to risk any legal troubles. But it was really interesting to see that there was a community for it. The Battle Network gameplay is a little bit different than Battleship Challenge, but I do think Battleship Challenge has the foundations of something good. It is a little bit RNG heavy, but I think you could make it into like a roguelike deck builder or just like a nice little basic game. Its original format as like an RPG was also great. Collecting the chips, upgrading your guy, works out pretty well. Okay, so I'm obviously going to be trying to bring in the dragon here. And it'll gain 900 attack for having the Harpy Ladies on board. But that's not all. We activate Hysteric Force, and it gains an additional 700. Battle. Swing. And swing again. Trick Pigeon, finish it. Harpies claim another win thanks to the big dragon. Excited to see how it goes. I think that puts Harpies at 2 for 2. And if we can manage to win the next round, we will be at gold 2 and switch over to Thunder. Let's go ahead and queue up. Looks like it is a bit of a search. Pretty surprising. And let me read these other Discord messages I got while waiting. Magnum Overlord, unlocking it. Okay. Okay. Mana. I feel like I've seen this player before. I don't know if there's someone in one of the servers that I'm in. Did I do anything cool at the tournament company? Not, like, particularly, I would say. Also, what a hand. I was just helping run the tournaments. I will absolutely draw a card. Okay, and we finally get a monster that we are able to summon. I'm gonna take the right side one for sure. We don't need to use Pierce since we are actually able to flip over one of their monsters. Let's gain attack and flip. We'll just go with the middle one. Mystic Dealer, good enough for me. Let's go ahead and set these face down and swing. pass turn. Unfortunately, only having one copy of the right side does make things a little bit more problematic in the future. Magical Stream. They choose to get rid of the Talismanic Seal Array. Oh, and that is a lot of debuffing. Only drawing one playable monster is a real issue. Especially with double Light Sorcerer. We are taking way too much damage. They didn't use Mage. Oh, because we're only level 5. I see. I guess we at least survived the turn, and that's what's important. We will simply draw Monster Reincarnation and the middle piece. We didn't do it. What a shock. But that's fine. We can still make some moves. I think we do bring out the maximum. At least what we can. Harpy Lady. And then the double tribute. This will get us a little bit of the way there. And let us clear the most important threats. Let's boost Harpy Lady Sisters. And activate the effect for an additional boost. We'll return the right piece into the deck, allowing us to potentially draw it later. And we'll just boost this one again. Battle phase. Definitely clearing here. And then what? My opponent is at 1900. We can either get rid of the Witch or the debuffer. Which one is more problematic to my lifespan? It's actually really hard to tell, but I'm going to pick that little bit of extra damage and see how it goes. I'm hoping that they don't draw into the second Magical Stream. Realistically, they should only be running 2. So as long as we're protected, we are okay. They only have 1,000 life points, so no magic curtains. Unfortunately, they are immediately going ahead and using the effect of 7-Zord Witch. But do they have a second one? They could always Tribute Summon for another Witch and then search it out. A 7-Zord Mage is also a huge issue. But actually no, because we're not level 7. Okay, I keep forgetting. And then they concede. I think they may have also forgotten. But that is it. 3 for 3. Harpies are ranking up. Which means it is time for the next deck. Thunder. I believe Thunder was the next requested one. Who do you think would be the one to play Thunder? I'm gonna go with... I feel like Roa feels like the Thunder enthusiast out of these, because the band member is the one that played a Thunder deck. But we're already gonna be playing Royal Rebels on him, so I'll go with Roman. Electric guitars are kind of like Thunder, if you don't think about it. So Roman is up next for sure. Let's go ahead and read the Thunder skill. Scroll on down, and Lightning Trigger. All monsters except for level 4 monsters must be Thunder. Okay, that's easy enough. Filter by Thunder. 3 of the boss, 3 of the other boss. Add the 1600s, add Thunder the Thunder, add Blast Straws, add the Duck Duel, and we probably aren't going to be running any Pluggy Fish. Next up, powerful level 4 monsters. Of course, we can't go wrong with Vorse Raider. Then, we have access to a ton of different 1500 attack point monsters, but the best one by far is going to be, where is it? Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Unfortunately, I do not have multiple copies because, I am a free-to-play player. this card should be really good in the deck because you can run it plus the Magic Juggler or the Light Sorcerer and just have like a light spellcaster level 4 engine to go with your Thunders. Unfortunately, there aren't too many other solid options here, so we're gonna move on to the spell and traps. Trap cards. Widespread Ruin, of course. And then what is our defense like? 1500 and 1600 on the boss monsters. Sword and Shield might be worth it. And if we're running Sword and Shield, we are going to be running Shield and Sword. This is a deck that can already inflict some piercing damage, but I think it makes sense to really punish the Royal Rebel players. And even when a maximum monster is not maximum summoned, they all have 0 defense. So being able to just debuff the board is going to be good against multiple meta matchups. Now, Thunders, I believe, did indeed get a spell trap removal effect. And is there anything else we are missing? Maybe we just go for another trap card. But what one fits this deck best? We could run Thunder Spark, but with maximums in the meta and all of the other decks boosting super high, I don't think this is it. Ironiclass says you could run a Shout to make them discard the maximum pieces. That is very funny. We are going to be doing that. Okay. That is just too funny to not try. Let's go ahead and head into battle. Thunders will be getting us through Gold 2. And we'll save this replay as well. So now we have 2 deck profiles ready to be made in the near future. 96 says, I wonder how heavily Konami will omit the Legend Magician Legend Strike engine once it shows up. Oh, I think we are just not going to get it for a very long time. Legend Magician is way too good. We are still in a beat stick format. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have the normals. Maybe the Pluggy Fish would actually be better value here, since Stormbolt Destroyer is not able to revive Royal Bubble Shout. Ludwig, Triple Threat Thunder only works on monsters that are level 8 or lower, so it actually does not counter the maximum monsters. I do think the Aquas are a good deck, and I do plan on playing them. Just not today. Today is dedicated to trying out all of the new cards. Alright, Attribute Hydron coming out right away. Connector Dog. And a set. We have Shield and Sword. Do we go for it? How does my skill work? I know there's a battle position change, but I don't remember which way. I can change attack mode monsters to defense mode monsters. Let's see. I mean, I think I might as well just use it now. I do wish I had a normal monster to pair with these. The Royal Rebel Shouts are not proving their worth today. But that's alright. Decrease the attack of a monster. I mean, I guess I might as well. Lightning Trigger. Debuff you, and I will not be changing any battle positions. swing in. If they have the widespread, I guess they have it. They are simply good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, welcome. ICKA. And then what's my opinion of the new box? Maximums seem too bricky for them to be an active threat. So I haven't been able to try the Magnum Overlord deck yet, but Yggdrago seemed totally reasonable. I mean, I am the type of player who is just going to draw all 3 pieces. However, even when you're not maximum summoning Yggdrago, the maximum Ragnarok skill is quite good. Just being able to bring in your 2 tribute bosses for 1 tribute consistently is incredible. And I guess technically the Overroad skill is similar, but if it doesn't let you run the 2500s, I don't like it as much. Alright, so we are getting pretty hard punished here for not drawing any normal monsters. I think the Pluggy Fish may actually be essential. We've drawn all 3 Shout, and it's doing nothing. Lightning Trigger, debuff you. We're not changing the battle position, but we are keeping the blast draws. I guess we set it. They might have Pierce, which would suck, but it is what it is. I feel like you shouldn't be running Pierce in this deck. Oh, welcome, Axel. Hope you're doing well. Okay. They do have a debuff. That is an issue. If they have 2 boss monsters, I don't think we can win this. But if we manage to make it through this turn, it might not be so bad. Here comes Aftershoot Hydron. Gaining 700. And then a Talismanic Seal Array is really unfortunate. The issue with this is that it means the Connector Dog can just swing over the Stormbolt Destroyer and end the game. Incredibly rude. So you can see the Shortened Shield would normally be pretty helpful here. But they managed the Talismanic Seal Array, so I am still losing. Since I wasn't able to revive my monsters, I didn't have the ability to protect my life points. I think that was just a little bit of an awkward draw. I'm not going to fault the deck just yet. Can you destroy the Maximums with Royal Rebels? Yes. So the new skill, Hell Tuning Invasion, will lower the level of your opponent's maximum monsters into range for both heavy metal and maybe not invasion, but for heavy metal to pop them and then deal a full 6,000 damage in 1 blow. Pierce from the Dream Pack seems like it might be finally getting its chance to shine, so I wouldn't count it out just yet. There are probably a couple of decks that actually do value having some piercing cards in the current format. Here comes a nail on a archive skill. No clue what it'll be. Here we have the Shout again, but we can't use it. Angler Coilfish. We can actually bring this one out with Stormbolt Destroyer, which is a great start. Wait, no. Because they have cards in hand, we can't do that. I will be keeping Censored Duckbill in hand as a way to recur our Stormbolt Destroyer on the next turn. but they hammer crush me. So my protection is rapidly deteriorating. But they're setting a monster. Perhaps they don't have it. Is their final card a boss? It is not. Here we go. My move. Interesting. Let's bring in Voice Raider and Angler Coilfish. Throw down a face down and battle. Their monsters cannot have more than 1400 defense. So we are swinging in with the two weaker monsters and then at 2400 direct. Pass turn. Yeah, Ludwig, it is the new skill. Yeah, whenever we get, the non-Dragius Giases, expect them to definitely be limit 3. Acebreaker can't destroy maximums because, wait, why not? Oh, so what might have happened is Harpy Lady Sisters R has an effect that makes it immune to maximum, to monster effects. So it's not able to destroy the Harpy Ladies. It can destroy the others though. Okay, we do indeed control ourselves a lightning monster. So let's Thunder Blast and blow up this card. It was only a Hammer Crush. Unfortunately. Sensor Duckbill coming in. We will cycle this to the bottom of the deck for a Stormbolt. Summon out Stormbolt. Stormbolt Destroyers, monster effect. When they have 2 or fewer cards in hand, I special summon Angler Coilfish. But we're not done yet. I summon a second Stormbolt Destroyer. Monster effects are all soft once per turn. Stormbolt Destroyer's effect activates. Angler Coilfish comes back one more time. I set Widespread of Ruin and activate Lightning Trigger. Harpy Lady Sisters loses attack. And now, it's time to battle. Widespread of Ruin destroys 1 copy of Stormbolt Destroyer. By the way, we did have, lethal. We could have used Shield and Sword, but I chose not to, because this is more fun. I want to see where the game goes. Tribute to the Doomed, a great choice. Harpy's Pet Dragon. We've seen 2 Hammer Crushes already. Are they going to be able to deal with Widespread Ruin or not? Here comes Harpy Lady Sisters L. It's immune to the Widespread Ruin. Hysteric Force boosted up. And our Angler Coilfish is going down. However, with a lone monster on field and their Widespread Ruin exhausted, it is time. I reveal Shield and Sword. Let's bring out Surge Bolt Lizard and Royal Rebel's Shout. We Tribute Summon Thunder Cavalry, Trigger, Drago. And Blast Jaws is going to follow it up. I activate Blast Jaws' effect, recycling my boss and buffing my monster, even if their set card is Music Princess's Recital. Blast Jaws is strong enough to clear this board. I have played around the trap cards and claimed victory. Ludwig, yes. Magnum Overload could absolutely be destroyed by Acebreaker. And Rafflesia, I do expect the Royal Rebels to be pretty represented on the ladder, for sure. Okay, we see another cross-duel profile picture. And they are on a rank-up game. Unfortunately, I won't make it easy for them. It's my move. Okay, maybe I will be making it easy for them. This is not a particularly powerful hand. I don't want to lose to a double debuff from Ragnarok, so we are simply going to summon out one Trigger Drago and end it there. Do we want to mill? We aren't running any particular advantage engines, so I don't think we have any reason to get a card into the graveyard. Try to fight Overroad with Condor and 7 Magician. That is going to be a tough one. The Volt Condor deck is not particularly powerful, for sure. So here comes the power of Maximum Ragnarok. Not only is my own monster debuffed, but they get to bring out their boss monster for just 1 tribute. Say goodbye to Trigger Drago. But I wouldn't count myself out yet. I summon Royal Rebel Shout and Surge Bolt Lizard. No, not yet. Stormbolt Destroyer, come in. Surge Bolt Destroyers, special effect, Angler Coilfish. Then, Blast Jaws. I shuffle a Thunder-type monster from the graveyard back into the deck. I'll return Trigger Drago, enabling me to draw my boss monsters later on. Now, I Tribute Summon again. And normal summon the Surge Bolt Lizard. Activate my skill. Lightning Trigger. This card is losing attack, but more importantly, it is going into defense. And this means Trigger Drago's effect. Oh, maybe I should have used Royal Rebel Shout, because it doesn't get piercing unless my opponent has no cards in hand. However, my opponent is at a mere 400 life. Surely, they will not draw Yggdrago. Let's see how it goes. What is my favorite new deck so far? Tough to say for sure. I feel like the Harpies were pretty fun, but it has to be Yggdrago actually. Yggdrago is just too fun. And my opponent has conceded after trying to draw into the Yggdrago with Atron. Mark it up as another win for Thunder. Can we get to gold 3? Another nail, and probably on Maximum Ragnarok. Alright, we are up first. Did we summon the Vorse Raider? Almost certainly not. Oh, we're actually going second. Okay. I was trying to figure out which monsters to set. But my opponent is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Master. Can you believe it? Very fun. We'll see how long that Yggdrago is able to stick around. Can we draw a boss monster? No. Very well. If that's the case, I will be setting these 3 monsters face down. Is English my first language? Yes. Sorry if I speak oddly. Do I have like a weird accent or anything? Well, oh no. Hello? I'm sorry, but I do not know how to pronounce your name. Tevez. Ow. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I should have actually used Thunder the Thunder to mill an extra card. Unfortunately, I didn't find a boss monster in the top of my deck, so we weren't able to get there. It's worth noting our skill lowers this to 3,000, so Blast Jaws and Thunder the Thunder would have been able to provide a bit of a debuff. My opponent is simply a superior Yu-Gi-Oh player. Of course, Widespread Ruin doesn't do anything here, so no need to activate it. I'll go ahead and send them the nice. How dare they ruin my rank up? We'll get them next time. I guess we technically do only have 6 tribute monsters, so like Celerity, we're a little bit more likely to not find one than other decks. But that is okay. Alright, we are going first versus Akuma, which is actually a pretty good pun. I think we just set the normal monsters, and they're probably not playing a maximum, so we'll get rid of Shout. So, Akuma is Devil, but with the capital K, it could also be a Kuma, which is Bear, or it could be AK, like a gun. Oh, yeah, I definitely, trip over my words a lot. It's because I was born with a rare disease where my brain is just too powerful that there's so much going on, you know, it's hard to keep my thoughts straight when I'm just so many leagues ahead of the way my mouth is able to process it. Very unfortunate. Okay, so we have a light boss monster. Surge Bolt here. Thunder the Thunder. Bring in the other Surge Bolt. And then Trigger Drago. 1, 2. My opponent has no cards in hand, which means we do get the piercing. So let's go ahead and Trigger Drago number 1. Then Lightning Trigger. Debuff this one. Change battle position. And then Blast Jaws. Blast Jaws effect. We can return Surge Bolt Lizard into the deck. Buff the Trigger Drago again. Then we bring out a second copy of our 2700 boss monster, who will be going shortly to 3,000. And we swing in for a gajillion damage. Yeah, plus minus. I'm glad that we have a fellow comrade suffering from this disease. You know, people never take it seriously. Oh, welcome, Raiga. What did I pull? Hey, whoever was watching at the start of the stream, what card did I pull? I think it was Dragonic Slayer. We have no need to destroy the field spell since it is actually buffing us. We will go ahead and set everything face down, though. So we only deal damage if they don't have anything in hand, so there was no point in using the effect there. I'll go ahead and set some more. I actually don't know if I have a good out to this. We might just be chilling for a while. I do want to get Widespread Ruin onto the field, but I also have 6,000 life, so I really also, don't care. I will just continue to attack until they do something. Let's see what they pull out. My plan is by having all these set cards, I can bait them into using hydration early. Wait, no. Viga. Axel Wondersplat is, from the day 1 ticket. So there should be a new one where it is a, where a box you are is also, where you get a box you are guaranteed. Day 1 was a character drop, and day 3 was a box card. Yeah, Ludwig. I think most people, it's like trying to type, right? You can definitely think the thought that you want to type a lot faster than you can actually put it on paper. It's the same with speaking. Alright, they are going for something here. Do they have the triple threat thunder? Oh, they use shield and sword. But I mean, there's no way that's 6,000. I still have 2 trigger Dragos. And they are not the only player with a shield and sword on the fort. The Aqua. There is Vice Terra Secure and Dion Keto in the UR slot. Anyway, it is now my turn to blow them out. This should definitely be good enough. And that is game. Akuma. I'll go ahead and send them the nice, and we move on to, it should be another chance to rank up. I'm sorry that your brain is not able to fit into your hands, Raiga. Personally, I detach my brain every night before going to sleep. It has to recharge. Alright, so here is another chance. Oh, but they've got those classy Tribute to the Doom sleeves. How will we respond? You know what? I think we actually just put things in attack mode. They simply are not going to be able to out it. Source. I made it up. Let's see how it goes. So, here's how we lose. Normal summon, Tribute Witch, Magical Stream, discard, special summon, Seven's Wood Magician. But okay, starting off with the Seven's Road. Do they have the stream or not? That is the big question here. I could have played more defensively, but instead I have chosen to say, draw the out, you won't. But indeed, they actually did. So that is unfortunate. However, we do still have the Vorse Raider surviving the turn, which was kind of the idea. It's pretty unlikely for them to be able to out both of these monsters. So all we have to do now is draw one of our other 5 boss monsters, or a Duck Buell. This is good enough. By grabbing the Stormbolt Destroyer, we are able to revive the Surge Bolt Lizard. So we'll be clearing their board. We could go for another Tribute Summon to thin the hand, but I don't think we need to. Do we switch to defense mode? No. Actually, I will be clearing the hand. Let's Stormbolt Destroyer number 2. We don't want to brick by drawing a bunch of spell and trap cards on the next turn. So we'll go like this. Swing in, And there is actually a chance this is Magician's Valkyria, and we aren't able to clear it. But it's Dark Sorcerer instead. Or do I get Vorse Raider? Vorse Raider is a UR ranked ticket reward. So as long as you play in ranked and win enough games, you'll eventually get it for sure. Welcome, Donnie. Did I put Maximum Monsters in the deck? Yes. So we have one in Silver 4 and 5 with the Yggdrago deck. Then we played the Harpy Maximums in Gold 1, and now we're running Thunders, which does not have any Maximums in it. However, our next deck up is going to be Magnum Overlord. So we will be running Maximums if we win this duel and get the rank up. Unfortunately, they are going to be clearing my Stormbolt Destroyer here. Talismanic Seal Array, also recurring 2 copies of Seven Zone Magician. Pretty threatening. We are taking a ton of damage. Unfortunately, the Magical Stream on turn 1 hurts pretty bad. Though, based on my draws, I'm also kind of happy that I did summon the monsters, because drawing a bunch of level 7s would have been bad. Wonderful, Exodia drawing shiny. Here comes the Seven Zone Magician, of course. We take some damage, but we're not out of this yet. We'll level Shout. Shout again. Trigger Drago. 1 and 2. They have no cards in hand, so we do want to actually switch something to defense mode. Activate the effect. Both of these monsters have, wait, how does this work? By that monster's level. So they have the same difference between their attack and defense, so we should do it this way to get a bigger debuff. Summon, how many tributes do they have? Earth, Light. That is a very weak 7-zone Magician. We might actually be able to survive summoning the Thunder in attack mode. But it is pretty risky, and I don't think it's lethal. 1800, so instead I'm just going to set it in defense. Swing here, and clear the 7's road. We get some damage without risking ourselves to too much of a counterattack. I'm afraid that another Witch Magician would win the game on the spot if they were able to clear Thunder and Surge Bolt Lizard at the same time. Do I do 3 copies for the Maximum decks? For sure. I absolutely would be running all 9 pieces. Let's see what they draw. They may have stepped away from the keyboard for a little bit. Hopefully they come back, or actually hopefully they don't come back. Hotaru Magnum Overlord is going to be our next deck once we rank up. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, maybe I'm the one losing. I saw the connection issue show up on my side of the screen. So now we are a little bit worried. Is it going to be an AFK win? Or are they going to be the ones defeating us? Well, they turned on the lag switch to prevent me from ranking up. How dare they? I guess I should confirm with you. People watching the stream, were there any connection issues on my end? Did the stream buffer? Was it lagging? Because it seems like it's pretty good on my end. I feel like I shouldn't have disconnected there. I'm onto their tricks. Okay, thank you for confirming. This time I'm definitely gonna keep the Trigger Drago in hand. See what they do. Okay. Stop defense. I mean, obviously Mystic Dealer is not their end goal. So Stop Defense is a new card, and it is somewhat interesting, but I would recommend, if you're gonna run it, just run Pierce instead. You're pretty likely to run into a monster with more attack than defense. They have performed a summon of a 1900 level 10 monster. This is known as losing the game in local circles. I think we can definitely ditch one. We'll get rid of the Surge Bolt. Go here. One, two. Activate the skill. We don't need to change it to defense mode. We don't get piercing, so they have a card in hand. So instead we summon Blast Jaws. And we can actually use this one. We return Surge Bolt Lizard into the deck. And we buff up Trigger Drago. Then we will mill a card and summon Vorse Raider. And I think we actually missed lethal. We had an extra card in hand, so we could have used Thunder the Thunder for an additional 300 debuff. However, we are in a pretty good spot. I don't think they're realistically going to make the comeback. Even if they manage to out the Trigger Drago, we have Duck Boil in order to grab it right back. Seven Sword Magician and Dark Magician Girl. A valiant effort, but not good enough. Getting a Prismatic Heavy Metal sounds fantastic. Congratulations. Alright, let's go ahead and end this game. No need to get fancy with it. We are simply going to summon Trigger Drago and swing. Note that we actually had a very strong hand. We could have brought out the Stormbolt Destroyer, brought back a normal monster, then got in with Blast Jaws boosted and summoned Trigger Drago, and had two very buff guys. But we didn't need to. So, that means it is time for the next round. Disco Fever can run the Harpy Maxima? I guess so. The deck does kind of currently putz around with cards like Torna, so I could see going for it. 40 card deck with as many 2500 defense monsters as they could fit, trying to do a stall deck in the silver rank. How did it work out for them? Is the Thunder deck good? Yes, I'm pretty sure. There are a ton of decks that are going to be filled with 0 defense monsters. And this deck takes advantage of them like no other. Yeah, so I would actually say Thunder is going to be way more consistent than any of your Magnum summon decks. With the ability to run a level 7 boss monster that recurs a low level, plus a low level that recurs the high levels. Once you find a single boss monster, you're constantly going to be having them in a rotation. Harpy Lady Sisters is coming out. Might as well widespread early. Saves us from taking any damage this turn, and keeps us with a really healthy board. That is almost definitely a mistake. They shouldn't have left themselves with only a lone monster on board. I would have gone for something else instead. Okay, let's flip Thunder the Thunder. Place a card from hand on the bottom of the deck. I don't think we need to. What we do need to do is get a vanilla into the graveyard. So that'll be Duckbill plus Surge Bolt. And now we come in with the Stormbolt Destroyer. Throw this card face down. Activate the effect of Stormbolt Destroyer. Special summon Surge Bolt Lizard. Activate our skill, Lightning Trigger. Select this. We will keep it in attack mode. Activate the effect of Thunder the Thunder, lowering his attack by an additional 300. Battle, and here we go. Swing in and pass. We have Shield and Sword and Spell and Trap removal. Maximum decks need Heavenly Gift. Yeah, so I think what they're trying to do currently is make it so that the maximum decks are able to play without finding the maximum. I think the Ragnarok deck does it the best, but we'll have to wait and see. Like they make it so that Harpy Lady Sisters have the dragon, Ragnarok has the Hydron, and then Overlord kind of copes and seeds. And my opponent has no cards in hand. That's a bit unfortunate for them. As we are bringing in Thunder Cavalry, Trigger Drago, and inflicting some big piercing damage. I was a little too busy reading the chat, so I don't know which one has the high level monster. Hopefully it's not this one. Oh, and they survive with 100. That's crazy. So close. I intentionally swung into a low-level monster so I could get lethal. However, 1400 defense. So, Raiga. That is what I wanted to do. But I've been told the skill is mistranslated. We're gonna definitely check it out once I rank up. But I've been told you're not actually allowed to run the card. Like, but if we can, that is how I'm running it. Alright, Manarchist is at 100 life. Will summoning out 2 pieces of the Harpy be enough? Hysteric Force. I'm not dead, surely. I have 5,900 life. But I mean, this is a formidable fight back. It's just not gonna be good enough. For I have face down the legendary magic, shield and sword. With this, Harpy Ladies are at 0, and that'll be game. I will go ahead and send my opponent the nice. Alright, good night, ICKA. And we ranked up, which means it is time to try out Yggdrago. Not Yggdrago. Magnum Overlord. 3rd time's the charm. Thank you for the follow, Kine. Where do we want to put it? Probably over the Harpy deck. Oh, this is the, this was actually just the skill unlock deck. So if we set, Maximum Overlord, so what this says is if the only monsters with 2100 or less attack are spellcasters or machines. Let's test that. If I put in Barrel Dragon, you see it says this deck does not fulfill. Yeah, unfortunately, the way that the skill is worded is not the way the skill works. The way it is worded, I should be able to do this. When I reviewed the skill initially, it is what I was assuming, but unfortunately, it is not the case. So they all have to be machines or spellcasters with 2100 or less attack. Let's go ahead and set that up. 2100. And the issue here is we only get one boss monster. We can't even run the Dark Magician to run Dark Magician Girl. If there was another level 7 monster, we'd be in business. But as is, I think the skill is just a little bit too restrictive, and it's gonna be easily the worst one. That said, we are gonna run what we can. Let's bring in the Legend. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, of course. No need for Aim Eagle here. Though, it would let us bring out a 2900 machine Magnum Overlord. I don't think it's worth it. Like, none of these monsters seem appealing. If I had the other two Light Sorcerer Sanctities, maybe, but it's like, there's nothing to do. We'll add a Widespread Ruin. And maybe a couple of recitals. Then, we have Seven Sword Magician, so we don't have to worry about outing maximums, which means we get to run Shield and Sword. And then, do we want Piercing? We already have Torna. But this card in maximum mode is not actually able to out anything. So I guess we do need to run Pierce, which honestly just makes me like this deck even less. We'll go with Mystic Dealer, and that'll be it. Oh wait, we also actually need to, so the Seven Sword Magician isn't even good because we're only running a couple of attributes. So this deck gets worse and worse the more I look at it. We need to remove Magic Juggler for Doriados, since we need an Earth monster. And then we also need to remove Light Sorcerers for Fire Golem. This deck looks incredibly underwhelming. We probably should have started with this. That way I would be playing it in silver instead of mid gold. We could try to put in a recovery force or something. Like, we don't even have a way to recur the Seven Sword Magician. There is no way this is gonna be the best one. Excalibur. We are not allowed to run any monsters with over 2100 attack. If we could, the skill would be good. Since we would actually be able to run cards like Acebreaker and maybe even like Dark Magician Girl. But instead, Seven Sword Magician is the only level 7 monster in the entire game we are allowed to run, which completely undermines the part of the skill where we're getting out 2 tribute monsters for 1 tribute, because we're never gonna actually have it. So now comes the frustrating part of the stream. Oops, sorry. Bring out a turn 1 heavy metal. A bit of a bold choice if they don't have any set cards. Unfortunately for us, they are better at Yu-Gi-Oh! We have no out to this. So what we're gonna do is set 3 monsters, pass, and then lose to Hell Tuning Invasion. So this is just Witch, but worse in every way. Yeah, so 7's Axel Road, good skill. This one, no. Yeah, they can literally just flip my field face up. I am aware. There's nothing I can do. Like I said, it's time for the painful part of this stream. I mean, I guess it's better to be hit by another heavy metal than it is to see an invasion here. Maybe. Yeah, I'm aware that I'm able to bring out the 7th Magician, but it's not good enough. We need another level 7 monster for it to be actually worth it. There is almost no reason to be running this over 7's Axel Road. I literally can't even set my monsters. I don't think the Hell Tuning Invasion has much of any cost. Discard a card. Okay, so as we have just proven, we are able to flip it. But yeah, it says it explicitly in the skill. It says, its battle position can be changed. Oh, Prima Guitarna. Congrats on the Prismatic. Alright, here comes the attack mode monsters. And the very soon end of the game. Fang. I think the Royal Bubble deck is good, but I don't think this is why. I'm playing a very not so good deck. It should be manageable if you're playing a real deck and not funny Machine Man. So, the issue with the Royal Rebel deck is that it still loses incredibly hard to Shield and Sword. The effect of the skill prevents them from attacking with their low-level monsters, so they can use Raigeki, but they're only going to be hitting for 2300, and then you can hit back harder. The Thunder deck, in particular, should have a pretty good ratio into it. Okay, very cool. We will be summoning 7th Edition and hoping that they have not found a magical stream. We do want to use the effect to power up future 7th Magicians and dig for the maximum. Remember that the skill does let us start putting the pieces back on top of the deck. Raiga is correct. This is not even the best variant for a machine spellcaster mix. Alright, Silver Wolf, I'm down to 1900, but if all they have is a lone boss monster, the Widespread Ruin would be able to do it. They're summoning their own 7th Magician. What kind of deck are they running? They're on 36 cards. Quite a lot. Of course, we are going to use a Widespread Ruin here. Our move. We ditch this piece, grab a second 7th Magician, flip it on up, throw down the trap, and Valkyria. We could summon the Torna, but we don't have a card to discard, so we aren't going to. 7th Magician uses the effect, and we start swinging. These should both be able to be cleared by the Valkyria unless it's their own legend. And we get in for 3,300. Let's go ahead and put the left piece back on top. I think this is just a weird 7th Axel road deck. That is my guess, plus minus. We're about to find out, for sure. Here it is. I was correct. We have Recital, but that doesn't help. What does help, though, is that Magician's Valkyria is protecting the 7 Zone Magicians, meaning they should only be able to clear one of them this turn, because they are forced to attack here first. Perfect. Our move. And okay, we will do it. This requires discarding a maximum piece, so we will not be doing that. Magnum Overlord coming down. And they immediately concede. I'll go ahead and send them the nice. Yeah, it's possible that they are running extra cards just because they don't like losing to deck outs. We can actually take a look. What other things are they running? Nothing in particular. They just really wanted to run 3 copies of everything. Let's go ahead and give it another round. Wait, okay. This is called Rush My, but it might be Rush Me. This could be Shell Me. Shell Me, if you don't know, is a very prolific Duel Links player. They enter, like, literally every tournament. Speed duels, rush duels, they don't mind. Let's go ahead and Maximum Overlord. Send one to the graveyard to get out this 7 Zone Magician. We have a Recital and a Valkyria to protect it. But what we're actually going to do is just put them both in defense mode. And we can even put this one face down too, since our skill puts this back on top of the deck. Sending a monster makes sense. But that means they didn't have anything. Let's bring in our 7 Zone Magician. We could keep this Valkyria on the field, but I'd rather bring in... No, I think this is actually the right play. My opponent is... Wait, no. My opponent is on... They're on Beyond Curiosity rather than the Ragnarok, which means we can safely summon our boss monsters without them getting debuffed. Alright, enjoy your night, Shiny Lou. Doriado coming in. Mill a card, and mill another one. Cybers monsters all have super low defense, so no point or no problem just swinging in. Looks like they had some excess Yggdrago pieces. 2 copies of the right. And here comes the deep draw. Or maybe just a single Atron. Not too bad. Okay. Hydron. Oh, and they get to draw a card. Okay. They're going in. I like it. Will we be able to draw the left piece? We have 3 copies, but we are only getting 2 draws this turn. 21, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. I think the extra cards are actually just because the skill. Beyond Curiosity adds 6 cards into your deck. So they are running 30 cards, but they're forced to run more. I will go ahead and use Seven's Magician's effect here. For sure. And then I can summon the Torn of the Windweaver as well. I'll discard Pierce to make sure I'm safely dealing with the Attribute. Swing into this. And then Dark Femtron swings here. 1800, pass it over. That being said, maybe I should have attacked this one. There's a good chance it is something like an Attron. Oh, but they're immediately tributing it off, so never mind. They are getting a lot of cards in the graveyard. I'm a little bit worried. There might be a big old boss monster coming soon to a town near you. 3 set, but I do have Torn of the Windweaver. Interesting. I think we will Mystic Dealer. See what we draw into. Let's go ahead with Torn of the Windweaver. Are either of these already not in the grave? No. Okay. Fire Golem? Sure. Switch up this one. 1500. Fair enough. Widespread Ruin, of course. Do they have any other traps? That might have been the only one. We'll take our 100 damage and send it over. They do have 2 cards in hand, probably 2 of the pieces they need. But Zeptron, they are continuing to draw. But with only 6 cards left in the deck, they are almost guaranteed to have it. Attron. Here we go. Really? With only 7 cards in deck. Okay, here we go. That'll do it. Another Zeptron? I think all of their pieces might be in the graveyard. 2 rights, 3 right copies, all in the graveyard. Alright, the Spectacle Man comes out, but that is not going to be good enough. However, what it is going to do is guarantee they draw the Yggdrago next turn. Interesting. This is a pretty big debuff. Our move. Still no blue. Let's activate Mystic Dealer. We're gonna send this to the grave. And still no blue. I'm not missing anything. There are 3 cards left. We know they're gonna summon Yggdrago next turn. And Yggdrago has 4,000 attack. I'm still gonna try to bring in the monster. And there we go. Let's activate the effect. It'll gain a bunch of attack. Battle. So we do know the Yggdrago is coming in and clearing the machine Magnum Overlord. However, with no cards left in the deck, I think we win afterwards. Yep, they are swinging. And they concede. but they did out the maximum. I'll go ahead and send them a nice. Riga is correct. Not a great showing for Beyond Curiosity versus the Ragnarok. I definitely think Ragnarok is the way to go. Right, here comes Miguel Shark, another Nal player. Will it be Yggdrago, or Harpies? We have a rank up opportunity. And we are just that good. So I've got a plan, actually. I'm just gonna do this. There's no reason to summon the maximum here. It loses to the opponent summoning an Yggdrago. So what I want them to do is actually swing in and deal a bunch of damage to me first. It is pretty tempting to swing in for 3,500, but I will show restraint. Let's just do a little bit of damage. A Cyber Stack is pretty unlikely to OTK me. So I'm fine waiting it out. And they concede. I didn't even summon the maximum monster that I hard opened. I will send them an ice, and we have ranked up again. Unfortunately. Wait, is this gold 4 or 5? Okay. We have a little bit more time to clown around. As always, I'm going to be doing a specific King of Games rank up challenge. So once we get to gold 5, we're not going to be able to try out all of these fun new decks anymore. We've played all 3 maximum monsters, and we have played with Thunder. I believe that means it is time for Royal Rebels. However, what we're going to do first is clear out these event duels. I want to get my shiny Atrons. We're just going to play it in auto duel, so it should be relatively quick. And actually, I do need to get some more water, so this is going to be a short 2 to 3 minute break, I think. I will be right back. We are back. I hope you enjoyed whatever shenanigans the auto duel got up to. I see there was an Yggdrasil on my field, so it must have done pretty okay. But now it is time to build Royal Rebel. Here we go. What is the skill restriction? 1400 or more are light fiends. That's pretty lax. Let's go ahead and turn on the filters for light fiends. That should get us a good way into the deck. We are going to be skipping out on Growl, since I think we already have pretty strong boss monsters here. We could run Gargoyle, but I don't think the Gargoyle even is worth it. Instead we're going to run this. Okay, now let's remove Light. And we can add in Currybot and the new Shadow Buyer. We are going to run Shout, just as a way to cheese through the opponent's maximums. Maybe we run the Goat. Trap cards definitely need Widespread Ruin, King's Majesty, and maybe even a Recital. Spell cards. What do we even run? None of them seem particularly strong, but I'm gonna lean towards Monster Reincarnation since we only have 6 high-level monsters in the deck. So having an extra boss seems pretty useful. Maybe I should be running a copy of Growl. I'm not sure. But I kind of want another spell card here. Talismanic Seal Array. That's a good way to get our boss monsters back into the deck. Perfect. And then, how to round it out. Are there any solid, generic, low-level monsters? We can't run the... Yep, back removal. The Fiend one is a little unimpressive. However, with Talismanic Seal Array, maybe the Ghost Cyclone will be live more often. We will try it out. This is not a particularly fine-tuned list, but we'll see how it goes. I feel like we've been winning a ton of games today, but if we look at the last 10, it's actually not like anything too crazy. Dylan is 1,000,000% correct. I overlooked the Cobalt card because I did not see it in the editor when I was clowning around. It will be added after this game. 100%. We open Ghost Cyclone because we are good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Now I just need to put in the Widespread Ruin into my opponent's hand. And then I can blow it up and make them upset. But yes, please remind me to add the Kobold after this game. It took them quite some time to draw their first card, but here they go. The reset. Oh, no back row. How rude. I think we will, unfortunately, be, walking into a pretty nasty Hell Tuning invasion. No, they're actually on an archive skill. They're playing Harpy. Probably. Maybe not. Because I think the Harpies have a 1400 restriction. No, they have absolutely no restriction. But it's actually a Magician's Shuffle deck. Am I going to be hit by the Dark Magic attack? Let's see what they discard. Okay, looks like we should be safe for now. Okay. I mean, that's not super threatening. I probably don't even use the Widespread Ruin here. Unless they bring something big out. Dark Magician Girl, I mean, I guess. And of course, Kanan is able to clear. What do we do? Okay. I mean, it would be funny. Wait. How do I use my skill again? Did I mess up somewhere? Why am I not allowed to activate the skill? Does my opponent need to have a set monster? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, here we go. Apparently I had to set a card this turn specifically. All level 4 and lower fiend monsters become level 5. However, yeah, that's fine. So I would have dealt 1500 plus 5, 6, 7, 8. It would have been about equivalent damage either way. I will bring out the 2 Star Knights. And then just swing in here. The skills seem to be a little bit finicky. I had a set monster, but it wouldn't let me activate it right away. I had to set another monster afterwards, which is kind of weird. Pakawakachu. Okay. Gravity Fest is going to be able to clear the invasion, I think. Wait. Maybe not. This puts it at 1600. I'm really used to Gravity Fest Dragon going up to 2000 after Gonic Resonance. So we are actually keeping invasion around. We could Talismanic Seal Array. But do we even want to, though? I mean, I guess. We can shuffle 1, 2, 3. Shuffling back both copies of, the Currybot feels a little bit wrong. But we also have the King's Majesty already set, so I think we have to. I also could have kept this for later, I suppose. But that isn't as fun. We go all in at all times. Why is this in attack mode rather than set? I said so. our field and board should overall, our field and hand are both solid. I am interested to see what they're gonna do. Do they have a way to out this? This invasion has been sitting around for a while. Here comes Dark Magician Girl. And with 2 copies, the King's Majesty is unfortunately not going to be enough. Or maybe it is. I think keeping the invasion on field is worth it. Also, they might be thinking that this is actually the barrier, so they may not even attack at all. But they do, so we are going to go ahead and Majesty. Let's put this back into the deck. And now we're just trying to find another boss monster. But unfortunately, it seems we are not fated to do so. Instead, we will be setting. And swing. Good enough for me. Another boss monster obviously would have been nice. Heavy metal or invasion could have ended the game there, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Seahorse Carrier, very strong card. But I'm not expecting them to actually spend everything in their hand like that. But with Monster Reincarnation, maybe they do have a plan. We see a 3rd Dark Magician Girl. That is fine. They're kind of asking for a beating, though. Oh, perhaps this is the Widespread Ruin. But whatever it is, Ghost Cyclone is here to answer it. Let's see what we draw. That is good enough. Ghost Cyclone. Shadow Buyer. Invasion back into the deck, and our level has increased. Heavy metal, and that is game. We're going in for 2,500 through the Widespread Ruin. They shouldn't have opened up my Ghost Cyclone. This is actually a very common misplay. So if you're looking to get better, think about it. They knew I had a card that was dead for 5 or 6 turns. There are not too many spell cards, except for Ghost Cyclone, that would fit the bill. So, given that, you should leave one of my random low-level monsters on board to prevent me from destroying your Widespread Ruin. If your own back row is a bluff, it doesn't matter as much, but if it's something that you really want to protect, don't let me do it. Okay, we are up first, and I mean, we can't ask for much else. Currybot is set up. King's Majesty is set up. We have Widespread Ruin, and Shadowbuyer is here to increase its level without me even needing to use my skill. What are they gonna go for? I mean, we probably don't even want to Widespread. So I'm gonna toggle off. If the board is like this, I really don't care. Shadowbuyer is able to increase its attack significantly. Unfortunately, no No high-level monster in sight. So, once again, set 3 and pass. We're gonna make him do something. Or let us just eventually find the answers. Sensod Witch is also known as not Torna the Windweaver. So I really don't care. The more they set up their board, the worse the invasion flowing it all away is going to be for them. Sensor Magician coming out. Totally fine. We have absolutely no reason to be triggering our traps here. Let's see what we draw into next. 2 copies of Invasion. Very well. Set the babysitter go. And then it is skill time. We will be sending Invasion to the graveyard. And we will be shuffling it back into the deck with the Shadow Buyer. Then we contribute summon out Invasion, keeping it available for monster reincarnation, while also still increasing the odds we draw into a boss next turn. Invasion clears the board, and then we get hit by the good old Widespread Ruin. Or maybe we don't. They do absolutely nothing. So it is time to turn on this toggle. Recovery Force. Probably gonna get back those high-level monsters, Sensor Magician in particular. But they do choose all 3. With King's Majesty and Widespread Ruin online, outing this board should be pretty difficult. It definitely could happen, but if they do, it requires a very specific hand, and they're probably going to be in an open enough position next turn between my monster reincarnation and whatever I draw to be able to finish this out. Alright, Magical Stream. They do hit the Widespread. That's okay. Which, into Magician. Magician buff. King's Majesty will stop the bigger attack. And then Witch will get in for a measly 500 damage. Let's see how it goes. We draw a Curry Bot. That's useful. Activate the effect. Add Curry Bot to hand. Set 1. Set 2. Let's activate the skill. Hell Tuning Invasion. We'll send away Music Princess's Recital. Then we activate, I messed up. I thought we had an extra card. So I was hoping to bring out both Invasion and Heavy Metal here. But we're a card short. I could still wipe the field and go in. But it feels significantly less good now. I think I have to go for Invasion, given the way I played it. That is my fault. So the way it worked was I could have actually summoned both of them. If I didn't use the skill. I forgot I had to discard for the skill. But I could have brought in them normally. By using Monster Reincarnation and discarding the Recital. Still no widespread. So obviously having the curry bot on board is a bit of an issue. For my life points. And here comes another set card. Talismanic Seal Array is nice, but it would have been even better if I had another monster. What do I want to do? I could use it here, but I think I would rather set and pass. This is obviously pretty bad into Torn of the Windweaver, but I don't mind it. I'm pretty sure there are already some in the graveyard. So we'll see how many copies they have. Seven-Zone Magician is fine by me, as long as it is not followed up by Torna. Okay, here we go. So now the Seven-Zone Witch is kind of an avenue to victory. We activate Talismanic Seal Array, I think. Maybe. So the issue is Widespread Ruin. That's the only thing I'm actually really concerned about, is how do I clear through that? Because this is only going to be 14 or 1200. That's not quite enough. This can increase its own level. So I could clear with Invasion. But then I'd have an empty board. I mean, I could just do the play where I keep it around. Wait, so this is gonna be at 400? Yeah, it's just barely not enough. Let's see. Wait, I have a plan. So if I do this, I now have another monster capable of attacking on my turn. Unfortunately, it's only a 1200, so it is still not good enough. Wait, but they don't widespread me there. If they don't have it, this is game. They could have activated it if they wanted to, but maybe this is just extended bad manners. It's only a Curtain of Sparks. I overthought that way too much, but we did indeed get there. I will send them an ice. Sorry if I got a little bit quiet on the stream commentary. I was trying to work out the best play. And I'm honestly not even really that sure that I did it. As if they did have the widespread review it. Right, thank you. How's your puppy, kid? I absolutely need the dealer in here. Should be a 1000 attack point monster. And what do we take out? Probably some combination of these triggers or the shouts. But the shouts are 1000 or 1200s. And they do work against maximums. But I actually want them to maximum summon so heavy metal can win. So I'll go like this. Here we go. We'll try game number 2. Okay, so we are acting against the DDD player that defeated us previously. This is our chance to get revenge. Our deck has changed, and I couldn't tell you if theirs has. Okay, attack position monsters, including an Atron. Surely there is something a little bit suspicious going on here. Do we want to use the skill? I mean, I guess we could. Just for funsies. Let's mill a card. See what we get in the roulette. Oh, I have to discard one if I want to use the skill, though. So maybe I don't. I could just summon guys normally. And against an Yggdrasil player, I definitely saved the heavy metal. Above all else. Okay, this seems like a pretty reasonable board. They don't have any Femtrons in Grave, so I don't mind swinging in with this first. They have something. But perhaps they're considering whether or not Widespread Ruin is really worth it. By doing this, my board is open to being attacked on their turn. But it means if they summon Yggdrasil, I'm going to win the game. So this is a rare instance where we want our opponent to just immediately summon their biggest boss monster. Unfortunately, they are not doing so. They're leaving out the left and the right piece. And if they distribute it off for two 2500 attack point monsters, we are in trouble. And here we go. They may have had the perfect hand here. Sigurd State Soul. Well, that's quite unfortunate. I will be taking many points of damage. I think it's just a symptom of them drawing the turn 1 Widespread Ruin. Not much to say there. I mean, we could Monster Reincarnation. I don't think it does anything for us. The issue is we kind of need to clear both of these monsters. Otherwise they just crash in and then we die. But I don't see a way for us to do that. We could set, like, so if we summon out the heavy metal, we pop one, we run over the other, then on our turn, they just swing in and kill us. So instead, we need to stall by setting 3. And in order to set 3 monsters, unfortunately it means we need a monster reincarnation and take a low level. I'm pretty sure that was the best play. If I was missing something, let me know. They have run through a full copy of Yggdrago, which is pretty interesting. If they ever summon it at this point, I am going to die, since it can change monsters' battle positions. But other than that, hopefully we are in an okay spot. Hydron coming in. Obviously what we need to do is... Oh. Could I have used Invasion with the skill? No. I would have had to discard a card. Okay. They are going for the big Attribute Hydron draws. Eventually, they are going to be able to find Yggdrago with an additional 3 draws every single turn. That's pretty rough. Obviously what we need to do now is Invasion, and then have them not have a high level monster to summon on the next turn. Let's see if we can do it. Invasion. Good timing. I think we go Cyclone. That is a good card to get rid of. Then we set 2 monsters. So we could use the Currybot here, but I want to use the Recital, so I'm not going to put any other monsters on the board anyway. Babysitter go, and then Hell Tuning Invasion. Ditch Currybot, flip these up, and here comes Invasion. Ready to clear the entire board and swing in for 2,300. Maybe we find a way to turn this game around. Oh, did I set the Cyclone too early? That makes sense. I was trying to yeah. I'm entirely convinced. 2 Femtrons. Maximum Ragnarok. Presumably they are going to debuff here. Unless they somehow have 2 more boss monsters. Which would be a little bit seriously. We can deal with 1, but 2 is a little ridiculous. We just cleared 3 of them. Alright, Bespectacle Man. I lose 600 attack. Oh. But will they choose the correct attack order? They do not. They had lethal, but they failed to play around this. If they attacked with this one first, it would have been over. But now I hang in with 300 life. Is this game? It's 2,500 plus 20. It's 500 plus 23 plus 1,000. I think so. Let's Shadow Buyer. Return this Invasion into the deck. We increase our level, and now Heavy Metal will be attributed by attributing a level 5 or higher monster. They have a monster with level 8 or lower, allowing me to destroy it with Heavy Metal. I gain 2,300. I summon Descendant of Titans, throw down a face down for good measure, and let's battle. 2,800 plus 1,000. With 300 life points, we don't need any fusions or maximums. Roa clears the game. And that is rank gold 5. I believe we have once again done it without a single loss. I wish we had more replays because I'm planning on doing deck profiles for all of these decks, but I don't have nearly enough spots to save all of them. Let me check my current replays. How many of them are old? I will get rid of any old ones. 1, 2, and 3. And I will save those 3. Despite a rough start, the turn 1 widespread ruin is not enough to keep Roa at bay. And now it is gold 5, which means it is time for this month's challenge, which I am very happy to unveil to you all. So, we're gonna play a deck you have probably seen before. Let's go here. We're gonna clear it out. And we're gonna start building a new deck. First, we set our skill, and of course, it is going to be Legend Draw. And the legend of choice, Barrel Dragon. Let's grab 3 copies of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius and 3 copies of Ancient Arise Dragon. Let's fill out the spells and traps first. We need Widespread Ruin to protect our board at all costs. And then, not Phantom Bind, but maybe a copy of Recital. Then, for spells, we're gonna go with Shield and Sword. We're playing against a ton of 0 defense monsters, so Shield and Sword should be great. And if we're doing that, perhaps we should run Sword and Shield as well. Then we're gonna need a couple of spell trap removal cards. I don't have Dragon's Inferno, so we'll go with Rage of the Beast. And we also need to be able to clear maximums. Barrel Dragon is a coin flip, of course, and neither of these monsters are getting us there. So we will be running 2 copies of the new card, Talismanic Seal Array, if I can find it. Sorry, I am apparently blind. Here we go. Alright, we have Rage of the Beast, so of course that means we are going to be running some Beast monsters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we have a few extra spots, which I think are going to go towards debuffing cards. Let me double check the mini box, see if anything immediately jumps out at me. I don't think so. So, maybe, we just grab our Light Spellcaster debuffer. Where is it? 1200. Somewhere in here. And then, Thunder the Thunder or Speedy Performer could make some good choices too. So let's bring in the Thunder monsters. Okay, so this deck doesn't look very special. Why is this a challenge? Well, here's where we're changing things up. We're gonna take Legend Draw, and now we will unassign it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Is this a game where you can win with no skill involved? I hear people say it all the time, that the game takes absolutely no skill. So we're gonna do it just as they suggest. Let's head on into the PvP arena. And see how our new deck fares. Alright, we are up against a gold rank 1 now. Will the power of Dragius overcome the power of Maximums? Beyond curiosity. They are wow, this is not a great opening hand, all things considered. We are potentially running a few too many spell and trap cards. Raiga, so true. If we lose, it is a skill issue, because they're just running all these broken skills that we are not using. They should play it fair. Turn 1, Attitude Hydron, +2 back row. Milling to get set up for the future. Solid choice. We will be simply setting 5 face down. Going first would have benefited us a ton here. Particle Acceleration is a spell trap removal card, so Rage of the Beast is going down. Zetron, surely going to be tributed off for another boss monster. They have another Hydron. They do. And they even have 8 monsters already in the graveyard. An incredible start for Hydron's special ability to draw them even more cards. A second Particle Acceleration. And unfortunately, they have hit the Shield and Sword. Had they missed, we would have been ready to go in. Perhaps I should have kept it in my hand. It's our move. Let's draw. Widespread Ruin is not a bad card. But unfortunately, without any boss monsters, we are just gonna be setting 3 once again. We are running 7, so we have the normal amount of boss monsters in the deck. Don't be concerned. Hydron activating. We don't have to worry about Widespread Ruin anymore, which was definitely our #1 concern going into this. We do still have a Rage of the Beasts, but we'll see how it goes. Perhaps we'll be able to hit something like a Monster Reincarnation. Oh. Tribute to the Doomed. They are trying to get in a big push. However, this is where our Widespread Ruin is going to be helpful. Let's go with Widespread Ruin, removing the Attitude Hydron from their field. Now it's our move. Let's see what we draw. Not a bad start, if you ask me. Thunder the Thunder. We will send Ancient Arise to the graveyard. We will debuff this one. And then we will summon Silverwolf. Dragius comes out next. There is definitely a really good case for summoning the Ancient Arise here instead to play around cards like the Barrier. But we'll see what they do. We're going to attack the Femtron first to kind of gauge the situation. And it looks like we get in safely. Will they be running a third Particle Acceleration? I highly doubt it. Talismanic Seal Array, though. A powerful card. Not to be underestimated. What will they return to the deck, though? Yggdrago. Yggdrago. And some of the Trons. This makes sense. They are digging for their boss monster. We see 1 copy of the right in the graveyard, and that's about it. Their deck is absolutely filled with Yggdrago pieces. To have 17 cards in the graveyard and only a single piece of the Maximum monster, I suspect we are certainly in for an imminent 4,000 attack monster. Atron coming in to draw an extra card. Will they find it? Another one. They are digging. Now, don't count us out just yet. We are running 2 copies of the Seal Array ourselves. So even if the Yggdrago comes down, there is a shot. A second copy of Seal Array. Not what I was expecting. Not at all. But perhaps they plan to run us over with the low-level versions of their monsters. Very interesting. And we see 2 Atrons and 2 Zetrons returned. Of course, the third Atron is still there. Zetron using the effect. Interesting. They managed to find it right at the end. Yggdrago is coming in, and unfortunately, Music Princess's Recital does not work against maximum monsters. They are too high level. So, in order to win, we need to find Talismanic Seal Array and a way to get into a boss. And that is a good start. Thunder the Thunder. Silverwolf. I think we are going to go... Which one? I feel like Barrel Dragon is the more fun one. So, Thunder the Thunder, let's use your effect. Tribute off 2 monsters. And let's see if we can flip heads. Barrel Dragon, for the first time in my Rush Duel career, I activate its effect. And we whiff. They probably feel pretty good about themselves. However, we're not done yet. Talismanic Seal Array. We're going to be putting back 2 copies of Pock Pikachu and 2 boss monsters to help guarantee we get some good draws next turn. Yggdrago's attack reduces by 2,000. Let's battle. Will they draw another Yggdrago? It is quite likely. They have 6 pieces and 15 cards in the deck. Talismanic Seal Array coming in again. And of course, a ton of the cards in their deck are simply cards that draw them more cards. What is their plan? Which ones are they shuffling in? Perhaps the Atron? Perhaps their Yggdrago pieces? It looks like they are shuffling in some Yggdrago pieces and some Zetrons. I'm down to 1,200. Zetron uses its effect. Welcome, Emperor Weisel. How are you doing today? We're currently getting hit by a big Yggdrago combo. Okay. Another Picotron. They have 3 cards in hand. Have they milled 3 copies of any of their pieces yet? The left might be done. But no, I think it's 2 and 2. So they have 1 of each left and right in the deck. And unfortunately, they have managed to find it. Meaning they will take us out. Our Music Princess's Recital was not able to save us. I do think we started off a little bit weak, but it was still a winnable game, for sure. It just needed to go a little bit differently. Let's go ahead and give it another shot. Saving for speed duel stuff. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to? I don't know, what has been leaked recently. With the KC Cup, I imagine it's time for Rush Duels to take a spotlight for a little bit. Okay, so I think this might be the first Luke we've seen all night. They were simply waiting for us to also be on Luke. Welcome, Sope. Yeah, so every month I do a challenge for King of Games. Last month I got there without opening a single pack. Previously I played the Power of Determination Hiroshima the Hermit skill. This month we've decided Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is a no-skill game. Earlier in the stream we did climb to Gold 5 with all the new cards. We got through Silver with Yggdrago. We played Royal Rebels, Harpies, Magnum Overlord. Climbed our way up to Gold 5. And now it's time for the challenge. Can we do it without a skill? Barrel Dragon is a pretty solid draw. We'll definitely be tributing off these two. But let's use Silverwolf's effect before we do. Dragius going down. Unfortunate, but we can handle it. Barrel Dragon coming in. It didn't work the last time. So, attempt number 2. Barrel Dragon, kill this man. Unfortunately, the machine solidarity holds true, and my Barrel Dragon refuses to take out the Bunker Strike. However, in the battle phase, I will force it to do so. Thunder the Thunder swings on in. You saw the Royal Rebel games? Yeah, some of those were quite close, for sure. All of these new decks have been incredibly fun to play. Gravity Press. Thanks to the help of Dragonic Resonance, Gravity Press Dragon is able to out-barrel Dragon. Or if they bring in a Fire Guardian, maybe not. They actually somehow play around it. My Shield and Sword trap would not be enough. However, Barrel Dragon is on the field. Barrel Dragon, kill this man. This card does not like me. I could Shield and Sword here. Do I even get anything out of it? I mean, it's funny. And that is good enough for me. I refuse to do math. The game will tell me whether or not this is lethal. Okay, so this is 1500, but summoning Thunder the Thunder and discarding is actually 1600. So we can push for a little bit more damage going this way. I'm just assuming the set card is a pressure, but I guess we'll find out. It was a barrier, and I am totally fine with that. Tried this deck last month, almost hit King of Games with a Barrel Crush deal, also known as Barrel Aggro. I'm running Advanced Burst Draw that you never got to activate. That do be how the Blue Eye skill functions, for sure. Right, and that is one game down. Can we win 4 in a row and reach King of Games? Oh, welcome. Zake Senpai. You have caught us in the middle of the Gold 5 climb. We've played Yggdrago. We've played Magnum Overlord. We've played Harpies. We've played Royal Rebels. And now, we're using the strongest deck of all. The one that takes no skill to play. we are up first. We don't want to summon the Dragius against a Nail player because they have Ragnarok. Actually, they don't. They are on an Archive skill, so this might be Harpy Nail. But even still, I'm gonna save it. Supreme Overlord is bad, tried all the builds I could. I agree. The skill being mistranslated gave me a lot of hope for what it could be, but ultimately, in the end, it's just not that good. We have drawn some pretty powerful cards here. Barrel Dragon. You are 0 for 3. Will you destroy a face-down monster? He says he does not feel like it. We will be summoning Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. We are whiffing on 2600 damage, but our board state is still incredible. Not only do we have Shield and Sword, but we also have Sword and Shield. Let's clear these monsters and try again next turn. Oh, this is a Thunder player. Thunder is a deck where these cards are unfortunately not going to be super powerful. Sure, the low-level monsters don't have a ton of defense, but cards like Trigger Drago do. Oh, Zig says, hit the Royal Rebels, my lord. Have you tried playing the Thunder deck? I think they should have a really good matchup into them. Like, the skill is stupid, but I actually don't think it's like tier 1. Or at least not the best deck in the room, undisputedly. So I could bring in another Dragius. But I'm not going to. I'd rather keep some boss monsters around, especially with a Pocket Pikachu already in hand. If they set 3 on the next turn as well, then I'll go in with Dragius. Also, it's worth noting, the Thunder deck only gets all of their good effects if I don't have cards in my hand. So by keeping all of these around, they aren't going to be able to use the effect of Trigger Drago to pierce, or the Warship to special summon a monster, or even Blast Jaws. Would require me to have 2 or fewer cards in hand. So we are in a pretty good spot. But overall, Zay, apart from the Supreme Overlord, how were your games? Did you try any other decks out? So they are bringing in the Royal Rebel Shout, but they don't use the effect. That is how they could have gotten rid of my extra boss monsters. But they didn't choose to. Interesting. Dragius going to defense mode. This would be minus 700. So this would put it at 1200, I think. No, it's only minus 400. So I would go down to 1500. But my opponent would be at just barely higher. So unfortunately, I can't do it. But now I do indeed end the game. I activate Shield and Sword. They now have 2 0 defense monsters on the field. I sacrifice Dragius and summon Dragius. Let's use his effect and swing in for 5,000 points of damage. So we whiff more Barrel Dragons, but we make it through. That was a pretty low pressure game. They didn't draw their boss monsters for several turns in a row. So I do feel a little bit bad for them. Let's see who our next opponent is going to be. we are up first. Usually this should be a pretty good thing, letting us dig deeper into our deck and find our legend cards before the opponent. I'm not super jazzed about having 2 tribute monsters in my hand, but if they are on just about anything, I'd rather summon the Ancient Arise or the Dragias. Yuga decks tend not to put up a ton of 2500s unless it is specifically Magician's Shuffle. We are going to activate Ancient Arise Dragon as we are trying to set up Paka Paka Chew. And as you can see, we indeed hit a second beast. I think a lot of players would go, oh, it's turn 1, no need to use Ancient Arise. But it was the right play. Okay, Ace Breaker. Unfortunately, we are fighting one of the Yuga decks that is able to put up huge 2500 beaters. Hopefully the punish is not super big. Depends how many low level monsters they have. They're actually using the effect. 3500, but it is a lone monster. That isn't too bad. Let's bring in the Silver Wolves. I would have liked to have something for defense here. Obviously, there is a huge issue. We're only going to summon 1 monster again, and that means the opponent bringing out another Ace Breaker is just straight up game over, as we have no trap cards. We drew a few too many high levels, but it's okay. We will get them next time. Or maybe they won't find an Ace Breaker. Very well. They have indeed gotten us this time. And that is game. And that means we are back to square one. Gold 5, by far the hardest of them all. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to play until you get 5 in a row. Alright, here comes a Mimi. And we are up first. As I expected, this deck is kind of running a few too many spell and trap cards. We will do what we can though. Perhaps we will edit it a little bit. Maybe take out the Rage of the Beast. They will simply not draw into Widespread Ruin. Have I played now with Beyond Curiosity? I have not. I've been on Maximum Ragnarok. I guess I probably should try out Beyond Curiosity as well. I could always just concede if I'm going to hit King of Games and do it with this deck instead. Here comes Harpy Lady Sisters. We definitely Recital to save us from some damage. Okay, if we draw well enough, this could be devastating to them. But of course, we do not. I think we definitely are going to be taking out Rage of the Beasts. It is how it is. Sometimes we simply do not have the resources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so deck should probably only be running like 4 spell and traps. I know some people go as high as 6. 8 is probably a little bit too much unless they are mostly traps. Because trap cards like Recital can technically serve as a monster. We drew some low levels, which is nice, but it is a little bit too late for that. I think what we need to do is Thunder the Thunder, ditch this, Barrel Dragon, 1 and 2. Activate the effect, target the dragon, whiff again, of course. And then what I was saying is Widespread Ruin ends the game. We could theoretically just pass turn here. But I will simply end. It's pretty easy for them to out us. All they need is any of the tributes. But yeah, this Barrel Dragon is 0 for 6 or so. So I'm excited to get into the deck editor. We'll get some extra low-level monsters and play around from there. Let me see if there are any good examples. Aggro decks, they're all in Hammer Crush Deal, but that's fine. Some of them are running Speedy Performers. Not a huge fan of that. But it's not like I really love Thunder the Thunder either. Okay, what's this one running? Some Ghost Cyclones. Interesting. I'll go ahead and send them a nice. And let's try editing the deck. We could go for an Aqua Engine. Let's try that. Not only will it increase the number of low-level monsters in the deck, but it will also increase our ability to find them. To get those +1s. Just a very small 5-card Aqua package. 2 carriers and 3 Kanon. Talismanic Seal Array kind of takes the place of Thunder the Thunder. Thought most aggro jammed Aqua with Beast. So if you go back to the Goha Rush Festival, it was only the Beast cards. And that was because they wanted to play around the barrier, which at the time was pretty popular. So they were running 2 Thunder the Thunder, 2 Speedy Performer, stuff like that, instead of the Aquas. Afterwards, I think it is a 50-50 or so split. A lot of people do maintain similar lists to the festival winner. Whereas others have noted the need for some extra advantage generating cards. So we have a Dragias backed by a Recital, which means I am going to bring it in. There is a possibility they bring out 2 boss monsters and clear it. But this is a relatively low downside play. We will see how it goes. Magnum Ragnarok immediately. So they aren't going to double tribute at all. I mean, if they do the turn 1 Yggdrago, that is fine. I'd rather them kill a Dragias than flip up my Paka Pakachu. They set a card face down. Do they have anything else? Exactly. Skyhawk says if they draw into the double boss play, I was probably not doing great anyway. Unfortunately, we have revealed we do not have Widespread Ruin set. But we will still put down what we can. And of course, we will try to hit it with Dragias. We succeed. And they are in a pretty rough spot. Like I said, a turn 1 Dragius that you don't answer is a quick death sentence. Had I drawn any boss monster there, the game would have been over. And whenever they do decide to make a push, we win. This is definitely a checkmate scenario. Either they set a bunch of monsters, in which case Dragius goes in and we attack for game, or they make an offensive push, in which case we Talismanic Seal Array and win the game. Reincarnation. Femtron doesn't do it. Okay, I see. Light has surrendered. And that puts us at 1 win. Game number 2. Up against Vic and their Mimi. I'm pretty sure we have actually seen Vic earlier today. They are on a rank up, but I don't intend to be a pushover. Let's see if they are able to earn it. Three set, 4 set. Interesting. Well, only one thing we can do. And that is summon Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius and see how it goes. With the Archive skill, I think it is unlikely that they're on a pretty thick Aqua line. Which means their monsters... Oh wait, Harpy ladies also have 1400 defense. I guess we'll see what happens. Let's swing in. They have a trap. And it is going to be widespread since they have no monsters in the graveyard. Unfortunate. Harpy girl, sure. And another one. The turn 1 widespread is what it is. Alright, we also whiffed the good monster by swinging into 2 Harpy girls. Not a great start for us, but this also shouldn't be a lethal push or anything. Here comes Harpy Lady Sister's effect. And I mean, it is a pretty big push for sure. We are down to 1800. Let's see what we draw. Widespread Ruin. Decent start. Maybe that'll help us get there. As long as they don't draw into a piercing card, we can stall things out for a little while. The issue is Harpy Lady Sisters is immune to traps, so if they properly buff it up, to dodge the widespread and then pierce it, then we would lose. And I also forgot that the Hysteric Force actually is able to switch my monsters face up. With that being the case, I am going to widespread ruin. 1200 is a little bit too much for me to be taking. Power move and nothing. I'll just hit him with the good old surrender. Someone mentioned trying out the other Yggdrago skill. So let's switch to that. I guess it is technically the box release stream, and we have all month to try to hit King of Games. So we'll move back to that challenge a little bit later. We have an extra nail deck. So we will be... Yeah, I could have survived another turn, I suppose. But figured I would cut it short instead of sitting there for a game we're like 95% losing. Especially since some of my own monsters were also 0 defense. Enjoy your night, Ryga. So, we're gonna go with Beyond Curiosity. See how it goes. I believe we need to run Cyber's cards. And then, if the only monsters are Cybers. Okay. That makes it pretty simple to choose what we're running. We'll run Attribute for sure. And then I think Mani. And then we go here. Traps, Wisebed Ruin. We could Quantum Hole, which I think is funny. We're gonna go full, Nail character deck. Though, I guess Monster Reincarnation... Okay, but we're not running, Widespread, obviously. We could run Particle Acceleration as well. Seems reasonable. Realistically, Quantum Hole is not going to be good. So I suppose we'll take it out. For a recital. Let's see how this one goes. More of the mill Cybers. Hold on. Which one am I missing? Are you talking about, Reset Runner? I feel like this doesn't do anything. I think I specifically don't want to shuffle the deck since, my cards put stuff on the bottom. And if I'm filtering away the Yggdrago pieces, or the things that aren't Yggdrago pieces, I suppose, I don't want them getting back on the top of the deck. Though I guess, I mean, this guy's doing it too. You know what? Let's just give it a shot and see how it goes. Oh, it lets you draw one faster. That's fair. Okay. We will go ahead and include it then. Cybers. But what do I cut? I guess if my win condition is Yggdrago, I don't need as many of these. Let's see how it happens. This is definitely not an optimized build, but we'll go for it. Matching successful. Let's go ahead and start our duel. Ghost Cycle and Recital help in Barrel, also the Majesty engine. King's Majesty is pretty strong. Is it worth the extra slots though? I wonder. Especially with a lot of these new skills, are doing things that switch my monster's battle positions. So I'm a little bit afraid of running Babysitter Goat. Okay. It's a tough striker. I mean, we have the Hydron already, so that's a good start. I have no monsters on the graveyard, so I can start by shuffling the deck. Wait, no, I cannot. I need to start with Attron. Attron's effect. I draw a card. Then, Zetron. I have both Femtron and Attron in the graveyard. So this gets milled. And I get to draw 2 cards. And then I put 2 on the bottom of the deck. I will put, Connector Dog, I think. And a Reset Runner. Then I will play another Zetron. This allows me to mill through 2 more cards. I will return... maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have just summoned the Attribute. So I need the 2 low levels, so I want to summon Attribute. I could get rid of the Widespread Ruin, but that would be very silly. Wait, but I think I have to. So I need 1, 2, 3. Okay. This isn't bad though. I return 1 and 2. And then I can shuffle the deck with the Reset Runner to get them right back into my rotation. Let's bring in Attribute Hydron. And with this, we now have 9 monsters in the graveyard. Hydron draws a card. And it's even a Dark Femtron. Let's clear the board. And let's see how it goes. 2 left pieces are in the graveyard, which is a little bit of a shame. So how many ways do we have to get the pieces back in? Is it just this and a reincarnation? Maybe I do need to be running Talismanic Seal Array. I also need to not be super ultra hyper aggressive with the drawing. I should have summoned the Hydron a little bit earlier when I could have protected it with the Widespread Ruin. Attron. We're not using the effect since we need to use the Picotron. We need to find more low levels. Or we can draw 5 high levels. I will end. It was funny. And that is what matters. I do think, this is actually where Quantum Hole would be pretty good. Being able to filter cards out of my hand sounds nice. But also, I misplayed that pretty badly. So, let's just try again. We probably do need to edit the deck and include some cards that are able to shuffle my pieces that I mill into the deck, like Talismanic Seal Array. Alright, we are both on Beyond Curiosity. And we are first. We're definitely gonna just bring in the Hydron. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, reduce the number of level 8s, for sure. As you can see, we've auto-milled 2 of the maximum pieces. And the only way we have to get them back is a lone monster reincarnation and 1 Bespectacle Man. Alright, so we have a couple of the top pieces. We could get 1 via the monster reincarnation, but that's not really doing anything for us. Let's mill. Oh, and of course the top card was another right piece. Particle acceleration. We have 7 cybers in the grave. I could summon the second one. And with 2 of the big guy in my hand, I think I want to. If I draw into a maximum piece with the effect, we do actually summon it. We got the right side, so we monster reincarnation. We'll ditch Yggdrago and grab the left side. And now we maximum summon. Activate the effect, send 3 cards to the graveyard, flip up the monster. I could destroy it by sending 3 more cards, and I will only because it's funny. And I suppose, it does buff a future Hydron if I need it for some reason. I think there is one in the deck. Or maybe not. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there are no more Hydrons, but we shall simply win with Yggdrago. They will not draw the out. Throw down, face down. Mill 3. Flip this thing up. And then activate again. Mill 3. And pop. Swing in. And that should be game. If this deck does become popular, I could definitely see players returning to Phantom Bind. Yggdrago has a ton of attack, but if I have 20 Cyberse monsters in my graveyard, it's not going to be looking very good for me. Deck editor. Oh, thank you for the follow, Skyhawk. Name seems very familiar. Where am I going? I'm looking for Talismanic. There it is. Okay. And Rush Duel. Time for another. Travis, which card are you talking about? Alright, and we are up first. Against, Gurashia. I draw. A little unfortunate here. I could choose to just pass with an empty board, which would be very funny. And it's not like summoning the Hydron helps me against a Roa anyway. Because then they can blow me up with their monster skills anyway. I think this is basically an unwinnable matchup. We will just say they will not draw the heavy metal. Let's mill. And pass. Like passing with 2 maximum monsters in my hand and just taking all of their monsters directly is not a good play. Summoning a lone monster to be destroyed by heavy metal is not a good play. There is really no winning here. Hell Tuning Invasion, of course. But they ditch an invasion. Why don't I use the voices in game? They are on. I am literally using the voices. We draw a right side and an Yggdrago, so middle. We could go for a big ol' mill. Or we could Atron and try to draw our way into Yggdrago. I don't think it does anything for us. So I will not be doing that. What did I get in the UR pack? Dragonic Slayer. Let's mill. Let's draw a card. Losing the widespread, not wonderful. I will not Talismanic Seal Array. This gives me at least some copium at surviving. Any boss monster is going to be able to use the skill and then kill me. But theoretically, maybe they do something weird. All they have is like a growl and then I recital and somehow survive. The magic. Alright, they are setting 4. I guess I should play around heavy metal by summoning a second monster. I would like to draw a card. It is not the right piece. I need the right side. I've used one, and I have used 2 of them already. Oh. So now King's Majesty is set up. This is definitely a awful matchup and also a deck I expect to be popular. So I think we're gonna do it for a little bit and then we might go back to the no skill gameplay. But it was worth trying out beyond curiosity as well. I like drawing cards. So, at any point, invasion will kill us. However, if it's only a heavy metal, we have a chance to survive. Since we can recital and stop the attack. What deck is this? I'm running Beyond Curiosity. It's a skill that attempts to turbo out Yggdrago the Sky Emperor. Why did they get rid of an invasion? That seems unnecessary. Like, that would have blown up my field. Do they have another one? Is it BM or a misplay? Place your bets. It's heavy metal. Oh, but they're tied. Very interesting. Recital, at least, does protect my life points, even if I don't get to keep the super cool big guy. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have a whole lot of options here. Talismanic Seal Array can let me clear the board, but I am going to lose with breakneck speed. Reset runner. Reset runner. I think we mill. And then Sky Emperor. And we will use Talismanic Seal Array, shuffling back the maximum pieces. We see a left. Well, that's the one we have, so we don't need to recycle that one. We need to recycle the right side. And maybe a Hydron. No, we'll recycle something that actually draws us cards. Atron. We will see how this goes. Weaken the heavy metal. And then 5,000, we're not swinging in for game. Okay. So we swing in here. We swing in here. We pass. And maybe they somehow do not find any bosses. 2 heavy metals and 1 invasion are down. Yeah, the maximum is definitely not so good. Travis. I think Beyond Curiosity is easily the worst of the 2 skills. Running Ragnarok solves a lot of the problems. Alright, they are playing cards, which means this game is certainly over. Setting the card triggers Hell Tuning Invasion. They had the heavy metal, but they are simply BMing. They clearly did not need to do that. Welcome, Killa. Hope you're having a good day. Wait. Oh, yeah. So they had the heavy metal, they had a game, and then they simply chose not to do it. Which means we are going to be attempting to turbo in Ig Drago. Let us start with the Peacock Picotron. We need to tribute this. And it is maximum or bust. We drew 2 cards. We milled some maximum pieces, but that is okay, as we now have 3 Zeptron. Activate the effect. We draw 2. We return 2 cards to the bottom of the deck. We definitely don't need the particle acceleration. And we will also be returning probably the Dark Femtron. Let's go ahead and Zeptron again. Draw 2. And now we return 2 cards once again to the bottom of the deck. We don't need this right side. And we don't need the Picotron. Now, we use Monster Reincarnation and Zeptron number 3 exchanges for Yggdrago the Sky Emperor. Maximum summon. Yggdrago the Sky Emperor activates its ability. By milling 3 cards, I'm able to flip 1 monster into attack mode. And if it has a low enough attack, we win. Unfortunately, it looks like this one is 1,500. So, that is not enough. This is only 25. Perhaps we could have won if we swung at the other monster. All 3 heavy metals are down. Maybe they don't have a way to out the Yggdrago, and then we find a way to turn this around. We're gonna need to draw into something like... I don't know. I don't think we have piercing, or a way to get, without another talismanic seal array, we aren't able to return 4 cards into the deck. All I need to do is set some monsters, and they are good to go. But they appear to be thinking about it pretty intensely. Let's see what they do. David says, what is the verdict on the new decks? I think Ragnarok is good. I think Thunder is good. I think Royal Rebels is good. I think Overlord is pretty bad. And Harpies should be fine as well. I've been a fan of every deck we've played except for the Overlord. Machine Max taking the L. And they do choose, of course, to go into defense mode. So what is my plan here? Pretty sure I've already seen all of the cards. Okay. This is quite funny. I am going to... Particle Acceleration. Let's destroy this one. I tribute Yggdrago to summon Peacock Picotron. Then I summon Dark Femtron and Attron. Let's battle. I swing into Royal Rebels Invasion. I attack with Picotron into the mysterious set monster. But they have the recital. Unfortunately, that is going to spell game over. King's Majesty and recital stop me from pushing through. I must end my turn. 200 off. Perhaps there was a way I could have won this. My opponent definitely misplayed a lot. But this matchup is incredibly poor. So I won't take the loss very hard at all. If I wanted to win, I should have not queued into Roa. Here comes Invasion, ready to clear the board. We'll try one more with this deck, and then we'll probably switch back over to no skill aggro, is my plan. Let's rush duel. Einzig says, can't imagine Max having much success when its only play is making a guy. Exactly. Alright, here comes Redsmith, Gold 1 Nail Player. And we are up first. We get the first chance to dig into our deck. It is an Attron. I draw an Picotron. Okay. I think we might actually go for that instead. See what we draw with this. If we find 2 low-level monsters, it's actually not too bad. And we do. So we could use the Attrons here and just continue to dig randomly. But I think just getting all of our cards face down seems pretty useful. There's not really anything for us to draw. We have 1 Yggdrago piece in the graveyard with Monster Reincarnation ready to go. So if we can find the left side, we will be ready. do maximum scale in the future of the meta if they are a bit meh now. So there are definitely some maximum monsters that are better than others. The main issue with Yggdrago is you can look right here at the right side. It's a 600 attack monster that does nothing unless it is in maximum mode. Future monsters are usually nowadays 3 high-level monsters that are all good, okay, like on their own, and then get better in maximum mode. You can see the Harpies as an example of it. But there are others as well. We found the left side, and I believe we do have the middle. So that means it is time. I activate Monster Reincarnation, and I will send Dark Femtron to the graveyard to add the middle piece to hand. And here it is. Yggdrago, the Sky Emperor. I could destroy their monsters, but I don't think there's really a reason to. Instead, I'm more interested in activating this particle acceleration. That's what I thought. Alright, do they want to use their Quantum Hole? They are considering it, but with only 1 card in hand, Quantum Hole doesn't really do anything. That's the issue with it. You might end up drawing 2 different pieces of Yggdrago, and then needing to get rid of one of them. So obviously the Particle Accelerator didn't actually matter this turn, but if they out the maximum monster, it becomes a lot more important. Keep in mind, my skill is going to slowly weaken my Yggdrago. So it's best if I start preparing countermeasures as early as possible. Yggdrago swings in again, and we found the right and left. Barrier is fine. They are still taking 1,500. Let's see what they do next. Also, I realize I've been kind of rotated the wrong way. I've been looking off to the side this entire time. Let me just, that should fix it. Now it looks like I am looking at the game and talking to you all every now and then. Alright, it looks like my opponent also found Yggdrago. So this is where we start to run into issues. Because my maximums are constantly getting weaker. Something as simple as a barrier is enough to stop me. Because I have not, unlike Maximum Ragnarok, I don't really have a way to deal with this. We draw the middle piece, but here you can see why it doesn't matter. We maximum summon, and now what? We lose to the barrier. We definitely are losing. And there it is. That's 400 damage from this attack, and then 4,000 from Yggdrago on the next turn. We pass it over. I guess we could have tried stalling until we find the one copy of Accelerator. Or, sorry, of Seal Array, but I don't know. I think we're going to switch off of this deck and move on to some of the other options. I think we've tried most of the new things from the box, which means it's time to see how well the no-skill deck is able to stand up to it. Oh, you know what? I could play as Nail to get that experience points. But Luke works just as well. Realistically, I should probably be playing as Roa, since that's the one that makes people play around cards the most differently. Though, with no skill set, I guess they would be able to tell that I wasn't using one. Because you can see, they added the little icon, which I don't have. So, let's see how it goes. They are up first. Three back row, but no monsters. Sounds like a dangerous place to be. So if I tribute off my 2 weakest monsters, that's 2,600. So I'd actually be dealing less damage. I don't need the shield and sword, since they might be summoning in Yggdrago. So I'd rather continue drawing into my outs. Wisebed Ruin. Perfect, I don't lose the Dragius, and I still get to get in for a fair amount. I'm pretty sure I played this turn correctly. Sure, it is possible they summon something like a Hydron, and then I wish I had shield and sword after they particle acceleration. However, with them keeping 2 cards in hand, it's actually pretty likely they are also a new player to Maximum monsters, and we're being too conservative with their extra pieces. Here comes the particle acceleration, so it looks like my fears are becoming reality. But this is still fine, as I do want to draw more cards. Dragius is still pretty solid if I can find a way to get over the 2,500. We have Silver Wolves, we have Ancient Arise, and we have Barrel plus 2 Talismanic Seal Arrays. We have plenty of ways to beat this monster. Also worth noting, it's currently not even able to use its effect. They only have 1 lone Cyberse monster in the grave, and they don't even clear the Light Sorcerer, who's able to debuff the Hydron. Big misplay. Like, undoubtedly. Because now with this, plus the Silver Wolf, I am safe from a barrier. That I didn't have to be safe from. They could have made me think twice. But now, we will simply punish them. Rise into the light. Multi-strike dragon, Dragius. Throw down a face down and activate the effect. Battle phase. And that'll do it. No trap cards at all. Dragius claims 1 more victim. Can he claim 4 more to get us to the maximum rank? Here comes Yuga Odo. Dragius got you to King of Games before, for sure. Decks with Dragius have absolutely been King of Games viable this entire time. I don't think the maximums change this. We have Talismanic Seal Array to deal with the huge numbers that they start to put out. They're gonna go ahead and set a monster. Will they flip it up? Or is it gonna be a mystery? We know it can't be anything too crazy. Presumably it is a 7-zone magician, but maybe it is a bait. Oh, welcome. Lucent. Thank you for coming by. Einstein says, had a funny thought that tunes would be busted if they were in Rush. even if it's just the first tunes. Being able to attack directly can be pretty strong. And of course, the 7-zone magician comes in. We do not have a clean out to this, so unfortunately, we are simply setting 5 cards and passing. I am doing pretty well today. We've been having a great time with all of the new decks, and this one is technically also new to me, just because I didn't have Barrel Dragon before. Seven-Zone Magician takes us out. I could have a Recital here, but it's only 1,000 damage, so I'm not really too concerned about it. Theoretically, if I draw a card like Widespread Ruin, having the free spot would have been useful. Just like I said. Do I want a Light Sork here? I guess I might as well. Definitely we are aiming for the 7-Zone Magician. Go 1 and 2. And that's going to put 4 monsters into my graveyard. But before we shuffle them away, let's use Draguse's effect and see what card we want to keep in here. The best option, of course, is going to be the Grace Princess Kana, turned on by both of the seahorses in the deck. Now, do they have Widespread Ruin? If not, we are in a pretty strong position. But if so, we are the ones eating dirt. Okay. I'm gonna go here to avoid a potential curtain of sparks. We don't want to risk anything we do not have to. Lucen says, got the Barrel Dragon today and couldn't use it for the new Overlord deck. That is factual. Unfortunately, they decided to make the restriction way too harsh. If they let you run the other machines, it'd be good. We need any other level 7, and then the skill is fine. But with 7-Zone Magician being the only 2-beat monster you have access to, I would definitely not be running it. So, Magnum Overload might be KOing me here, unfortunately. Recital doesn't do enough. Hand Talismanic Seal Array, I am, unfortunately, getting OTK'd by the one deck I don't think is very good. Of course, had I survived the turn, we had a second Seal Array to out this. But it happens sometimes, so let's not worry about it. And move on to the next one. Oh, welcome, Akuma. We actually played a little bit earlier. I definitely recognize your name. I do think the Royal Rebel deck is strong. Have you tried out the Thunder deck? I think it should have a pretty solid matchup into it. It's able to take advantage of Shield and Sword pretty well. And of course, it can change those monsters into defense mode and pierce. This is a pretty good looking opening hand. With 2 ways to protect Ancient Arise Dragon, I have no qualms about bringing it out. Of course, this could be a Dragonic Resonance deck, so we can never be too safe. We want to mill in an attempt to set up a Pakachu. Unfortunately, not this time, but maybe next turn. Alright, and they are going in attack. They have a plan. Doriado, very surprising, but they are going to hit the Widespread Ruin. It is a Luke skill. They are not on an archive. So what are they running? Oh, it could be Hammer Crush Deal. And of course the Barrel Dragon. Keep in mind, I have hit 0 for 6 today. So of course, my opponent is going to flip 3 heads, preventing me from using the Recital. Fortunately, we have Talismanic Seal Array ourselves. Let's shuffle all these cards back into the deck. And we will try to hang in. On that turn, we lost a 50-50 to the Barrel Dragon and a 50-50 to the Magical Stream. We clear and get in for a little bit of damage. Perhaps we will have a chance. We do have some traps to protect us, though Sword and Shield is not going to be useful when they attack Kanan. Obviously a Dragius is pretty threatening. We will have to wait and see. Gonna try the Thunder deck. Good luck. I hope it works out well for you. And of course, I mentioned Dragius, and he is here. We will see how it goes. Dragius swinging in. Not able to stop that. And I'm also not able to stop that. I will use Recital. I feel like our hands have been awkward enough where I value having this extra monster. And it pays off. Keep in mind, Pakachu was not live. So we are going to be bringing in a Barrel Dragon here. And let's see if we are able to return the favor or not. I activate the effect of Barrel Dragon, targeting Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And of course, we roll 3 tails. We will tribute to summon out our own Dragius. Activate the effect, and battle. But we aren't even going to aim to destroy the Dragius. We know they have a trap card, and I'm not running into it. Swing here and end. We have some form of protection in the Barrel Dragon. It has 2600. Technically not big enough to be defeated. But they draw the 7's Road Magician, a monster capable of boosting its attack to 3300. That is over 1000. So it looks like we are losing the Barrel Dragon here, even though we had a trap. Our move. Talismanic Seal Array is okay. But I don't think it's enough. The issue with Shield and Sword here is that we would be weakening our own monster too. I mean, I think we need to clear the 7's Road. But obviously, if they've been holding onto a Widespread Ruin or something, this is not going to be successful. I feel like they should have used it by now if it was, though. It is a barrier. Okay. But they recycle the Barrel Dragon. They have another one. So their back row should be another barrier. Hopefully this is good enough. Dragius clears both of my monsters though. So I'm not seeing how it works. They set a card. And here's a second Dragius. But that's actually okay. If they aren't able to debuff the Dragius... Wait, no. We still die. For sure. Yeah, because they can go 1 and 2, and then... Yeah, wait. They could have definitely won here. That That is fine with me. But they did set a card. Which means we are still in danger. I'm pretty sure the new one is going to be Widespread Ruin at this point in the game. The best we can do is Shield and Sword. And then we can Seahorse Carrier and get a 1400. And then, we can debuff down to 1300. And then we can summon Ancient Arise Dragon. After this, we activate the effect to go up to 3000. Then we summon Kanan. We enter the battle phase. And somehow, maybe, they did not draw Widespread Ruin. It's unlikely. Of course, if we see it, which means next we swing in with Kanan. And we get hit by the Curtain of Sparks. And I'm pretty sure they even have a third one. They do. It is Barrier. And that'll be game. Unfortunately, we were just unable to ever out that. We tried our best. Oh, and Lucent says, yeah. We lost every 50-50 in that game. So, I think we win 7 out of 8 times. So, it's not anything to get upset about. Let's bring in a V-Bound with this Roa. We have a Dragius. Not the worst start. Okay. 2 sets and a back row. We could have pushed for damage. I guess this is probably a misplay. As swinging for 2500 and having an attack mode monster on board is almost always the better decision. I saw we had 2 beasts and was like, oh, I'll keep the Pocket Pikachu around. But that is almost certainly incorrect. We will pass here. Definitely could have played this way better. I think I might be a little bit tilted, despite knowing that I shouldn't be. And here comes the 5. This is what I mean. Heavy Metal, if I had played the correct way, would only be dealing 1500 instead of 5000. We'll turn it around in the next duel. Talismanic Seal Array is technically live, but before I do that, I'm gonna put some monsters into the graveyard. Let's return Gazelle to the deck. Add you. Silver Wolf. Debuff. Go here. Normal summon. And then Dragius. And then we mill again. And now we Talismanic. We return all the cards back into the deck. And we debuff Heavy Metal by 10 Gurgillion attack points. Then we finish it off with a Kanan. Enter the battle phase. And if this goes well... But no, they have the King's Majesty. Which means now we probably just lose. definitely my fault, though. I gotta pay more attention to what we're doing. Hell tuning invasion, of course. Either boss monster would have been fine there. Invasion clears the board and swings in for a clean 2300. Send them the nice, and we'll just keep at it. Welcome, Dragzen. We've been having a pretty good time. The Maximum decks all sported fairly strong win weights. Right, and here comes a nail. Nice work. With the Harpy's Skyhawk. Right, let's see what my opponent does. We have a pretty strong opening hand. Okay, so I feel like that took them a long time to just set 5 and pass. Unfortunately, we are losing the Seahorse carriers here, but we do what we do. Dragias come in and maybe smack this man. My opponent is running the Tortoise. I hope that means we don't lose. I really hope we aren't losing to a Tortoise. It is worth noting, the Tortoise actually does work with Quantum Hole. Oh, but they drew Widespread. They are simply the superior gamer. So, is the new box worth opening if you don't play the Maximum decks? If you're interested in Royal Rebels or Thunder, both should be able to compete in the meta. But, if you're like a speed duel player and you just want to rock aggro, go for it. I think if you are a rush only player, I'd say go ahead and open the box because there's really never anything else to spend gems on. But if you're trying to be really conservative about it, you're probably fine. Like, just go play Aqua or something. From what I can tell, the game is balanced enough where you can play a lot of decks. Especially if you are a more casual player. Right, that is a lot of level 7 monsters. I don't want to pay the life points. So we will simply Tribute Summon and go from there. Let's activate the effect and take out these. So there are 2 different Harpy skills, so we don't actually know which one they are running yet. Torna. That is an out. Perhaps I should have played the Ancient Arise Dragon instead. But I don't think I would have predicted Torna in the Harpy deck. So I don't disagree with myself. Especially since they already had 2 monsters. A random Harpy Lady piece is no problem. As long as I'm able to draw some low-level monsters, we should be okay. We draw another level 7. They have another tortoise face down. But what that does is tell me I can actually summon this Dragias. I don't have to worry about a card like the Barrier stopping me if they have just a tortoise. Let's mill and start swinging. We also do still have both copies of the Talismanic Seal Array. So hopefully, even if they draw into the maximum, they aren't able to close out the game. The centerpiece does clear on its own. They have plenty of winged beasts in the graveyard, but they are setting monsters, which is actually pretty surprising. Torna again. I guess their hand must have been cards like this. Okay, so if they have discarded a Harpy Lady, the set card must be another Harpy Lady. Nothing else would make sense. Okay, I think we get there. Let's go ahead, summon these, debuff my opponent, confirm widespread is gone, kakunin shimashita. And then mill again. This is already exactly lethal, but Talismanic Seal Array will seal the deal. Let's get these Seahorse Carriers back into the deck. And a Dragias as well. Torna going down. And that'll do it. I don't think there was any trap in the game that would have been able to save them there. We had already seen the widespread ruin. And I am proud to announce we were able to defeat a player running multiple copies of Giant Tortoise of Greed. I know, it's an incredible achievement. Only the finest of Rush duelists are able to do such an incredibly hard task. It took many years of training. Every morning, I would go under the waterfall and meditate, practicing my draws. Every morning, I would eat a bowl of nails to toughen up and ensure Yggdrago is unable to harm me. So, Mimi here is on an archive skill, which should mean it is not Disco Fever. I'm expecting Harpies, but we'll find out real quick. Would you look at that? It is indeed a Harpy Lady. Setting a card face down. And they are on the good one. Septi, so true. Actual, factual. Drawing 2 cards, busted. We draw for turn. And we have access to a shield and sword line. Okay, so if this is 1100, 2600 plus 3000 plus 1500. That is theoretically game. But I don't have enough monsters to actually do all of that. I can't even summon both of my level 7s. So, never mind. But I do definitely need to out this Harpy Lady Sisters. So I say we go for it. Shield and Sword, flip, summon Paku. Silverwolf will go ahead and debuff. And then Do I barrel or clear ice here? I guess I'll use the Ancient Arise. Gazelle coming in next. Let's activate the effect. Swing in. Can we get a 3,000? Surprisingly, it actually does go through. And now we pass turn. What does Suno have in store for us next? The Harpy Lady Sisters middle piece is the one that they would have multiple copies of, so a maximum summon could be on the horizon. However, we do have a Talismanic Seal Array ready to protect us. They set 3, and presumably are going to pass, but they have set another card face down as well. However, part 2. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Very strong card. Silver Wolf. And then we're going to use all these effects so that Widespread Ruin cannot destroy the Dragius. Let's throw this face down and head into the battle phase. Start by clearing here. If Silver Wolf is able to clear this monster, we could win. Unfortunately, it was a 1400 defense wall. So, we missed a 50-50 to win the game. I would not count us out yet, though. Plenty of cards left to go. And Suno goes ahead and drops a concession. Probably bricked on too many copies of the Harpies. And it is time for another round. We managed to get a 2-win streak going. Let's see if we can keep it up. 3 more games could lead to King of Games. Very early in the month. I imagine we would have quite a rough time. Infi Hearts is a very well-known player, and I believe they even scored top 10 worldwide. They're also going first and are on a pretty strong deck. This is going to be an uphill battle, especially if we don't open with a boss monster. Turn 1 Heavy Metal. And 2 back row. We do not have an out to this. Unfortunately, we will simply be coping. Unfortunate. Not sure what we're supposed to do here. A dealer. And of course, don't forget, they are able to just flip my entire board into attack mode. And with Heavy Metal already on the board, the ability to get 2 monsters out is pretty trivial. But they are actually just swinging in. Hopefully we draw some high-level monsters. 1 high-level monster could be enough. If we believe. I think we have to Shield and Sword. Otherwise, Widespread Ruin is too devastating. Let's bring in the Seahorse Carrier. And then we tribute it off. And we'll put in a Tiger. It's very important that we actually get rid of the Heavy Metal. We'll swing in with this one first. Force them to use the Widespread if they have it. With 3 back row, of course they do. But that's okay. We'll continue giving it our best shot. We actually managed to deal some solid damage, and even get through the trap card. Another heavy metal would be pretty problematic. But if it is a lone invasion, I don't mind too much. Apparently Infi is bricking on low-level monsters, but so are we. We are simply gonna start swinging in. I am expecting them to have the King's Majesty, and they do. We can see the little flicker. They have King's Majesty ready to negate our most important attack whenever we try to build a board against them. What will Infi draw this time? Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure they've seen essentially none of their low levels, so the odds of them finding the cards they need are quite high. Currybot is coming in. Genie's Breath, returning a card to my hand and breaking me even further. We see 2 level 5 monsters. Either one of their bosses is a huge threat. I mean, heavy metal already. Yeah, it's 1,000 plus 1,300. And with only 1 card, I don't know how we out this. I do know for sure that is not the play though. And I can't let them flip up the Pocket Pikachu, so I have to keep it in my hand and then continue to brick. Just an awkward game from both of our sides. Halfway through the deck and only seen 1 boss monster. Alright, invasion coming in. They can just blow up the field and swing in for game. Not much I could have done. I'll send them the nice anyway, of course. And Orenter, sure thing. We can take a look at what Infi was running. Three heavy metal, the only 2 Currybot. That's the only thing I think is weird. Of course, Recital is the best trap after these 2. Tribute to the Doom makes sense enough to me. You don't really want Shield and Sword in a deck full of 0 defense monsters. I can buy that. Of course you run King's Majesty because they're fiends. Very standard looking list. Unfortunately, that does reset our streak though. Ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum. And here comes another Roa. We have found all of the missing high-level monsters. Of course, we are going to bring in Dragius plus Widespread Ruin Protection. My opponent is on an Archive skill, which means Royal Rebels are less likely. They could still be running the Red Eyes variant, but it is fairly uncommon. It's probably just another Harpy player. Would be my guess. Oh, it is Red Eyes. Surprise. However, since they already had the Red Eyes in hand, they actually didn't get to use the debuff. So we are off to a great start. Show me some of the levels, and we are good to go. We could theoretically Pocket Pikachu in the future, but I'd rather push now. We're gonna get in for as much damage as we possibly can. Summoning the Silver Wolf and setting a card. Mill number 1 and mill number 2. Losing a Dragius. Never our favorite thing, but we'll do what we can. Swing in with this. Aquas. They could be running the 1400 Defender, so I'll play it safe. Unfortunately, we miss out on 1200 damage. Let's see if they have another trick. And it looks like they do. Here it comes. But they're gonna need more than that if they want to actually out this board. We have 2 traps to protect us. Alone Red Eyes certainly poses no threat. You think a card as old as that is able to deal with the new age of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius? We shall punish your insolence. A level 5? Even that is not enough. So what if Dragius dies? There are 2 more monsters where that came from. Take the widespread ruin. Red Eyes Black Dragon is down. Good night, Dragzen. And now, their field is tattered. Unable to stand up to the might of my dragons. And if they can't deal with 1 Ancient Arise Dragon, how will they ever deal with 2? With Gazelle as well, this is easily game over. I'm actually not even sure if I need the Gazelle. Oh, it's pretty close, but I do. 200. I will go ahead and send them the nice. And perhaps now will be the time for dragons to rise. Oh, welcome. Thank you for the game. Sorry you weren't able to find the heavy metals. Have you managed to unlock the new Royal Rebel skill? I'm interested in hearing what brought you to the Red Eyes variant. Do you think it's like actually better? Or was it just a what you had kind of thing? Alright, so we are up first again. Gonna need a low level. And that one is good enough. Let's bring in the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. An archive skill on Yuga. Pretty interesting, since we would be expecting them to be running something like Magnum Overlord right now. Maybe they're on Harpies. You do need to maximum summon as Yuga to unlock the Overlord skill. So start off with the Harpies and then do it. We see a Trick Pigeon, and my thoughts are all but confirmed. With the Aqua Engine. Interesting. Harpy Lady Sisters, but which Harpy Lady Sisters skill is it? There are 2, and they immediately concede they must have been on the other one. With Hysteric Force, they would have at least buffed the Harpy Lady Sisters, and then conceded after the recital. And apparently, I just finished 3 research missions that required winning with no damage taken. Pretty rare in a ranked match to have that happen. Here comes a gold rank 5 American Nail. Alright, and they are on Nail. But it is Archive Skill Nail. Pretty interesting. Unfortunately, with a hand like this, I think we are forced to go for the Ancient Arise Dragon and say they don't have an out. We have neither of our advantage engines set up, so let's Ancient Arise Dragon. And perfect, Paku Paku Chu and Gazelle set up our other two Paku Paku Chu. Let's see what they summon. Royal Rebel Shout. Unexpected. Perhaps they're running Thunder. And I called it. Angler Coilfish immediately comes in, and they also destroy the Talismanic Seal Array. A single boss monster is rough, but both of them are actually able to just immediately end me. The Stormbolt Destroyer could revive a monster, and Trigger Drago, of course, just buffs itself more than high enough. 1700. And it is a rough start. Hopefully we manage to draw what we need to get back into the game. Interesting. This actually does work. Let's go with these two. We can debuff the Angler Coilfish. And then we Tribute Summon. I was hoping to not run out of cards in my hand, because I don't want to lose to another Trigger Drago piercing my Kanon. But we're going to take the measures we need to. Let's battle. We need to clear the board, so we're going to do it. We deal a little bit of damage, and we'll see how they respond. We do have Shield and Sword in the graveyard, so we might activate the trap even if it doesn't save the monster. Nail doesn't have a mission for a Hammer Crush Duel. It is a random card drop, so you just need to play a bunch of games or use a skill ticket. Thank you for the raid, Yukichi Reikyu. It is super nice to see you again. How was your stream? Stormbolt Destroyer reviving the Angler Coilfish, and here comes a Lightning Trigger. Of course, Ancient Arise Dragon is losing some attack. And a Talismanic Seal Array to just really make sure I'm not, to make sure I know my place. It was maximum. Did you play all of the different ones or a specific maximum? Another set card. Unfortunately, I do have to let this one go through. But I do have a plan. They might actually choose not to attack here. Or instead, I can Sword and Shield. They are both going to be reduced to 0. But more importantly, I get my card back. I draw, and that isn't looking great. All things considered, this is looking quite bad, actually. Well, their piercing only works if I have no cards in hand. So what I can do is keep one card in hand. We will set 4. And let me make sure I actually did read it right. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Scrolling up, this says if I have no cards. So I'm going to keep one card. And then we'll get them later. Let's see what they do about this. A Pluggy Fish. They must be Tribute Summoning. I don't think they'd leave a monster like that face up. Okay, Surge Bolt Lizard is here, and Tribute of the Doomed is going to end the game. Unfortunately, neither of my cards are traps. So the destruction means we are once again going to fall. This is another round where we're losing due to not really having defensive traps. I wonder if we cut down to 1 seal array. But then we just don't have a lot of good ways to deal with the maximum monsters. Well, also, Sword and Shield doesn't seem to be doing much. So what I'm gonna do is replace Sword and Shield with another recital. I think that's the play. Let's see if this fares a little bit better. Should help protect our boards. And I'm excited to see if it works. Bum 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 bum. Alright, Zara X is up first. Let's see how they do. Our opening hand, we do have an Ancient Arise Dragon, plus some protection, and we are fighting a Luke player. So, we don't have to worry about the maximums. Okay, the full set 5. A full house. I think Ancient Arise and Kanan works fine. We're gonna try to set up the Pocket Pocket Choose by milling a normal beast. Let's see how it goes. We mill Recital. And let us swing on in. Widespread Ruin. A terrible start. Looks like we are probably playing against a Resonance deck, which is also terrible news. Recital doesn't do anything against them. Harpies and Magnum, Machine Magnum specifically. Yeah. How was the Magnum Overlord deck working for you? We tried it a little bit, and we did rank up, but I found it to be a lot more lackluster than the Hysteric Force deck. And of course, my opponent is going to bring in Dragius plus Slayer plus a big monster. Obviously, there is nothing I could have done against drawing like that. I will still send my opponent a nice, and we're gonna go ahead and try it off again. I think we'll get there eventually, even if it isn't tonight. Oh, apparently we have a connection error. I do need to get some more water, so I'm gonna let this auto duel play. Oh, I only chose X1 rewards. Okay, I'm gonna let the next auto duel play while I get water. So it'll be just a couple of minutes as a short break. Also, I might lose to the auto duel deck. Very impressive. Alright, we somehow managed to make it through. I'd much rather be playing this hand against an NPC, get the bad draws out of the way, and Feral Dragon fails to resolve even a single time. Let's try that one more time. And I will be right back. And we are back. Hopefully I didn't miss too much. Looks like we have just finished our auto duel. Great timing. Let's hop on back into the ladder. And by the way, as the stream title says, we are playing kind of whatever. I'm trying out my no skill deck because I thought it was funny. But if there are any of the new decks you all would be preferring to see being played, feel free to let me know. Here comes almost definitely a Harpy player. Archive skill, Harpy sleeves, Harpy mat. We open with the Dragius to respond to their opponents to whatever they set up turn 1. Cybertech Alligator. We actually don't have a great answer to this. Let's see what we can do. Recital. And now the issue is if they actually have the trap cards, we just lose immediately. We could hang on to the recital. But I am willing. We aren't on a win streak, so playing aggressively is totally fine with me. We get the 400. Worth it. No need to attack the alligator. Let's see if we can turn this small chip damage into a lead. We've got some cards face down. We have our talismanic card more or less set up. Either Dragia goes to the graveyard, in which case we have 4 cards, or Dragia survives, in which case we can mill a card and have 4. Here comes a Boogie Master. Unexpected. Harpy Lady Sisters, 2 2500s, and Harpy Lady Sisters is going to buff itself up. So, still only one monster over 2500. Will they choose to crash or not, is the question. Thunder has no out to maximum. That is incorrect. The skill weakens the maximum by a full 1000, bringing it down to 3000. Trigger Drago buffs itself up to 2800. And then all you need is Thunder the Thunder, Blast Draws, or a Light Sorcerer to get the last boost and clear it. Another Dragius. And we actually have an online Pakachu. Let's go for it. Activate the effect. Return Pakachu so we can use it later. Add Gazelle. Then Silver Wolf. Activate the effect. Debuff Cybertech Alligator. 1 and 2. Activate Dragius and Gazelle. Then we Seal Array. We'll be returning our boss monsters, plus Pakachu, who is still live. We'll be debuffing the Cybertech Alligator even further. Set some cards. And let's see how it goes. I feel like it wasn't a trap card last time. It could be Recital, but I'm willing to leave the Harpy if so. Looks like it isn't. Gazelle swings in. So my opponent has some kind of spell card. It could be a Ghost Cyclone, but that's okay with me too. I don't mind if they really want to destroy my face down card. It is still a 50-50. Which one are they going to choose? they do hit the widespread ruin very well. Like before, the Talismanic Seal Array is more or less set up. Okay. Tribute to the Doom, deep breaking them from a dragon. And here comes a Harpy Lady. If that's a trap card, we might be in trouble. How do we deal with a widespread ruin? That is the main question. I mean, Barrel Dragon could be a good start. I would like to use Pocket Pocket Chew and get myself a Gazelle. Let's return Silver Wolf into the deck. Add Gazelle to hand. Then, Light Sorcerer, do we use the effect? I think we have to, otherwise Barrel Dragon loses to the Winged Beast trap card. So we'll go ahead and activate this, debuff, and then, oh wait, but we're gonna try to destroy with the Barrel Dragon. Here we go. Barrel Dragon's effect. And, would you know it, Tails. But we're not done yet. Talismanic Seal Array returns all 4 of our monsters from the graveyard into the deck. And that'll be a 1000 attack point debuff to the Harpy Lady Sisters. We summon out Gazelle and Kanan, and we will see if this is good enough. Swing in. Counter Pigeons is only a 400 debuff. Barrel Dragon ends the game. It was a hard-fought battle, but we made it. Let's keep it up, for sure. Another Roa, but they are on an archive skill, so we know it's not Hell Tuning Invasion. Interesting opening hand. We have a debuff plus a Dragius if they end on something middling in attack mode. One way to find out. All we can do is wait and see. Okay. Barrel Dragon and a face down. Is the face down a bluff? Put in your bets. So, I could shoot and sword here to play around with barrier, but if it's widespread, I still lose. You know what? I say you gotta risk it. It's always widespread. It will simply be a spell card, actually. It's that easy. See, as I said, always a spell card. That is the Rush duel difference. Luke is the king of duels. Remember, as Yugi always said, never respect your opponent. Always. Make sure they want to quit as soon as possible. If they surrender, they cannot win. If you believe in your cards, the cards will beat them over the head until they're bleeding and on the floor unconscious. Classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Lessons. Okay, so we're fighting an actual, Yggdrago deck. Probably Ragnarok. If it was beyond curiosity, it would have already triggered. It actually still could be a Hammer Crush deal deck, but I imagine it is fairly unlikely. We have a Dragius, plus some debuffs, so I guess we kind of want to see them spend a bunch of resources to summon something like a lone Hydron. But the set 3 play is, of course, much more likely. Oh, a 2 and 2. They probably have a maximum monster in their hand. I think we go full send. As I said, never respect your opponent. Keeping the Pakachu has very clear and obvious merits. We will not be discussing them, because we are here to attack. Like I said, it's always a spell card. Simply go in. Let's see what Sophion draws. I mean, if they just Yggdrago, we would be in a lot of trouble. But only one way to wait and see. I'm expecting it's just some particle accelerations. So whenever I brick on my spell and trap cards, they will punish me and turn the game around. Or maybe they just won't be able to do anything and we win this turn. I think they're thinking there must be some decent lines. We see Yggdrago, Connector Dog. I'm expecting a Ragnarok on these two. And of course, that is exactly what we're getting. Top of the deck. So there is still an Yggdrago piece here, which means they're probably not using Hydron. They wouldn't want to get rid of their monster. Okay. But are they going to use the effect? They do. They were willing to get rid of their piece. All 3 members of the left piece of Exodia are gone. Very interesting. Perhaps one of their cards is Monster Reincarnation. That would make a lot of sense. Okay, and we have drawn Shield and Sword. That ought to do it. Let's Silver Wolf, just to make sure, and there we go. I'll send them the nice, and we will go on to potentially game number 4. Yuga. Will this be 7's Axel Road, Magician Shuffle, Magnum Overlord, Ace Breaker, Volt Condor, Bender Break? There are so many different Yuga decks. It's hard to be prepared for them. But the best turn 1 play here is clearly this. We're saving our Dragius, while also setting up both Seahorse Carrier and Pakachu. Let's see how they respond. Beat them in. Setting 4. And here we go. It is time for Dragius. We shall rise into the light. And we shall rise into the light. And we are going to follow up with Gazelle, the king of mythical beasts. Mototype Dragon, Dragius, activates its effect. Not just once, but twice. Swing in. We need to play around Music Princess's recital, so Dragius will be attacking first and second. Swing in with Gazelle, as they don't have a trap card. And that is 5,000 damage to Vitamin's face. With 1,000 life points and one card in hand, what will they do to make a comeback? If their one card was the 7-Zone Magician, would they have played it last turn? Maybe not. Witch to the graveyard. We would expect a 7XL Road player to love Witch, so they must have a second copy. As expected. The Witch is activating the effect. Here comes 7-Zone Magician, but what is the final card in their hand? It's another monster. So, my board is gone, but with only 1,000 life points left, all it will take is a lone boss monster to run over Dark Sorcerer and end the game. Can we draw it? We are down 2 Dragius. But we draw Barrel Dragon and Silver Wolf. Paka Pakachu, activate your effect. Return Gazelle into the deck and add the tiger, no, the Gazelle, to hand. Normal summon Silver Wolf. We activate the effect and debuff 7-Zone Witch. Then we summon Barrel Dragon. Activate the effect. Could this be the first one when it doesn't matter? Of course, finally, we get our first Barrel Dragon destruction. But let us end this game. Barrel Dragon has finally decided to do its job. Maybe it is just a little bit of a show-off. Or maybe it was a little shy. It needed the guaranteed victory to come out of its shell and use the effect. And that is 4 wins. Can we get King of Games with no skill set? Here it is, our first chance at a rank up. I'm actually pretty excited. We're playing a Barrel Dragon player with no name set. It's another Yuga. It could be Hammer Crush Deal even. We see it is one of Yuga's actual skills, and we are up first. Win, and we do it. Our hand. We have 4 cards we are able to set, including a pretty powerful spell. Let's go for it. 1, 2, 3. It's a tricky call whether to set the Silver Wolf or the Seahorse Carrier. Theoretically, if you draw into a 3 low-level hand, including Seahorse Carrier and an Aqua, you can use its effect to bring out 2 boss monsters even without an Aqua already in grave. However, it is fairly unlikely, and keeping the debuff for something like an Ace Breaker, which sits at 2,500, seems important. I mean, we do have the Shield and Sword, but everyone is running Spell and Trap card removal these days. What skill do you all think this is? And more importantly, will they have Bricked? Will they let me reach King of Games? Or, perhaps, just maybe, my internet will disconnect and we will lose everything. They are thinking, or maybe I've disconnected without even realizing it. Oh, I do see the Magnum Overlord sleeves, so that is a pretty good bet, Yukichi. Or, do you prefer Reikyu? Alright, Maximum Overlord. With the Maximum Overlord sleeves, I suppose this makes sense. They set a monster and 2 cards face down. Is it the 7-Zone Magician? Or are they not going to show it at all? Very interesting choice. But that means we actually do make a move. It's time for Barrel Dragon. 1, 2. Barrel Dragon, I could really use your assistance. Please destroy the 2 tribute monster. Not feeling it. That is okay. Gazelle, King of the Mythical Beasts. Battle. And it's a spell card. Or maybe a barrier. No. 1300. Can we do it? We know the opponent is going to have 1 maximum piece in the hand. They have shown us the left. They are setting a monster. We know setting alone isn't going to be good enough. We have Barrel Dragon. But they end their turn. They must have 2 maximum pieces set up now. Barrel Dragon, I could use your help. We need to get in there. Thank you. And unfortunately, I can't play a single card here. So, we can add up 2600 and 1500. 3600, 4100 is not enough. I think we swing with Gazelle. And it's a 3rd spell card. It's very surprising to see them not have a single trap here. My opponent is down to just 800 life. But wait, this might be their plan. Magnum Overlord gains attack equal to the difference in life points. If they summon the maximum, we lose immediately. They have 3 cards left. They brought out a Torna. And they have Tribute to the Doomed. We are safe. Their 3 cards in hand are not the maximum. I will take 300 every day. My move. Of course, we are activating Talismanic Seal Array. Let's return some cards to the deck. Torn of the Windweaver loses 1200 attack, and with the power of 2 Silver Wolves, its attack will be further reduced to 0. Throw down a face down. And Gazelle, bring us to the next level. Not yet. They're not going down without a fight. Fair enough. Silverwolf will do it. We know those cards can't save them forever. Part-time lover and full-time friend says, where are the Transformers? Unfortunately, after new regulations passed by Florida and Oregon, we are only allowed to play with cis-formers. It's really unfortunate, and we expect a long and protracted legal battle in the courts. But we will be switching over to Magnum Overlord, I believe is what that was being asked. However, the new season has started, maybe 6 hours ago. Are we going to be able to find anybody in King of Games? One way to find out. It's time to revive the maximums. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. And now we get to play Waiting Simulator. I can't imagine there are too many people. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna set a timer. Wait, no. Count up timer. And we will see how long it takes to find a lone game. Stopwatch. Start. And let's bring it in. If I go to browser capture, create new source, I'll call it stopwatch. And then, wait, no, not a browser source. I need, a, window capture. And then we call this one stopwatch. And then, okay, it's actually the right one. We just crop it over. Bring it down a little bit. Don't want it to be too big, of course. And there we go. Now we'll know how long it takes to find a game in the top rank. I don't think it was the fastest cog in the world. I'm sure there's at least one other player, but they've probably stopped for the night after reaching it. I will go bug some people in Discord servers. Apparently I missed a ton of discussion in the Witch's Kitchen. So we're gonna start by catching up on that. Looks like they're talking about maximums. Oh, why didn't they get the bundles? Wait, somebody didn't buy the widespread bundle. Interesting. Also, if anyone has any questions or things they'd like me to talk about, feel free. This is the part where I feel bad as a streamer, because I am not sure how to fill random dead air. I desperately rely on the game to make up for my lack of any kind of personality trait. So, how do I make sure people do not get bored watching a timer scroll for 20 minutes? Also, I'd like to farm viewer ideas for content. So I have a couple of videos that are somewhat similar to MVT's Twitter threads in style, but you see, I have no personality, so I don't know what questions to ask. If there are any discussion topics you guys would like to see a video about, let me know. Okay. Yuki, you have a fantastic idea. I will absolutely be doing that. Let me go to Solitaire Online. I actually don't really know how to play. And I feel like, a lot of people do like this weird triple flipping thing. But okay, we need to add in a new window capture. Solitaire. Okay. Oh, perfect. We did it. Go like this. Of course, make it a little bit smaller. We can crop this part. Make it a bit smaller part too. Alright everyone, welcome to my Yu-Gi-Oh stream. Wait, what game is on Game Pass? Do you mean Solitaire? Okay, so, this is pretty good. We opened our best opener, Ace of Spades. We love to see it. Oh, and that's a big king combo. By moving the queen over, we are also, able to move the king back to the empty spot. And that means we get another flip. Unfortunately, we don't have anything else we're able to line up, so we're gonna go with our triple flip. A 7, unfortunately, is just the wrong color. Can't put a red 7 on a red 8. So we're gonna have to think about this and flip some more. Okay, we got another 5, but unfortunately, it's not looking like that's gonna help either. Jacks. We see the jack red that we would have loved, but a spade of jacks is no good. 4. Okay, we can bring that in. And that unlocks another ace. We're really comboing. Got 2 of our 4 starters, but are we gonna be able to get the 4-card combo? We have this red, or this black 6 that would go under the, red 5, but unfortunately it's a bit of a garnet right now. So we'll have to keep flipping. The 2 also doesn't do anything. It's a mismatch, you know. Another jack. Not seeing anything here either. 9. Okay, and check this out. We combo it with the 8. But that is about it. I know we've seen the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 5. All of clubs. But we need to draw into that ace of clubs. Here's the 6 of diamonds. Again, not gonna do anything for us. Let's try flipping. Another 7, but it's the wrong color. Just like everything else we have been doing. Let's see. Am I missing any combo lines here? Another 5. I think opening all low levels is a bit of a brick. You know, we need our bosses, but they just refuse to show up. Alright, there we go with a 7. Oh, and I think I accidentally double-clicked. What a huge misplay. But here we go. Last minute, we managed to find a, red 6. So this is a big decision point in the combo tree. We can either go for this 5 of clubs, and we're going to be trying to, you know, clear out a row. But there are a ton of cards currently locked behind the 5 of spades. So is that the better one? I actually don't know. You know, I haven't practiced a ton, so some of these lines are pretty tough decisions. However, I think this is probably the better one. Another queen. I know we saw some jacks earlier, so that's gonna be a big step up. Let's go for another round. 7. We don't need a 7. We need to find a jack. And there it is. Exactly what we were looking for. Check it out. The 10 moves all the way over. And with that, the king is done too. Which means kings obviously need to go over there. And now we can start comboing. We got the 2. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, and check out this jack and do a 10. And another king. It looks like we are really speeding up. Any other moves we can make? We see a 4 and a 3 and a 5, but they're all black, unfortunately. The 10 not doing anything, and the 3 is not the of spades. Here's a 6. Again, could go under it, but it's not quite right. Another jack. We saw a red queen inside of the deck. But we actually need a black queen. So that'll be tough. This jack isn't doing anything. A 7. Not seeing any lines with a 7 here. A 10. Also not great. I think that might be the furthest we can go. Is that the end of the combo? It's so premature. Oh, the 2 of hearts is actually hidden in the deck somewhere. But the 5 doesn't help. We can only deal with a 9, a queen, or a super low value card. And that's not the right queen. I don't think there's anything we can do. 7, useless. 8, not gonna help. 10, not looking good. 5, queen. 7, 8, 10. 7, 5, queen. 7. So it is shuffling them, I think. 8, 8, and queen. And jack. 10. I don't know. I think this might just be a lost cause here. Let's try again. Okay, starting off with the ace. We love to see it. 3 into the 4. Perfect, perfect. Let's bring a jack. Oh, does it have to be a king in order to go over there? I thought anything could. I am learning. Like I said, the variants I play apparently are not the official. I'm more of a custom format fan. 6, not gonna do anything. 8, not gonna do anything. A king. A 10. Okay. A little bit of progress, sure. 6, no. 9. Okay. And then we have the 8. Perfect, perfect. 3. Now, if we had the 2, we'd be good to go. Oh. I feel like I might have missed something over in the chat. See, you're playing Master Duel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm caught up. But I'm apparently not very good at this. Spider Solitaire is the best custom format. Okay. We gotta figure it out. Is it over here? Welcome. What is going on? We hit King of Games. And now, we are waiting for a match. We have the timer set until we queue into the next game. Wow, this is a lot. But it looks like we might actually have some plays, which is way better than what we were doing before. Another queen, but there... Wait. How does Spider Solitaire work? Why are there 2 queens of diamonds? Are we on, like, some kind of double-deck adventure? Whoa. Okay. And it's not even aligned? How does this work? I literally do not know what's happening. Okay. Move the cards to the foundation. The foundation is filled when it contains a pile ordered by its own rank. Built down by rank. Complete or partial files can be moved if they share the same suit. So I can't move the ace or the king up here. Septi, how does this game work? Why is it mismatched? Why am I allowed to do this? Wait, why does it not matter that it's red? Septi, I'm dying here. Why can I not move this 9? Oh, is it because there's a 7? Okay. But where does it want me to move this? Um... So why is the top row here? Wait, so I want to stack the same color. So I've been doing it all wrong. I'm going to restart. So you're saying stack the same color. I guess I will do that and see how it goes. Oh, 10, 9, 8. Looking like a good start. Oh, and this jack is ready to move. Okay. Another queen. Oh, but we have a 10. Why can I not move the 10? Septi. Septi, help me. So, in solitaire, I'm used to moving this entire stack at once. Is that not how it works? Do I have to move them, like, individually? I want to move the 10 over to the jack. But I don't know why I can't. I could move the 4 to the 5. Oh, so they have to be the same suit, too? I see, okay. Can I do this anyway? I could. So why was I able to move this one? These ones aren't the same suit either. If the entire group is the same. Oh, so I might have just messed myself up. That is good to know. Let's move the heart jack over here. I mean, I could still move this jack, but it seems like it's gonna be counterproductive if I'm understanding correctly. But I think I also have to do it. No. Okay. So I'm allowed to move it when click on that whenever. But I think that just kills me. The 2 and the ace. Like, these aces are gonna be impossible to do anything with, ever. And obviously the king can't go anywhere. Six, 5, ace, somehow managed to find it. So if we can get the 3 somewhere, then we'd be able to move the 2 and the ace. Same with this and the 4. Oh, we see a... Oh, but they're not all the same suit, so I can't move these. I don't think I'm good enough at this game. Also, wow, it has been 18 minutes. What's like the basic baby spider tear? Solitaire. Duration short. Move all cards except aces to the foundation. The top card may be moved. Empty spots can be filled with any card. So how does this one work? Wait. Huh? I think I really don't understand what's going on. Oh, welcome to the stream, Hisui. Good luck reaching King of Games. You know what? Maybe I can go bug someone and be like, hey, Q. So let me go check in on the witch's kitchen and see if they can help. I feel bad kind of skipping over all of the messages I missed, but scrolling. You know what? Actually, I wonder if we can find some online poker. I do actually know the rules of that. I'm not any good. No. Versus CPU, I don't want to actually lose money. Okay. Texas Hold'em. Works for me. Wow. This is impressive. We can see they really put a ton of effort into that one. Okay, you know what? New plan. We're going to cool math chess. We're gonna play some cool math games. I will play a random opponent. I am a beginner, and I don't care what color I'm playing. Alright, we're up black against someone bringing the white deck. Very interesting. Synchro monsters, of course, always meta relevant. I think we're gonna respond with an easy d4, d5 line. Alright, so what are they trying to attack? I'm not really sure. However, we can put some pressure on that pawn. Okay, they're gonna defend. Pretty clever. If I move my pawn here, they could capture. And then I would just lose the pawn. Okay. So as much as I'd love to get this kingside castle going, I'm thinking I kind of want to do something about this bishop. So what if I, well, I could actually go for, also developing a bishop. Kind of counteract their early development. Okay. Interesting. Really defending that pawn structure. We are in King of Games, so we're just waiting for another player. And since it is only a few hours into the month, not many people have reached it. I could develop the other knight, but then that's gonna kind of lock in my pawns. I think maybe I go like this. Kind of open up a big structure this way. And now we have multiple pieces defending here. So we capture, and And if they go with the bishop to recapture, our knight is going to claim the bishop and give us a huge lead. And then if they don't capture, they blunder a bishop. Oh, okay. Or they are going for a bishop trade. Since they're saying they'll recapture. Interesting. Am I okay with that? Wait, who am I fighting? Oh, it's Mierbu again. Okay, so Cool Math, you are going to have to, resign. And we can get rid of this for now. After just 25 minutes. We are ready to go. Alright, and we are up first. Let's play an actual round of Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously, we are keeping the 7-Zone Magician in hand. Wait, do I have an out to Yggdrago? Light Sorcerer is my only way to get over the 4,000 mark. That is bad. Okay. Definitely bringing in 7-Zone Magician here. We could discard the Torna with Mystic Dealer, but I definitely don't see that being the right play. In fact, I'm pretty sure I want to summon the Torna. And then we're gonna ditch the Maximum. Oh, I could have used my skill and kept the, dealer in hand. This is fine, though. We'll just play the game. Oh, Widespread Ruin. Very well. Looks like they are off to a pretty strong start. But we have our own cards as well. Okay, so Stormbolt Destroyer, of course, could have used its effect. Oh, it still can. Cantrip, pretty true. I think it's pretty niche. Not sure anyone would really want to spend time thinking about it. Alright, so we're taking the damage that we're taking. Not much we can do about it. $1,600. I feel like I can't really sit and wait forever, but also that's what I want to do. It's a pretty tough choice. I could Shield and Sword and then try to, like, swing over using the Valkyria. I mean, I guess so. Shield and Sword. Dealer. Fire Golem. I wonder if the person who said they wanted to see this deck is even still in the queue. Like, are they even still watching? After waiting half an hour to see Magnum Overroad get sent to the graveyard with no effect. Yeah, I guess it'd be 1 out of 10 players or so. No, 1 out of 15. Would have a Prismatic Dragius now. Trip to the Doomed, and unfortunately, I'm just running a bunch of Pierce. However, My opponent summons a lone angler coilfish. Let us activate our skill, Maximum Overload. We send the right piece to the graveyard to summon Seven Zone Magician. What am I able to do? That sounds great. Why would I not want to do this? Flip summon. Throw down a face down. Doriado. And Seven Zone Magician uses its effect. Let's attack. And Seven Zone Magician, end this. After 25 minutes, our duel with Miarabu is over. I need to send them a nice for queuing and saving us from that disaster. Also, it's a little bit of congratulations on hitting King of Games so early in the season. They deserve a nice just for that. And Miarabu is sending one back. Hopefully we can just queue against each other a few times in a row. But until we do, let's check out the latest and greatest in video game technology. And also we need to reset the timer. Here we go. Chess. I would like to go back to chess home. And find a random opponent either side. Okay, and we got the white pieces. So we're off to a good start. Oh, are they gonna fianchetto the bishop? Well, regardless, I'm pushing the pawns. I'm under attack. Let's defend it with my own knight. I think that seems like a good plan. Wait, no, I should have just attacked the knight. I'll do that next turn, if I'm able to. They aren't ready for this one. Apparently, that knight move threw them for a loop. Oh, thank you, Red Fire. I'm glad I managed to reach King of Games pretty early in the season. However, wait, why is it not, oh, okay. I was about to say the, timer wasn't updating. And it actually looks like it is doing it pretty poorly. Has the timer been smooth for you all? Did I blunder something? I don't think so. Queen is gonna go ahead and capture. As far as I can tell, all of my pieces are still here. Oh, congrats, Super Kitty, for reaching King of Games. I'm glad my decks have been able to help. What's been your favorite one to hit King of Games with? So, there we go. Timer is updated again. Wait, why'd it go away? I guess the timer stops when I tab out, but then it like comes back if I tab back in. Oh, but then I don't see the chess clock ticking down. Really inconvenient. My opponent is spending a lot of time thinking here. Okay, looks like they are both running. The other player has left. I will claim victory and find a new opponent. Of course, E4. a disciplined start to chess. Also, this is the extent of the theory that I know. You see, I have no idea what this opening does. I guess it prevents me from going d4. But I'll just develop the knight. Horse, okay. We could open up the path for our bishop by just moving one space, or we could develop this bishop right away and prevent the pawn from moving. I don't know. Seems useful. Yeah, Septi, you see, the players on Light Chess are going to be a lot better than me, whereas the players on Cool Math Games are probably 4th graders. And then I get to feel smart for beating children in 2 different games on the same stream. Okay, moving in. However, I think I can actually develop my position if I go like this. They have 2 attacks, but I have 2 defenders. So opening up the center and getting my queen active might be the play. Let's go here. Now I have a huge presence on the board. And we're even ready to castle. Okay, they're attacking this pawn, but they're not actually threatening it. So I think I am just going to castle here. Clearly, they aren't going to swing in with the bishop. That just blunders. For no reason. I can move this other bishop, but I'm thinking the knight might be better. What are we going to be able to do today? They are thinking. Okay, the rook has been activated. However, I will take this trade 10 times out of 10. The rook for a bishop sounds pretty solid. And then we actually have a bit of an attack here. We can go here. And now either they give up the knight, yeah, actually that's really, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think I thought that one through. However, we can develop our rook here. And by moving the knight, the bishop is pinned. They have a completely inactive piece on the board. We do see 2 attackers on the pawn, but again, I have 2 defenders. We take the trade every time. Your opponent opposes a take back. I'm good. Oh, and it looks like we actually found a game. Can I do both at the same time? Okay, they are attacking my bishop. I would like to do something. What if I go here? No, that doesn't work. I'll go here. Okay. Let's, okay, they have absolutely blundered the rook. And we should be able to find a pretty devastating attack very soon. What if I just move here? Okay, but it is our turn in rush duels. My opponent has set 4 cards and passed. We have, not much to do ourselves. I don't really want to overextend, so we're just going to set our cards as well. Pass it over. My opponent pushed the pawn again. Makes a ton of sense if you ask me. But I'm down to just go this way. MHH. So it's not a bug, but the skill is mistranslated. And you can't run monsters with over 2100 attack points. I'm sure I've been missing lethal over in this game for a while. But also coming back here, I need to not die. So we're going to be using Recital. Obviously would have preferred if it was something a little bit better. Okay, they've moved here. I think I can go here. The king isn't checked, is forced to move there. And then, we could capture the queen, but that doesn't seem great. I could check them again, but that doesn't actually work. I also don't want to blunder the queen, so I might just move it back a space. And that'll give me time to focus on this. Okay, we can activate the skill, but first we're going to use Shield and Sword. Everything is 0 attack now. Maximum Overload. Send this to the grave, of course. Set the 7's Road. We don't need to debuff anything. They are at 0. Flip up 7's Road Magician. Normal summon. Normal summon. Buff up. Set Recital. Battle Phase. Swing. Okay. So it might seem like a good thing that they had no trap card. But it does mean there's a very good chance it's Dragonic Pressure, which just kills me immediately. Okay, so they moved their queen. Pretty interesting. Is there anywhere I can move that's pretty good? What if I get my other rook in this attack? So the king is running out of spaces to move to, for sure. We see the opponent over here using Dragon Merchant to buff Twin Edge Dragon to a 2000 attack point monster, potentially. But actually, oh no. I don't have a trap to stop this. 2800 is 16. Oh wait, I might just barely survive. Okay. We move here, I guess. Wait, oh, they have Talismanic Seal Arrays. We are super dead. Unfortunate. Tetsuharo got us for sure. And we get the checkmate, but lose the rush duel. Truly a 50-50. Send them a nice. My opponent has requested a rematch. I will absolutely take it. And then we will reset the timer. Clear and start. Okay. Rush duel. Let's go. My opponent appears to have not made the move after I accepted their offer though. So we'll head back to the chess home. How do I play again? There we go. Looks like there aren't too many people playing chess at this time either. Okay, we'll respond with a d5. Bishop coming out. What does that do? Could not tell you. But I'll go here. Wait, I think that blunders. It does. Okay. Do I just give them a second one? This is all part of the plan to have a nice open center. Totally. Trust. I am in check. That's not great. I think this player has got me cooked. I'll go ahead and resign. I think I am actually getting pretty tired. We'll see if we can't get one more game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In. So we can close this. Oh, welcome Shadow Mew. We've been playing some Duel Links. However, we have hit the top rank on the ladder, and the ranked season has only started about 7 hours ago, which means there is nobody to queue against. So we have been sitting here. We did manage to find 1 or 2 games. You can see the timer up on the top left. But we've been playing some solitaire, playing some chess while we wait. Overall, I'd say it has been a pretty fun stream. How have you been? What have you been up to? Any new games lately? Or what? Trying to play ranked on Dragon Ball. Okay, that is a pretty bad sounding bug. Is it the Dragon Ball, does Dragon Ball have a card game, simulator, or is it like the Dokkan battle thing? I'm only aware of the one Dragon Ball game. So I don't know. Oh wait, it came out today? That's crazy. Okay, Plus Minus wants the quick mini box review. Let me go pull it up. Rebels. No. I need the invasion. Okay. Genesis Maximum. Harpy's Pet Dragon. Hysteric Force, pretty good deck. Thunder Cavalry, Trigger Drago. Thunder, pretty good deck. Egg Drago, the Sky Emperor. Maximum Ragnarok, pretty good deck. Supreme Machine, Magnum Overlord. Trash. Every box needs the one trash you are, and this is it. SRs. Rising Light Angel Essel. Ghost Cyclone is a Saki card, and Essel is the advanced version of it. Run it if you are simply a skilled duelist. Shadow Buyer, mandatory 3 of, in the Royal Bubble deck. Thunderspark, trash. Stormbolt Destroyer, pretty good. Having a Seahorse Carrier that works after you do the Tribute Summon, and with 6 1500s instead of a bunch of random weak monsters is pretty good. Sensor Duckbill. It is the Phoenix Dragon card that doesn't actually make you discard. Putting it on the bottom of the deck means you can shuffle it later. Shoot Hydron. 3 of in Yggdrago decks. Stop Defense, trash. Talismanic Seal Array. Unfortunately, a mandatory 1 to 2 of for a lot of decks. But being able to recur 4 boss monsters is actually really crazy. So even without the maximums, you probably run this card in something like Aqua, where you only have the 3 bosses anyway. Invasion, very good. Mage, good out to maximum monsters. But not the Harpies. We don't have anything to debuff, so we are just gonna set 2 and pass it over. Recital probably is not going to work against Roa. This will probably be also the final match of the day. We are pretty close on a 7-hour stream. Though I guess we do want to make it to the 7-hour mark. So there might be one final game after this. Hey, Lone Cobalt. Not the strongest play, for sure. Torna coming in. Let's use the effect. Flip up the other monster. 0 attack. Pretty threatening. What is this? Okay. Maximum Overload. Ditch this to get the 7-zone Magician out. Debuff. Flip Summon. And then we can pretend that we're protecting it with Magician's Valkyria. Activate the effect. And of course we mill Widespread Ruin. Simply how it goes. They do have a trap. It's a Widespread Ruin. But we should still be able to clear. Looks like King's Majesty has not made an appearance just yet. 3200 is a pretty solid push. And we get the maximum piece back for later. Keep in mind, Roa is playing a deck full of 0 defense monsters. So, even if they clear this board, as long as the Shield and Sword stays alive, we would have been fine. Really wish they hit the Recital. Things are now significantly more complicated. Cobalt searching for the high level monsters. We know they didn't have any last round. Okay, so Shadow Mew. Sorry, got distracted by the game. I probably will try out the Dragon Ball thing if the bugs get resolved. I do like card games, but I didn't want to invest any money or anything into Dragon Ball because I haven't seen the show. Okay, this is actually great. Recital, the perfect trap to stop the heavy metal. Draw for turn. We are getting a little bit closer. 800 debuff puts the opponent at a little bit lower. 500, 1700. 1700 minus 300 is just enough, assuming they don't have a trap card. I mean, which they probably do, but it's kind of whatever. It's a potential lethal push, so we have to go for it. Oh, and the Light Sorcerer is actually going to do a 600 debuff. I forget that the Valkyria is also a light spellcaster. So now that it's down to 1100, I feel much better. Recital is possible, but I'd rather play a round barrier. 1200 and 1200. That is it. Red Fire. If you remind me in the Discord server, I will try to build the Disco Harpies at some point. I feel like we definitely have a bit of a few busy days up ahead of us. But we managed to take out that Roa. And I wasn't expecting to beat Roa with this deck. So that is definitely going to be our final round for now. But I'm down to chat for a little bit so we can cross that 7-hour mark. I have some event duels I can clear out, for example. So wait a couple days, but it's free to download, etc. How does getting the cards work? Is it like Duel Links where it's a gacha, or like the Hearthstone model, or is it actually free to play friendly? Am I going to be stuck? Wait, they are in King of Games, so they probably won the 5 games to get to King of Games, and then won one more, and then lost to me. So it makes sense, especially this early in the month. Let's check out Duel Studio. See what this King of Games... Wait a second. Here we have a Rankup duel featuring Magnum Overlord, which means it must be a really recent one. Did I play any of the new Pokemon card game at? So if you are talking about PTCG Live, I definitely downloaded it when it came out. I was also a PTCGO player, and was even in probably the largest English-speaking custom format server. Actually even ran some events myself. It definitely had some bugs, but I like live. I just fell out of Pokemon a little bit. Ended up playing Duel Links instead. Maybe at some point we'll start doing some card game variety streams, playing the other ones. Alright, so we see Invasion, of course. Doing invasion things. Sounds of Magician is gonna be a huge buff. But Roa is not out yet. 3700 is not a lot of life. However, Roa has already used their legend card. And they are forced into defense mode. Will the Yugobi player be running any Pierce or Torna? Torna comes in. Could be threatening. Especially if a Currybot is flipped up. It's not the widespread ruin, so they are down to just 100 life. Will they be able to turn this around? Here comes a Kobold. Welcome Ace. You actually did catch us right at the end. We hit King of Games, and then the queue times got very bad. It's also been 7 hours, but we've played just about everything in the format. We played, Hysteric Forces. We played Thunder. We played Magnum. We played Yggdrago. And we played the other Yggdrago. Yeah, this is just, killing a couple minutes to reach the 7-hour mark. We're watching a King of Games rank up. The daily 5 gems. The only thing left is girl-powered disco harpies. So true. Have not played Aqua. Oh, sure. Wait, I don't think you can link replays on PC. Like it tries to open a website, so I could watch the replay on my phone, but I wouldn't be able to stream it. So we see the Magnum Overlord coming in, but that doesn't seem like a winning strategy. Against heavy metal, we are going to be able to destroy the Magnum Overlord and finish the game. Oh, sure. What is your friend code? And we see from 100 life points, after several turns, Roa managed to win. I can see why it's quickly gained so many likes. Let's head over here. Friends list. Search. 425-949-884. Eight, 9, 4. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, I do know Sun Spiral, so I will be going like that for sure. I'll just accept all of them. Why not? Maybe they'll send me vagabonds. Oh, these are speed. I don't know anything about speed duels, but I'll watch it anyway. Wait, it closed. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have Mazar. I'm expecting, I actually don't know. Has the ban list been implemented? Are we going to see a giant trainer, draw 3, set 3? Or the Tachyon, search the transmitigation? Schwartz, also speed duels. These combos are probably going to take... Oh, wait. That was way faster than I thought that turn was going to be. Regular Tachyon, pass. Okay. Lunalite. But for some reason, they are not on Lunalite Alleviation. I wonder what skill they're running. Alright, sounds good. Shadow Mew, thanks for stopping by. I will definitely try to remember to play it in the future. It sounds interesting, and I like trying new card games. Alright, so we do see the Transmitigation, and Barian Battlemorph. Okay. Is this the one that, like, attacks 3 times? Yes. Oh, but only on monsters. So it is being used as material for even more things. I guess that makes sense. Unfortunate that their back row wasn't able to do anything. It may have just been like a Lunalite fusion. Oh, there are a lot of things going on my screen. Okay. I think we're just gonna clear this out and then probably get some sleep ourselves. Let's go ahead and take a look over on Twitch. How many other people happen to be playing Rush Duels? And if there are any other Rush players, I will go ahead, of course, and do a little raid. We see, Speed Duel player, Speed Duel player, me, Speed Duel player, Speed Duel player, Speed Duel player, Oh wait, I recognize Alice in Borderland. So while they are also playing speed duels, since I have actually seen their name before, we might go raid them, since we are more or less done here. Wait, do they have, like, commentary? Hard to tell with my game audio on, so we will mute it for a little bit. While we try to find someone to raid. Settings. Okay.
Okay, let's get back to this. This is crazy. I still have like a small window of opportunity to try to cog in a few hours, which I kind of doubt. But I know I'll get high up there. Because look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. They still haven't banned anything yet. I can still use him.
What else is going on? Yeah, thanks everyone who came by. We're just checking out the different streams until we find someone interesting to raid.
And then we'll go rock with Command Night afterwards. Excuse me.
Oh, I think they're drunk. I don't really want to interrupt any drunk people. And this person is playing Lorcana, I think. And this person's just watching basketball. Maybe we just call it a day. What is this? I mean, this person at least has a cam. But I don't... This is speed duels. Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's anyone really playing Rush. So, we are going to just call it a night. Thank you everyone who came on by. I really appreciate it. And plus minus, Lorcana, I definitely enjoyed the little bit I played on the simulator when it first came out. Just learning the mechanics. But I get what you mean. There is no huge big combo line. Though I didn't really mind it all too much. I never got the chance to try games with 3 or more players in it, and I haven't gotten the chance to play it physically. If I ever find starter decks, I know some people who are going to try it. Oh, and thank you, Comet. I was excited to hit King of Games, though what was I saying? Oh yeah, I think it'll be pretty rough finding matches for the next little while. And actually, Redfire, that's a good plan. I am totally up to do a duel room. I am a little bit tired, but I don't mind playing some more. Gotta celebrate the box release somehow. So, let's go ahead and make a Rush duel room. Room capacity. We're gonna have as many people as want to join. And I will set up the info. Duel room info. There we go. If anyone would like to join. What UR and SR cards are skippable? That's a good question. I don't skip any of them, because I always have too many gems. As you can see, I still have 5. Oh, that is way too loud. Okay. So, I haven't personally skipped anything, because I think if you're playing Rush and you're active, you should probably be able to get all of the cards you need. But cards I would consider skipping: Thunder Spark, Stop Defense, Essel, and Magnum Overlord. Those are the 4 that I think are pretty low impact. Harpies should be fun. Oh, I guess you can also skip the dragon if you don't like harpies. Yggdrago, Royal Rebels, and Thunder are all very good, but you don't need Thunder Spark. So I would go for those 3 decks if you're on a little bit of a budget. Anyway, Red Fire, feel free to join the duel room, and anyone else that wants to play as well. I will queue up, oh, you know what? While we're doing this, let me head over to Duel Links Meta and submit my King of Games deck. Deck builder, name. And then, what did I run? Okay. Just find all of the most popular cards, and that's probably what I'm doing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 tigers. How many recitals? 2. 3 Ancient Arise, 3 Kanan, 3 Gazelle. I need the Silver Wolves and Barrel Dragon. And Talismanic. Okay. Oh, and the Paku. That is what I'm missing. Paku Pakachu, Talismanic, Seal Array. And then I'm at 29. Oh, Light Story. Share URL to clipboard. But the deck I'm actually planning on playing against you all is Thunderclap. Let's go ahead and set this. And has anyone joined the duel room? Yeah, Harpies, you might not need 3, but I think 3 is a good plan. Well, maybe 2. Oh, I see Red Fire is here. Okay. 1 second. Queuing in. Sorry, I'm trying to submit the King of Games stuff to Duel Links Meta, so I got a little distracted. But I'm ready to go. Okay, so Red Fire has set 4. They kept a card in hand to prevent my Trigger Drago from piercing, which is unfortunate for me. However, I will go ahead and bring it out anyway. And then I'm going to lose immediately, actually. I could keep the Sensor Duckbill in my hand, but that is also a very poor decision. Since I'm gonna get blown out by a Harpy Lady, themed deck. Triple Threat Thunder is basically just an FTK. So I feel obligated to set the card, even though keeping the Trigger Drago in hand, the Duckbill, would have been nice. If I had a back row, then I would have considered it. Okay. I guess Surge Bolt and Storm Bolt are both fine. Let's throw in the Vorse Raider, and no need to even boost the attack. We can just go in. And we'll see how Redfire deals with this. They can't set 3 forever. Eventually, they'll need to make a move. Back row is a pretty good move. Obviously, Widespread Ruin can prevent me from doing what I want. So they need to have no cards to pierce, so we're just gonna keep going. However, they have committed the Widespread Ruin instead of letting me just swing in, which means they need to make the push this turn, or it won't work out for them. You all might be wondering, why did I keep Widespread Ruin in hand? But the idea is, my opponent might play Hydration, and I want to draw into a second spell or trap card before setting it, if I'm only going to be drawing 1 card anyway. That does change if they do start making a board. Recycling the 1400s. Interesting. I probably would have kept one of the 1400s as a target for the Seahorse Carrier. As long as I don't die, I'm fine. You see, exactly what I meant. But maybe they have the 3rd copy already in hand. Only one way to find out. Let's see what they go for. Setting another monster, and flipping up a Faith Bird. Presumably a Harpy Lady is coming in. As expected, and this one is the monster effect one. Okay. This is totally fine. Our move, and that is pretty strong. Let's place a card on the bottom of the deck. I'm gonna go with this one. We will add a Stormbolt Destroyer to hand. Summon, and then Tribute Summon. My opponent has 2 or fewer cards in hand, which means I'm able to activate its effect and bring back a Surge Bolt Lizard. I summon the second one. And I activate its effect as well. Let's return this to the deck and get a Triggered Drago. And now we have 2 boss monsters backed by a trap card. We're gonna buff up this one, activate our skill, and debuff this by 500. But we will not be changing the battle position because we don't have piercing. Swing in and swing in again. Solid damage. Let's see what they do. should be a good position, I think. We can use another Stormbolt Destroyer. Do we even want to, though? I think we just throw these down. And we activate the effect. Let's go ahead and just bring back a Surge Bolt Lizard. And sooner or later, Red Fire, once again, is going to be forced to make a move. And with 5,300 life points, I should be relatively safe. They could Shield and Sword and Triple Threat Thunder to have me with 2 0-attack monsters. But even then, I feel relatively safe. Alright, another set 3 pass. Nothing to worry about. Let's start swinging in. Even if they do make a push, I'm going to have a ton of cards to deal with it. I have a full 6 plus 5, 11 cards for them to deal with only 6 cards themselves. And I'll draw another one on the next turn. Alright, for a second I was thinking they were going to do something else, but they don't appear to have chosen to do so. A tribute set. That is only going to make them deck out faster. Pretty surprising move. No time to waste. Trigger Drago is swinging in. We haven't seen any of the Dion Ketos yet. Maybe they just drew really poorly. Reincarnation. It might be maximum time. Okay. That is somewhat problematic. I can't widespread that. And it does get to attack 3 times, which is a lot of damage. I never did do the calculation. Let's see how it goes. This is like 1,000, or no, 1,500, 3,000, 3,500. Yeah, that might be game. Yeah, I think it is. Oh boy. After all of that, they totally got me. Should have paid more attention to my life points. I would send them a nice, but you can't do it in a duel room. Looks like there are a couple other people here, so we will be going down the list. a nail deck. Alright, we are up first. What do we want to do? I think this is the right move. Keeping the buffer makes sense if they bring in an Yggdrago early. So we get to keep a Surge Bolt Lizard. If everyone has one or fewer cards in their hand. Oh, they do not. They have 2. Very well. Let's Thunder the Thunder then. Activate the effect. We will ditch Blast Jaw since we can't use it. Debuff you. Summon you. And then Stormbolt Destroyer time. 1 and 2. My opponent has 2 cards in hand, so I will be able to use Stormbolt Destroyer this time. Let's special summon the Angler Coilfish. Activate the skill Lightning Trigger. Debuff you, and we don't need to change the battle position, as we can play around Barrier this way. And it looks like we are good to go. History down to 2,900. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Trigger Drago. But they have a card left in hand. So instead, our plan is simple. We Shield and Sword, and then beat over the Sigurd State until it dies. Censor Duckbill. Activate your effect. Let's send you back. Of course, we are grabbing the Stormbolt Destroyer. Tribute Summon. 1 and 2. Blast Jaws. The opponent has 1 or fewer cards in hand, which means, by returning a card to the deck, Stormbolt Destroyer is gaining attack. Then, Trigger Drago is coming down. Then, we will be activating Stormbolt Destroyer's effect. Revive Angler Coilfish. It might seem useless, but Lightning Trigger is actually pretty useful here if they use Shield and Sword specifically. We will not be changing the battle position. And let's see if this goes through. It is a Widespread Ruin, keeping them alive this turn. But it won't save them forever. Angler Coilfish destroys their monster and leaves them with just 100 life points remaining. But they do have the Yggdrago. They have drawn it right on time. And now I am in some pretty serious danger. 2 of my Blast Jaws and a Thunder the Thunder are already down. I do have a way to out this, but drawing it from an empty board is a bit of a strong ask. So, Stormbolt Destroyer. This card can go up to nothing. It does not buff itself. So I can decrease Yggdrago to 3,000. But that is clearly not enough. So, Hisui has managed to take a victory. If this was the other boss monster or the sensor duckbill, I think we actually would have done it. But alas, it was not to be. I'll do a match against Zen Spiral, but actually give me 1 second. I need to take the screenshot of King of Games. Oh, okay. Maybe I can't do that unless I leave the room. I will be right back. I'm just submitting the proof of King of Games. I guess I should switch over to the deck I actually used so the screenshot doesn't look weird. Go here. Rush duels. And then screenshot. And then come over here. Okay, and now we are heading back. Switch back to Roman. And then PvP Arena, and I will be joining the duel room. Enter room. 162752. Alright, here we go. Zen Spiral. Alright, so we are up first. I think we need to just go this way. And see what Zen has in mind. Alright, so we see a lone Harpy. Interesting, but with 2 cards to protect it, things might be pretty good for my opponent. Of course, the skill will flip up a Thunder the Thunder and let them swing in for some damage, while also preventing me from using the effect on my turn. Double Trigger Drago. Seems pretty strong. Blast Jaws. Summon. I guess we will Thunder Blast and just swing wildly. Blast Jaws, activate the effect. Let's go ahead, put Blast Jaws back into the deck. Boost up Trigger Drago, and then do it again. This time, putting Thunder the Thunder. We want to keep a normal monster in there in case we draw into the other boss monster. Now let's tribute 2 monsters for a second Trigger Drago. And we will activate the effect, and then we will activate the effect again. And then we will play Force Raider and Lightning Trigger. This card loses some attack, but we will not be changing the battle position. Battle phase, this plays around the most traps possible. And that is a turn 3 Thunder lethal? Welcome, Sync Lyric. That is a good question. Out of the ones that I have played today, I would say my favorite was Ragnarok. However, that is also the deck that I played in Silver. So my matchups were probably pretty easy. I think my assessment was correct about Royal Rebels, though. They are strong, but they aren't some kind of tier 0 ultra uber mega threat. We have shield and sword, and like before, they mostly prey on me bricking. Like, whenever I lose to the Rebels, I don't think, wow, Rebels are so unfair. I go, wow, my hand sucked. So they are obviously a lot better now than they were before the box. But I don't think it's, like, worth complaining about. Blast Jaws, I think we play it safe. Blow up that back row. It was only a strange forces. But that is fine. Trigger Drago coming in. Activate the effect. And we can debuff. A solid half health. So speaking about the Royal Rebels a little bit more, it's similar to Psychics, right? You read Climax Beat, you read Get Ready to be Amped Up, and you're like, this is the craziest skill Duel Links has ever had. How could they do this? But then Psychics continue to not win any event. So we'll see. Seven's Axel Road appears to be kicking me in currently, but I did draw a Stormbolt Destroyer, so I can't complain too much. Sensor Duckbill, for sure. Let's get Thunder the Thunder on the bottom of the deck. That thing requires a discard. Trigger Drago, here we go. Summon Angler Coilfish. And then, of course, we're bringing in the Storm Bolt Destroyer. My opponent only has one card in hand, meaning we now get to revive the Angler Coilfish that we just tributed off. Then, Light Sorcerer is coming in next, and it'll debuff my opponent by 300. Trigger Drago, it's your move. My opponent, unfortunately, does have a card in hand, so we don't get to pierce. However, we do get to boost our attack. Lightning Trigger, for the debuff, we will not be changing the battle position. Swing in number 1 and number 2. Yep, Mirabu has it exactly right. We have played against each other twice, by the way. I don't know if that's where you found me. But we played once on the climb, and then again after reaching King of Games. I enjoyed playing against you. Thank you for the matches. But exactly, so the Royal Level deck, they are able to make some pretty big pushes. And Raigeki can feel really unfair. But they are also going to blow up to a single shield and sword. They often are going to end on like a lone invasion. Widespread Ruin still does wonders. to stop the heavy metal push, etc. It's not a tier 0 mega threat. Okay. Interesting cards. I think I can just win. Stormbolt Destroyer. Skill. Go here. We don't need to change the battle position. Special summon. Buff. Set. And that's good enough for me. Wisebed Ruin doesn't stop this. Wisebed Ruin and Recital does let them survive for another turn. But if it's just a barrier, that is going to be game. And then that's everyone in the room. So we're going to loop back up to Hisui. However, we're going to switch decks. Let's go with Legageddon. Hopefully this one is able to put in some results. We'll see if I do as well in the duel room as I did on the ladder. And first up is Hisui. It is time for the now mirror match. Setting 3, true Yggdrago moment. I think I'm fine just swinging in with some Femtrons. Really not a huge deal. All these monsters are gonna have no defense. And pass. Let's see how they deal with the Dark Femtron. You don't want to mess with the Dark Fems. They will make you watch Tron. Alright, so they are Ragnarocking, bringing in a boss. Definitely a bit of an issue. Luckily, we aren't anywhere near the 8 yet, so no bonus cards. And of course, they are running the Recital. Fantastic choice of trap. Interesting. Reincarnation doesn't do much for me. Atron, for sure. I think we just push. Connector Dog. I went a little bit too fast, though. I could have burned them for 300. Let's return this to the top of the deck. And then 1 and 2. Summon out you. Treat as 2 tributes. Yes. And then we reveal... So if I waited to summon the Connector Dog, we would have had the extra monster and dealt 300 more damage. Battle phase. I guess we just kind of hope this works, but it looks like it might not, which is fair. But we do have 2 of our maximum pieces, so we are starting to get there. But if they are monster reincarnating, I wonder if it means we are dead. Ditching an Shoot is actually really interesting, since I feel like the 2 2500 boss monsters would be a lot of damage. Bottom of the deck. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. However, I think if you debuff these, there might have been a lethal play somewhere in there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Hisui missed lethal. However, I'm not able to punish it. We do not have the pieces of Exodia. Do we just wait another turn? And try not to get pierced? It might work. It might not. Let us find out together. And here comes Igdrago to end the game. Hisui has successfully combined their pieces first. And at this point, there's nothing I can do. But we can't really chalk it up to the deck being bad, as we were playing the same one. Let's see how we do against Zen. Oh, and we disconnected. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, looks like we're in. Not a terrible start. Though we are playing against a Roa. Always have to be careful about this. Let's see how they deal with my set 3 board. Will we be going for a Hell Tuning Invitation? And if no, it's actually a Hammer Crush deal, which I am not really prepared for. Alright, enjoy your night. Sweet dreams, Lost Comet. I should probably be logging off relatively soon myself. But now I want to finish the 8-hour stream. A full work day. See if we can do it. Alright, a Lone Flavor Inspector. This is Zen Spiral's Noodle Ninja Hammer Crush deal deck. Let's see how it works. We're gonna summon the Atron flipped up. Maximum Ragnarok. We shall return this card to the bottom of the deck. And we will debuff their monster and my own. This allows Hydron to be summoned. And Atron is, of course, being treated as 2 tributes. We bring in Femtron and Flip. Let's see what they have. Swing in with the Connector Dog. Wait, I completely forgot to, no, I wasn't able to. Okay. Only had 2. Is Rush Duel fun? Personally, I enjoy it more than I enjoy speed duels. But it is going to be different for everyone. So, for example, I played Duel Links when it first came out. And the meta there was stuff like Dino Beatdown, Balance, Good Stuff, and Levia Dragon, Waters. And then maybe some like Relinquished, if you were feeling spicy. And that was my favorite format in Duel Links history. So, I clearly prefer when the games are a little bit simpler. When you can have these normal monsters on a board and they are threatening for what they are. rather than being like, the sous ship, it's a normal monster, but it's not actually fighting, right? It is material. Actron. Let's see what we draw. We are god gamers. Maximum Ragnarok. We shall return Dark Femtron to the bottom of the deck. And we shall bring in the one and only Yggdrago the Sky Emperor. However, the game may not be over just yet. Thanks to Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja, it is entirely possible for my opponent to clear this Yggdrago. We have many normal monsters in both graveyards. And that's gonna spell bad news for me. Alright, Spiral. Here's your shot. Will you be able to clear it? Pakachu going in. I think my Yggdrago is gonna be beaten by some spicy ramen. Let's find out. Here comes Spice, and they might even have a second one. 2 spices is absolutely going to end the game. Cerberus. 2,800? Okay, that's way less than I thought. However, the field boost comes from sorcery. Wait, no, it's over? Aw, I'm sorry. Let's activate Maximum Ragnarok. And then return this to the bottom of the deck. And we will debuff these. And unfortunately, I think that is going to be it. Yggdrago attacks. And they use another barrier. But still, 3,600 is more than 13. Thank you for the game. Let's see the next one. Looks like Redfire is back, so we'll go loop up there in a minute. First, we have a duel against Hemo. Or Hemo. I'm not really sure. Nail Sai Anji versus Mimi Imimi. I think this should be an interesting one. Opening hand, not looking too bad. I think we just go in. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. We'll put the Yggdrago back on top. And then we can bring out 2 boss monsters. Treat as 2, and then we will treat the other as 2 as well. Welcome, Renegade. So, we were planning on stopping at 7 hours, but then a viewer suggested doing a duel room. So, I decided it sounded pretty fun. And that is how we got here. And since we're so close to 8 hours, I figured I might as well push for it. Have my first ever full workday stream. But that does mean we are reaching the end. So if you wanted to duel, you should hop in quickly. Gonna summon Dark Femtron. set this. Activate Maximum Ragnarok. This card is going to the bottom. And Valkyria is debuffed. Still can't use the effect. Swing in. Alright, so it is a Mimi, but without a skill set. I just noticed. There's nothing up here in the top left corner. Bum, 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 bum. So if we don't have to actually worry about Disco Fever, I think Mimi's deck becomes much less threatening. Torna is going to be an out to anything in my deck. They're all 0 defense, unless I manage to maximum summon. But that's okay. I don't mind losing one boss, especially if it enables the burn from Sigurd. And that'll do it. So your state soul. I reveal. 1, 2. 600 burn damage. Activate skill. Let's return Dark Femtron to the bottom of the deck. Then, Torna is debuffed. Maximum summon. I didn't need to do that. I forgot I can just kind of destroy the Torna, and swing for lethal. Have I tried Maximum Overlord? So that is interesting. Renegade, the discussion on the stream has mostly been that Overlord seems like the worst Maximum. So I'm surprised you've had the opposite experience. I've been really disappointed by the lack of another level 7 monster. It definitely has the biggest wow factor when you manage to assemble it after several turns and then boost yourself to 7,000 attack. But I wouldn't consider it much more than like Noodle Ninja. Based on the first impression. It's always possible my deck was not particularly refined, and the players on ladder almost certainly. Redfire, are you still there? We'll probably do one more round through everyone, and then see how it goes. Oh wait, but I should switch decks. Oh wait, are they here? Okay. I will do this one, then switch decks, and we'll do another round through anyone who is queued up. I'll try Maximum Overload, or Overlord, since Renegade mentioned it. Alright, this seems like a pretty strong opening hand. Let's see what kind of psychic deck Fire is on. I know Fire is always brewing something wacky. So if this is a pure played straight psychic deck, I will be surprised. I mean, summoning the vanillas doesn't actually seem that impactful, but clearing the board is fine. All of these are 1500, so we don't have to worry about any random, Howling Bird. So we see we are against a Harpy deck. I suppose some of the, some of the psychic skills only restrict your level 7 or higher monsters. So the maximum Harpies are indeed allowed. I could use my skill, but there's actually no reason to. I would rather be digging through the deck. And I will summon Femtron since I have an Attron in my hand. There is a chance the Femtron gets punished by a Harpy lady, which Dark Femtron would not, but we will simply dodge it. Alright, they are amped up. Let's see how they go. We know they will be drawing exactly Romanpic, Primogatarna, and Esperade. However, their life points are still at 6,000. They can't immediately Romanpic. So they may not choose to use it here. I forgot the skill activates, and you can actually choose whether or not to use the effect. So maybe they don't Destiny draw. Oh, okay, so it's the only deck tried so far. That makes sense. How far up the ladder have you made it? Alright, looks like they go for a normal draw. Go Cyclone. A little bit rough. And of course, they get the widespread. But we are still protected. There is very little chance they randomly deal 6,000 damage. I mean, the full Harpy maximum is 2,000, 4,000, 5,000. I guess it is lethal. But they simply will not do it. And I was correct. They will simply not draw the Harpy maximum. All as planned. Um, 800. That's just enough. Bring in Connector Dog one more time. And swing. I guess this could be a Harpy lady. So we're going to use Connector Dog. And there we go. Femtron gets in for a little bit of damage. Let's see how it goes. Will they choose to Esperade this time? No. I think my opponent is probably saving it for when I summon Yggdrago. That way they can just pop it. Wait, they simply have the max. In that case, we lose. I thought I saw them use one of the other pieces earlier, but I guess I was mistaken. But yeah, that is just game. Nice work, Red Fire. Maximum's coming in to save the day. Alright, final attempt. What deck do I want to close things out with? I guess we'll play the Talk of the Town. Royal Rebel. And we'll see how we do. And let's start with Hisui. That was an immediate accept. Alright, we see Ragnarok. Presumably a tournament boss monster is coming up. I'm fine with this. We shall simply wait it out. Bum 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 bum. Alright, some extra monsters coming in. Makes sense. But they find a babysitter goat protecting my field. That is a lot of high levels. I mean, I guess I might as well. Bring these out. Use the skill. Who do we even discard? I guess Invasion. And then we summon another Invasion. 1, 2. We invade their heart and blow up the entire board. Battle phase, swing in. Alright, let's see if they can assemble the Yggdrago here. Alright, looks like they are not, but they might be able to Ragnarok and bring in some big boss monsters. Down to 1500. Still on the grind. What decks have I used? All of them. We played Royal Rebels. We played Yggdrago. We played Yggdrago Turbo. We played Maximum Overlord. We played Aggro. We played Harpies. Yeah, I guess I'll recital. And probably something I'm forgetting. Okay. Kind of yikes hand, but no problem. So here we actually get to see part of why this skill is a little bit silly. We've lowered Sigurd to level 3. And that means we've summoned heavy metal. And that is now the lowest level monster on the board. So we will be absorbing this one. Throw down a card. I probably do need to just have another guy. Because this is what? 3,500. Wait, okay. Let's Seal Array. And that should be game. I'm pretty sure we know it's not widespread from a previous turn. Or maybe I'm wrong. It's Recital. Well, now I'm in some danger. Oh yeah, we played Thunder. We also used it. Alright, Ragnarok coming in again. I guess I could have played around Recital if I summoned another heavy metal. And I would have swung in for 4k. So instead of setting the array, I should have used it as a discard. Draw for turn. Set. Activate Hell Tuning Invasion. Send Cobalt to the graveyard. Flip, flip. Tribute. I forgot to make this level 5. I should have done this before the other thing. Set. Activate the effect. Absorb. And we try again. It's widespread. I misplayed. It's okay. Like we said, we've been doing this for 8 hours. I think I could have played it a little bit better. With the Shadow Buyer, I don't think I even technically needed to use my skill last turn. But I guess my other cards were like 2 copies of the Babysitter Go, so in the end, kind of whatever. Alright, let's see how this goes. Just a couple more duels. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, yeah, no problem. Thank you for playing Hisui. I'm pretty sure you won most, if not all of those. So nice work. Looks like they may not be around. So let's bring in Zen Spiral. If Robert is here. What is the best deck from the new box only? Thunder. The entire Thunder deck is more or less from the box. Wait, no, Cyberse is also brand new. Yeah, like Renegade said, I could have, if I played the Shadow Buyer, it would have been level 5 and then become 7. But I had to set it instead. Because I forgot to summon it beforehand. And then they also had the widespread anyway. I think there was probably a previous turn where I could have done something better. But my memory is all fuzzy. I should start with the Ghost Cyclone. I almost didn't even do that. I would like to draw a card. So why am I not able to use the skill? I'm too tired for this. Summon? Okay, I suppose. Let's just ditch Descendant. I guess there needs to also be a Fiend on the field, plus a set card. Blow those up, set this, of course. If it's widespread, that's fine. Have I found Cyclone? Good. I have found some form of spell and trap removal necessary. This deck is gonna be playing a lot of games where you just summon a lone 5k guy and you just go, well, surely they won't have it. You can see I'm only running the one. In a maximum format, I actually think the Genie Breath maybe better. If they're already ending their turn with, like, a couple of random dead cards in hand, sending them back with, like, their recitals, they're not going to be able to find the cards they actually need to out you. So I have considered switching it over. And then if you want a second copy, you could easily cut one of these things. Okay. What are we drawing? That's looking pretty good, I think. If I do it correctly this time. Let's go ahead. We do this one first. Wait, but did I need the seal array? None of these monsters are under 1200. And I wanted to seal array to get the debuff for game. This thing can't attack. So obviously, just resolving seal array, not summoning this thing, would have been the extra damage. Have I faced the Harpy matchup? Does not have many outs to the maximum. Yeah, you just kind of hope to draw, your Talismanic. And that'll bring it down low enough. Alternatively, you can simply say they will not summon the maximum. And it's probably true. The Harpy deck can kind of play like Noodle Ninja and stall until you get to the maximum pieces. But with you constantly changing all of their monsters to attack mode, the odds of them actually making it far enough is much lower. Dragius is game. So I could have won. But Robert has got it. It has been a good stream. Were there any last minute calls? I see one. Let's hop on in. Time to play against not me. Bum 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 bum. Oh, actually, Renegade. Heavy metal does work. If you lower the attack, no, if you lower the level of the Harpy maximum, wait, actually, I don't know. You may be able to activate the effect. It does say boost it first and then destroy the monster. So if you gain the 3400, you'd be fine. I need to test it. Okay, we see a set 3. Let's Hell Tuning Invasion. We will send Majesty. And swing in. Oh, we're playing against a Harpy deck. Perfect. So perhaps it'll even come up. We can see if it works or not. Pass turn. So if they manage to bring out the Harpies without killing me, I will try summoning the heavy metal and seeing if I can gain the attack. bum, 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 bum. Alright, I think that curry bot could win. But instead it has been tributed off. It looks so ready to fight. Look at those claws. It's got plenty of fight where that came from. 2600 is good enough. So, okay. I think I'm doing this right. I'm going to use the skill first. That way I can discard a curry bot. And then I'm going to recur the curry bot. No, I could have summoned the curry bot first and then had it be level 5. Luckily Shadowbuyer is going to function. Let's put the invasion back in. And then heavy metal. And again, wait, no, I need to tribute the, yeah, okay. This is fine. I mean, this is technically still lethal, even if I misplayed it 17 ways. Thank you for the game. Was there anybody else that needed a game? Yep, I definitely skipped them earlier because they didn't immediately respond, but let's go. Hemo gets another chance to embarrass me. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Is this good? Who knows? It is funnier if I summon heavy metal. But I think it's wrong. Even with trap protection, with the new skill, being able to blow up the high level monsters with heavy metal is just way too good. Alright, we see a Doriato in attack mode. Yeah, the skill is pretty overtuned. Torn of the Windweaver. I'm okay with this. I would rather have one of these flipped up than my heavy metal going into defense mode. Yeah, I guess. Is it even worth it? I'm not convinced. Well, actually, it stops them clearing it at all. This board is pretty strong. A Shadowbuyer would be amazing. We don't get quite that lucky. Kobold. So I could hit for 2300 if I just play like normal. But was really hoping to find a Shadowbuyer. Wait. No, this requires an extra card. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get too fancy with it. I could have just brought the two of them out normally and swung. So the misplay this time is that I forgot that the effect required me to send a card to the graveyard. My plan was to set this, flip it up, and then use the Cobalt, to tribute some of the other one, and blow up the field, and swing with both. Obviously, it doesn't work like that. It's pretty easy to tell, I am sure, how out of it I am. But in the meantime, I should check if, over the last hour and a half, any new streams have shown up. Speed Dueler. There is a Rush duel player. Okay, wait, two? Oh, one of them is French. Let's see what's going on in this stream. Oh, also I'm losing this game. Right. Okay. Draw for turn. Currybot. Set. And then... activate the skill. Ditch this. Flip up. Invasion. Effect. Okay. Blow everything up. And 23. Next time, try Royal Bubble and try to use the heavy metal as an out to the Harpy. Yeah, I imagine it'll be a little bit hard to set up. If you want, we can try testing it in the duel room. If you want to join the duel room, I can build a deck without a skill set that just runs all the Harpy pieces, heavy metal, and draw cards. And you do the same, and then we just see whoever draws into the stuff first. Up to you, though. We do have a Majesty. Have we seen a widespread? No. Okay. Alright, Hisui, I'll build the deck and test it out with you, and we will let Renegade know. Or I suppose they're probably going to be able to lurk, just not able to play, is my understanding. Alright, let's see if we can win. I am expecting the widespread, but it's actually just a barrier. So deck editor. We can get rid of Red Eyes Rebel. Probably never playing that again. And then we're just gonna do testing. We need, wait, oh, they're both limit 3s. Konami, why would you do this to us? Okay, Hisui, build a deck without the limits. We're gonna make a duel room with no ban list. I forgot to set it initially, but I hadn't thought about it. Leaving the room and resetting. PvP arena. I don't care about Sebastian right now. New duel room. Create. Rush. And no regulations. New room ID just for the testing. Nope, wrong button. Here we go. 3, 2, 4, 5, 5, 7. And we are well on our way. Now we head into the deck editor. Oh, thank you for letting me know that there is a 10-hour limit. I do plan on ending after this, though. Hopefully, this is the last thing. So heavy metal, and then harpies. They all have 2100, so I can find them here. And then text search, draw. I'll play the tortoise. Why not? We need Femtron. Some random spellcaster monster and another fiend. Fiend or spellcaster. Shadow Buyers, Gargoyle, and a Light Sork. Okay, sure. Alright, so Hisui, whenever you are ready. Oh, Hisui, you are in the wrong one. That is not me. But I suppose we will spectate. And maybe it'll somehow come out. Oh wait, no. If I leave the duel, yeah. I was gonna say they can just concede. Okay. Thinking about it, I probably should have put in reincarnation and like the trick pigeon. But this is fine too. Alright, dealer. That makes sense. Kobold. Discard, draw. Discard, draw. Okay. Heavy metal. I'll play the Femtron. Pass. Oh, that's a good point. As long I have R, it cannot be destroyed. Wait, but I need to set the others. Okay. This card's name and it cannot be destroyed by monster effects. So tribute set. Wait, heavy metal. And then I can summon the one that cannot be destroyed by monsters. Okay. It is level 8 or lower, so it is destroyable. So try the heavy metal combo, I suppose. And we'll see how it goes. Alright, so tribute, choose a monster, lowest level. Okay. And do you have a heavy metal in hand? Okay. And it works. So heavy metal is indeed able to out the Harpy maximum. Lower the level with Hell Tuning Invasion, and you can target it and gain 3400 attack. The more you know. And now I guess we just end the game. Thank you, Hisui, for the test. Yeah, I think it is a nice buff to know that the Harpies are not going to stand in your way. What kind of plays do they got? Fair enough. And that should be about it. I'll do one last look at Twitch for a potential raid. But I think we are probably just gonna go offline. What day is it? It's not a tomato day. Oh, we're nowhere near when tomato starts. So never mind. And it's not even a day anyway. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Thank you everyone who came by. This has definitely been my longest stream and probably the most viewed one too. I appreciate everyone who stopped by, and we will be at it again tomorrow. Well, maybe it'll be a deck profile, but good night.